Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching What If Naruto Left the Village. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
As the young Jinchuriki swung lightly on the playground's lonely swing, silent tears soaked the ground beneath him at the time. The sun was setting, and every other child had gone off with their parents despite playing with him all day. Not a single one approached him to invite him to join them or even acknowledge him as they went by. The parents scowled at him, and their kids thought he was strange for being by himself. It was just another painful day. Desperate to stop the treacherous tears that obstinately trickled down his cheeks and trickled off his chin, Naruto wiped his eyes frantically. The big bales rose in his throat and he swallowed them with his eyes burning. He whispered to himself, "What's wrong with me? Why do they all hate me? What have I done wrong? Child, why are you crying?" Naruto's sobs had been interrupted by an inhuman voice. "Why are you interested in the opinions of those foolish villagers?" With wide eyes, Naruto surveyed the surroundings. He stammered, his voice cracked and raw. Who's there?" He sounded so broken and alone when he said, What do you want with me? Have you come to throw things at me too?" "No, kid, I cannot and will not harm you in this way. I am Kyuubi no Yuko." The nine-tailed fox. That voice encircled him once more, as if it had intruded into his mind. As Naruto leapt from his lonesome swing and looked around, he almost yelled in terror, The nine-tailed fox? But it died 10 years ago." It terrified him to no end, and he had no idea where the voice was coming from. A pair of glassy, pale lavender eyes gazed sorrowfully at the boy who was screaming. Her hands were perspiring, and she could hear her heart pounding in her temples to control her tears. She swallowed big bales. Hinata Hyuga had never witnessed such fear before and never would have imagined that the gregarious blonde who was now frantically searching and screaming around him would show it. Nevertheless, she could see why he was disregarded by everyone when he passed. The adults would either glare at him or whisper angrily because of the adults' behavior. Children avoided him and were afraid to approach him. Hinata, however, admired him. She was impressed by his strength and his perseverance. She was envious of his strength and the assurance he exuded at all times. She would have fled because she couldn't stand the hate from everyone. Hinata wished she could go out and give him a hug to play with him and offer him a toy, but she was there observing the drop fall from the young boy's chin while hiding behind a tree. In reality, she was afraid he would push her away and tell her to get out of her way. Her confidence was sufficiently undermined by that. However, a tiny part of her brain was screaming for her to get over her nervousness and go over to him and console him. She wanted it. She would, however, immediately lose her courage and strength when she attempted to muster them, allowing her fear to overwhelm her. In her later years, she wished she had not suppressed her fear. "Kid, don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. There's no need to yell. I'm in your thoughts." The voice was calm and reassuring as it spoke again. Naruto screamed, clutching his head, "Am I mind?" Then his knees gave way and he screamed, "Get out! Get out! Get out! Leave me alone!" To the ground he sobbed, letting a fresh stream of tears escape his eyes. "Let me be. I'm a part of you now. When you were a baby, the fourth Hokage sealed me into your body." He threw his head back now, his hands gripping his skull tightly as the tears kept coming in a never-ending flood. No, the fourth wouldn't have done such a thing. And if he had, why was it me? Why must it be me? He said, "Why is it always me?" "Calm down, kid. I need your trust before I can explain everything." Naruto's body was tearing around when he screamed, "Get out of my head," at the sky. "Leave me alone. Stop lying to me." Then there was a long period of silence during which Naruto's childish, irate screams and sobs were the only sounds audible, along with the gentle breeze rattling the swing. After a while, Naruto stopped yelling, and he let his head fall to the ground as his fists clenched into fists. Snatching the sand and holding it firmly, he stopped crying, but he let the tears fall. "Please, stop lying." After yelling for so long, his voice was broken and cracked. "Are you done crying?" Naruto gulped and sniffed. His knuckles turned white from the strength he displayed, and the sand pinched his palms as he whispered, "I still don't believe you." As his silent tears rolled, he repeated, "I don't believe you," in a quieter tone than the first time. His voice broke at the end. "The fourth Hokage would have never done that to anyone, and if he did, why was it me? Why does it always have to be me? Go home and listen. Kid, if you stop crying, I promise you that I am telling the truth." With his fists loosening and the sand pouring out from between them, Naruto stood slowly, his nose wrinkled in frustration as he ran home. He growled, "Fine, you win." Naruto vanished into the darkness, and Hinata's eyes followed him. She felt a strange impulse to follow him, but she shook her head wildly, closing her eyes tightly before turning around all the way home. She fled the scene. She didn't even pause to think twice. One more thing she regrets sitting on his bed was Naruto. He watched as his toes curled while he gazed at the floor below in a desperate attempt to wash the voice away. He had to fight the urge to throw his body into the shower. I'm here, now start talking. Fox, he said in a venomous voice, and his electrifying blue eyes flashed red. I will begin at the beginning. Prior to my ignominious raid on this village, I was supposed to sleep and be roused only to aid the land of fire in the event of a ninja world war. One of the very few tailed beasts that is willing to assist humanity is me. But at the academy they speak of you as a heartless demon. Why do you seem so kind now? Naruto hesitated. He shifted and lay down, no longer afraid of Kyuubi, and scratched his head in bewilderment. Why did you attack the village in the first place? Many generations before the raid, I was put to sleep. Someone woke me up. Even though it wasn't intended, the person's name, Madara Uchiha, was ingrained in my memory even though I never saw his face. Scratching his shaggy, sun-kissed blonde head, Naruto said, Uchiha. I recognize that name. He pouted when an image of a boy with raven hair suddenly appeared in his head. Oh right. Sasuke Uchiha. Was the poison in his voice? He rolled his eyes and said, the boy who survived. An ancestor. Indeed, I hadn't realized how much the world had changed until he woke me up. I mistakenly believed that I was attacking a village in a different country. But the fourth Hokage trapped me inside your body. Since today is the sealing anniversary, the seal has gotten weaker. I might be able to talk to you today only. He realized that it was his birthday when he heard the statement, so it's been 10 years exactly. It wasn't a question, he mumbled. I was a newborn. With a determined glare at the ceiling, Naruto yelled, I wasn't even a day old. Do you care now what happened to my parents? Louder. Yes, but before I tell you, you need to know something. With determination, Naruto said, then tell me, I can take it as an afterthought, he muttered, as long as I know the truth. His face fell, his bangs casting shadows over his eyes. A tear slipped silently down his cheek. That's all I ever wanted, the truth. I am aware, Kit, that your mother was a courageous and strong kunoichi named Kushina Uzumaki. How strikingly you look like her. She was as impatient as an ox and never hesitated to charge into combat. A tiny, proud grin curled around Naruto's mouth. She passed away soon after giving birth. Naruto's eyes glazed over with tears, and his smile vanished. Don't hold yourself responsible. Fighting a formidable shinobi from the village concealed in the sound had severely damaged her because she was pregnant. She wasn't fully recovered when they invaded the village. She was not strong enough to give birth, and as a result, she passed away. Naruto did not permit another tear to fall, and his eyes remained obscured by the shadows cast by his bangs. Even though he was aware that it wasn't his fault, the pain persisted. He'd muttered, what about my father? Your dad was a wonderful man. You share his free spirit and appearance. Naruto's hands gripped his sheets as his enraged tears threatened to spill out. Tell me more. I want to know his name. I want to know what happened to him. He said, I want to know, tell me. Okay, Kit, but keep in mind that you requested it. Your father, Minato Namikaze, was the fourth Hokage, and he was the one who sealed me inside of you. After letting go of his tears, Naruto sat up, gasping for air. His eyes were protected by the shadows cast by his bangs, and his knuckles were whitened as they gripped his sheets. He gritted his teeth and growled. My father was the fourth Hokage. My father did this to me. He didn't really know why, so he clutched his burning stomach with one hand. After releasing the sheets, Naruto wiped away his tears and asked, how do you know all this? There is a fee for using a sealing jutsu like this one. It kills the user. But there was one small detail that nobody was aware of. Both the user and the victim witnessed the cause of death, but the victim has the ability to see more. The victim sees the user's life. I am fully aware of Minato's love for you and Kushina. He would have been furious to see how they treat you now, but his final wish was for you to become a hero, the one who saved Konoha. Naruto sobbed and his voice cracked. Then why was it me, his own son? It was necessary for him to confide me in someone he knew would be able to support me. Kyuubi was relieved, and a smirk formed on his lips from inside his cage. He thought I was strong? Naturally, kid, you've had a long day. Go to bed now. Naruto yawned and lay back down, his eyes fluttering, whispering, wait, will I ever talk to you again? Indeed, kid, I was only able to get in touch with you today, but you can create a mental channel that will allow me to see through your eyes and hear my voice. As he released his hold on consciousness and descended into the realm of dreams, Naruto nodded with a smile on his lips. Good night, Kyuubi. Rest well, kid. Naruto swallowed his tears and muttered sadly, how much more of this do I have to take? He didn't feel the need to cry because all great shinobi are skilled at masking their feelings. Kid, there's always an escape route. 3 years have passed since Naruto figured out his secret and created a channel that allows Kyuubi to always get to him. The 9 tails there gave Naruto a lot of comfort, and he talked to him frequently. After 3 attempts, he had also become a genin. However, Naruto wasn't proud because he had failed 3 times and had been duped by Mizuki. He had stolen a forbidden scroll and learned the shadow clone jutsu for his own selfish ends. And it almost killed Iruka, one of the first people Naruto thought was valuable. The fact that Sasuke Uchiha was on his team was the worst. However, Sakura Haruno was also a member of his team, so who is he to complain? But he's so mad at that Uchiha kid. He is not superior to him just because he performed better on the test. Shikamaru is a genius, but his results were poor. Naruto asked aloud, "Yeah? And what way is that?" He had discovered that he could respond in his head rather than by speaking, but he preferred to do so in the seclusion of his own home. You might flee Iwagakure, also known as the village hidden in the rocks, is a village in Earth. However, be advised that the Iwagakure and your father were bitter enemies, and if they discovered who you were, they would destroy you. Naruto grunted as he got out of bed and said, yeah, I get it. If they were to find out who I was, they wouldn't hesitate to kill me. I know." With a heavy sigh, he looked around the room before focusing on the picture frame. He studied the picture, recalling the moment it was taken, and grimaced. Naruto let out a sorrowful sigh. He still harbored a deep affection for Sakura, but it had diminished due to her treatment of him. Sasuke is always at the center. She was only able to gripe about Sasuke's wounds even after Naruto saved her beloved from Haku and Zabuza. She screamed at Naruto for being a fool and acting without thinking. "I apologize for interrupting you, but I think you should begin packing. You'll soon have to depart," Kyuubi told him, curling up in a corner of his cage. "Go to that old seamstress and get a new outfit tomorrow morning. Get a good night's sleep now." After rolling his eyes, Naruto packed everything he owned, which wasn't much: clothes and food and water scrolls. When he was finished, he pouted and rubbed his stomach with a childish huff. "Ramen, ramen, ramen," he yelled as he ran from the room to the kitchen, shouting, "I'm hungry." "Where does all of your energy come from? You were crying just a moment ago, and now you're hurrying into the kitchen?" As he started to boil water for his cup of ramen, Naruto almost screamed, "Yeah, but I got hungry, and it's a crime to let a perfect ramen go to waste. That's just plain cruel." After a brief period of silence during which Naruto hummed enthusiastically and watched his noodles boiling in Naruto's mind, "Boil," Kyuubi finally responded. Naruto slurped the noodles into his mouth with a sigh of satisfaction after quickly pouring them into a large white bowl. "Kid, I must admit that I would never comprehend how you operate." Kyuubi sounded shocked to Naruto, but he failed to pick up on the underlying disgust. Rather than taking offense, Naruto smiled and simply slurped his noodles more quickly. Naruto was satisfied. After 5 rounds of this, he stumbled into his room and flopped on his bed, arranging his body in an odd position. "Perfect," Kid Kyuubi yawned and put his head on one of his many tails, attempting to block out the interesting scene in the kitchen. "You've been thinking and training too much lately, so go to bed. Over the past few weeks, I've been sleeping for the 2 of us while you've hardly slept." As Naruto's body began to feel the full impact of his numerous sleepless nights, he smiled and felt his eyelids suddenly become heavy as his thoughts strayed into the unidentified dream world. He yawned and said, "Yeah, you're right, Fox." The young Hyuga heiress didn't get any sleep that night. With her eyes squeezed shut and a frown on her face, Hinata shifted and turned in her bed. Her mind was racing with ideas that prevented her from falling asleep naturally. A sun-kissed blonde with the most stunning blue eyes she had ever seen surrounded them all. However, it appeared that the carefree boy was concealing something. He has changed from his typically humorous self to one who is more solemn and enigmatic. Everyone else, well, everyone but Hinata, had missed this fact. What does Naruto conceal? What is causing him distress? Does his birthday have anything to do with it? After all, it is just a week away. Could that be the reason he seems so aloof? There was a crash outside, and then a cat's screech. Hinata lurched to her feet and peered out the window that overlooked her bed on the nearby ground. She observed big garbage bunks resting on their sides, their contents strewn everywhere. A dark cat brandishing a bow leapt over the fence and vanished from sight. She had a slight smile on her face. She was well acquainted with that feline. Even though Team 7 receives that mission most of the time, Team 8 must step in if they're not available. Hinata looked up at the endless, dark sky and shook her head. The moon looked proudly down at the earth, watching everyone with its eye while the stars danced and twinkled. Hinata's navy blue hair was ruffled by the cool breeze that blew through the village. She let the breeze caress her skin while she closed her eyes. The breeze blew past her neck as she cocked her head to the side as she slowly lay down and felt the breeze and moonlight lull her to sleep. The heiress let out a little giggle. Early the following morning, Naruto got up. He had to go to Papa, the village seamstress and someone he regarded as a grandmother, so he had to get up earlier than normal. He recalls laughing when she explained to him the Cantonese meaning of her name, which was, "Grandmother." It struck him as a humorous coincidence. She had told him that she had grown up in a world that was entirely different from her own. There were monks, samurais, and ranks instead of ninjas, and the rules were different additionally. Names varied because they all indicated who you were or how you fought. Ancient martial arts were adapted from animal fighting techniques, claims Papa. The styles of the warrior monks varied. Naruto couldn't stop laughing when Papa mentioned that she was friends with a dog stylist. Naruto, however, was drawn to one of Papa's stories. She referred to them as Hawk and Sei, and it was the tale of the crane and the snake. While residing in the temple that once housed 100 warrior monks, Hawk, a female warrior, pretended to be a boy. Although Sei wasn't her biological brother, they were considered family in the temple together with their brothers Yang the eagle, Long the dragon, Malo the monkey, and Fu the tiger. They were the youngest monks in the temple. A grandmaster who had witnessed and learned everything was their trainer. However, their time in the temple was brief. They were betrayed by their eldest brother, Ying, who murdered the grandmaster and the 100 monks. The 5 brothers were then left to fend for themselves. They intended to disband and assemble as many rebels as they could in order to topple the malevolent emperor. Each of them had a story to share, but Naruto was unaware of it. Now is not the time to consider stories, kid. You need to be on time for your team meeting to avoid raising suspicions. Additionally, you still need to call in your order at Papa's store. Kyuubi growled impatiently as he attempted to stretch in the cramped quarters of his prison. With a quiet snort, Naruto ran out the door and headed down to the seamstress shop. He was proud of himself for finishing in 10 seconds flat as a tiny bell rang. He walked through the wooden door with his head held high and his chest out. "Papa? You in here?" Despite its small size, the store was stocked with a wide variety of fabrics with so many hues packed into a tiny space. It feels incredibly alive. A sizable desk sits in the center of the space, with a few different stools strewn throughout. A kind elderly woman emerged from behind a door and said, "Hush, Naruto. You'll wake up the neighbors." She walked with a slight limp and had to use a wooden cane to support herself. She wore her old, white hair up in a bun on top of her head. He grinned proudly and yelled, "They should be awake already." Papa simply sat down on a low stool and laughed. She gave him a soft smile and had gentle, kind eyes. "What can I do for you, my boy? Haven't I already done your measurements last week? Or have you just come to pay a visit to this old bag of bones?" she asked. He was unable to control the smile that appeared on his face. He couldn't tell Papa a lie. Perhaps if she knew about his plan, she could assist him. After a long pause, he finally said, "I'm leaving the village." Papa heaved herself forward with her crane and stood up instantly, gasping. What?" she exclaimed in complete shock, even though she could see why. She detested how the adults treat him so coldly, which makes the younger generation also distrust him. She was too old to be his mother, but she had wanted to adopt him for years. Naruto sank down into one of the strewn about stools and said, "I have to, Papa. I'm so tired of being seen as a demon. I'm tired of having people not like me because of something I had no choice in." A weary reply. "I know I said I would someday be Hokage, and I will stick to my word. But I'm just so tired of being viewed as a demon. I'll just go and continue my training elsewhere." Kyuubi says, "I need experience. I need to feel the danger. I need to learn how to live without depending on someone else. I'll come back when I'm ready." Papa limped forward and wrapped her arms around the boy. Grinning piteously, she ruffled his hair and grinned down at him, saying, There, I understand completely." As she pushed herself away from him and headed to her desk, she said with a knowing expression, "I'm guessing you came to ask me to make you a disguise?" Naruto nodded, wiped his nose, and got to his feet. He got up and followed her, giving her one of his brightest smiles. "Yes, Main." Papa pulled out a variety of papers and pens and settled into the high chair behind the desk. "Don't worry, Naruto, I've got this all under control. You go to your teammates and I'll have this ready in the morning." She smiled as she began working, using her wrinkled but deft hands to sketch out an outfit. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't you need some sort of idea?" She hung her head over her sketch and said, No, I've already got one in my mind and I just know you'll love it. It'll also be a great help with your training." She used her left hand to shoo him away while her right was busy drawing details. Go, and don't come back until tomorrow morning," she said. As he left the room, Naruto laughed. That old hag was demanding, but he loved her. Naruto collapsed shamefully onto his bed with a heavy sigh. He dropped his arms over his arm in a lazy manner. "I really hate D-ranked missions, and that damn cat that keeps running away. But I do love seeing him get crushed by the daimyo's wife in the end." He cracked a dark joke. "Should I be concerned, Kit? Every time we get that cat back, you do this." Naruto's only response was a laugh. That dark laugh came back. "Oh, it's nothing. Just enjoying the memory of seeing that cat being crushed." "Okay, Kit, go to bed now. Tomorrow will be a long day for you." Naruto was about to respond when a knock on his front door was heard with a curious expression on his face. Naruto sat up. Naruto asked no one in particular, who could possibly be visiting at this hour. Kid, I'm not sure, but I think you should answer the damn door. I'm getting tired of the incessant knocking, Kyuubi grunted in frustration. Naruto got out of bed and walked idly to the door, which seemed to be very noisy with all the banging coming from the other side. He shook his head. He yelled, Yeah, I'm coming, and ripped the door open. He snarled in exhaustion, what? But immediately regretted it. Papa scowled and looked down at the young boy, her eyes livid. Don't you dare use that tone with me, boy. Who do you think you're talking to? She said. Her piercing glare made Naruto suddenly feel like he was shrinking, and he gulped. A dark bag was slung over her arm, and he said, Don't make me take this outfit back and not allow you to go, now. His eyes were wide and his mouth was hanging open as he stammered, Papa, I'm sorry. I just got home from a very frustrating mission. At the elderly woman in front of him as he threw himself at her, he yelled, please don't go, before colliding head-on with the unexpectedly metal-hard bag. Papa exclaimed, Naruto. As she noticed the young child lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back and saliva streaming from his mouth, she let the bag fall, and it hit the floorboards beneath it with a loud crackle and thud. Mama? Is that you? He asked, his head bouncing back and forth in a daze before he passed out. Idiotic knucklehead. Kyuubi rolled his eyes and sighed. The slight rattle in Naruto's brain left his human container in utter shock. Remarkably strong for her age, but not surprising, Papa sighed as she dragged Naruto into his house. She should be able to manage a small amount of weight because she has trained all her life. She lifted and heaved him onto his bed. With a grunt she rolled her shoulders and left the room for a while, coming back a moment later carrying a bucket full of water. As she poured the water on the helpless boy, she said sweetly, Time to wake up, Naruto. He spluttering gibberish about floating kunais and angelic kunoichis. He leapt to his feet as soon as the cold water touched his skin. Papa put down the bucket and wiped her hands on her kimono, saying, Oh, how nice of you to come back, dear. Now, shall we go back to the matter at hand? Naruto asked foolishly before recalling what had transpired. He shook his head, his soaked clothes still adhered to his body, and rubbed the big lump that had begun to form on his forehead, asking in surprise, What do you have in that bag? Clear water droplets were flying everywhere. Papa laughed while wiping away the tiny water droplets that fell on her. She then gave the name a sorrowful smile and said, Don't do that, you remind me too much of Gao. Naruto got up and grabbed a towel from his closet, asking, Who? She shook her head and went outside to get the obviously forgotten bag. Gao. He was a dog stylist. I told you about him once. With a sigh, Naruto recalled he thought Gao, the dog stylist, was hilarious, but she and many of her friends perished in the war against the emperor at a young age. He quickly dried off and changed into new clothes after shaking his head to get his thoughts straight. Papa was wiping away a lonesome tear as he walked out the door, sneering at the wet stain on his bed. Papa, are you all right? Papa nodded frantically as he looked up in surprise. She sat down on the worn sofa and said, Yes, I'm fine. I was just, with the bag now resting over her lap. With a sad expression, Naruto sat down beside her and asked, You were thinking about them, weren't you? With a smile that split her face, Naruto said, Well, you still have me, right? Papa ruffled the young boy's shaggy hair and gave a feeble laugh. Then she dropped her hand onto the bag and said, Silly boy. You won't be here for long though. Naruto scratched his head, his eyes narrowing in bewilderment. Huh? What do you mean? Kyuubi let out a sigh. You really are the biggest knucklehead in Konoha. The scowl that threatened to emerge had to be repelled by Naruto. Papa opened the bag with a sorrowful smile. She took the clothes out of the bag and gave them to Naruto, saying, I spent all day making you your new disguise. Additionally, I came up with a name for you. Go and try it on, Fakusu. Naruto grabbed the garment and almost dropped it after dragging the outfit into his room. Naruto sighed. Damn it, why does this weigh so much, old hag? Papa grinned as he leaned back into the sofa cushions. I designed that outfit special. It'll aid you in your training as well as in your camouflage. It'll take a few days to get used to the extra weight, but you can always adjust it for when you get older. You can also abstract the weights and replace them with new ones, heavier ones when you feel like it's time for a change. Wearing his new ninja gear, Naruto left his room. Well, he stumbled out of it with a lot of effort. He was wearing a Kakashi-style mask that extended down his neck and turned into a form-fitting vest. On top of it was a high-collar cloak, and long black sleeves that had been torn off. His right knee was bandaged, and he wore loose-fitting pants and a brown belt that contained his weapon pouch. He rubbed the bump with a faint pout and said, Well, That explains the weight and why it nearly gave me a concussion. Papa got up and rearranged the weights. Laughing, Naruto managed to straighten up a little. She grinned as she entered the kitchen and said, "Go around the living room for a little while, your body will then start to adjust to all the weight." She then went to make us some tea. After dragging his feet around the living room with a sigh, Naruto eventually managed to raise them and walk normally. Papa entered with 2 cups and a tray that contained a teapot. She took a seat on the sofa and seated them on the table. "Come now, Naruto, let's have some tea." Satisfied that she had not placed any weights on his sitting area, Naruto nodded and took a seat beside her. After pouring the reprimanding hot tea into the mugs, Papa gave Naruto one, who carefully took her own after rolling down the mask to drink it. For a while they sat in pleasant silence. After setting her tea on the table, Papa turned to face Naruto and removed a brown cloth from inside her robes that concealed a secret object. "Naruto," she said. Meeting his eyes, she began to unfold the cloth and said, "I want you to always remember what is most important on your journey. For the greatest weapon is not steel nor blades." Confounded, Naruto glanced at the cloth and concentrated on what she was saying. Wah. When she finally showed what was covered, Papa grinned. "Love." The secret item was a black headband with a plate bearing the Japanese word for love screwed onto it. Gazing down at the plate of the headband, Naruto questioned, "Love? What does love have to do with me?" "Love is the greatest weapon. For it can make a person want to fight. Love will make one stronger. Go out there and find love. Spread love to those who can't." She handed him the headband. "Fight for it, Naruto. Don't ever give yourself over to hatred." Naruto's eyes were worried as he glanced up at Papa. He muttered, "What if I am unable to love?" Papa took his hand in hers and grinned. "Have I ever told you how Sei became blind?" Placing the headband in his lap, Naruto shook his head. "Well, you know they were on the run from Tonglong and Ngangsei." Naruto gave a wink. Sei's mother, Ngangsei, followed her son, Tonglong, who was his stepbrother and worked alongside the emperor. When Tonglong and Ngangsei attacked, Fu, Hawk, and Sei were being led down a riverbed by Chin and Sum. The L twins, who were adept at water combat. Fu was able to divert Tonglong long enough for Hawk to hide, but he was taken prisoner in the conflict. But for Sei, who was terrified of the water and didn't know how to swim, falling into the river was a life or death situation. He had to cling to the rocks to save himself. But Ngangsei had other ideas, and she threw a poison dart at him, striking his neck, which he managed to hold onto for only a few minutes before the poison spread and he passed out. Hawk, not feeling well from a battle she had fought a week earlier, pulled out the dart and struggled to hold onto a rock as she escaped from her hiding place and dove into the river, pushing her body against the currents to reach him before he drowned. They were left there by Ngangsei and Tonglong, who assumed that Hawk would eventually exhaust himself and drown with Sei. However, they were not prepared for the fact that Sum saved them, dragging them into a boat and sailing down the river. Once more Fu was gone. Chin was severely beaten, and Sei was like the dead. Hawk never let him leave the boat. She held on to him as if her own life depended on it. Sum brought them to me, and I took the utmost care of them, getting to know Hawk personally and taking her on as a part-time apprentice, despite her serious concerns about Sei. Sei avoided Hawk as much as possible after he woke up, and one day she revealed why he had done what he had done. Sei was blind. The poison dart had hit a cell that was connected to his eyesight, and by the time they reached me, the poison had spread to an angle that was irreversible. Hawk worried about him all day and night, and when she realized the truth, she helped him and trained him in ways that only she could, so Sei avoided her because he didn't want her to worry. During her training in the temple, she was blindfolded and forced to balance on the tallest temple they had. She also had to spar while blindfolded, which was extremely challenging but necessary at the time. Sei soon came to terms with his incapacity and let Hawk return to his life. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard every word he's heard about Hawk and Sei's previous encounter with Papa, but he doesn't know why. As the memory dimmed, Papa let out a sigh. She truly missed them. Do you understand why Hawk did what she did for Sei? Because he was her brother. Papa gave a headshake. Sei fell in love with her during that period, which is why he kept fighting despite being blind. No, she did what she did because she loved him. I know it sounds funny because they were introduced as brother and sister, but they are not related by blood, and sometimes one falls for the other. She put him before herself and risked her life for him, leaving Naruto speechless. Would anyone ever do that for me? The grim smirk on Kyuubi's black lips said, anything can happen, Kit. She took the headband, tied it to his forehead, and rolled the mask back onto his face before stepping back and grinning, saying, I can hardly recognize you. Papa patted his hand and got to her feet. With a nod and a smile beneath the mask, Naruto looked at the clock by his front door and realized it was getting close to midnight. He had a day off tomorrow, so he would have a full day's advantage if he left now. A bile rose in Naruto's throat, but he swallowed it down. He rushed to get his sack of scrolls and clothes, but before he could jump out the window, he saw Papa standing in the doorway, silent tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. Dropping his bag, Naruto swung around and jumped on Papa, who gave him a death hug while laughing heartily and patting his hair. Be cautious when you're out there when you're in trouble, listen to the Kyuubi, remember to always have a medicine pouch as well, you never know when you might fall and scrub your knee. Papa was rambling now, but she didn't care as long as Naruto knew what he needed to do, always have money hidden in the inside pockets of your cloak. Naruto laughed as his own tears threatened to spill out. Alright, can I leave now, old hag? Naruto walked backwards, his eyes smiling for his mouth, and soon he picked up the bag and tried to jump through the window after Papa gave a feeble laugh and they slowly separated. Oh, Naruto-kun, one more thing. With his body halfway out of the building, Naruto turned around and said, yes? Despite the tears streaming down her creased cheeks, Papa smiled toothily and said, remember me? Never, Papa, Naruto said, grinning beneath his mask and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'd be damned if I did. Carefully, he placed his leaf headband on the windowsill after removing it from one of the many secret pockets. The night that Naruto Uzumaki left Konohagakure in his past, the night that Konohagakure lost their #1 hyperactive knuckle-headed ninja, Naruto leapt out of the window without a word and vanished into the shadowy darkness lit by the moon's soft glow. As Papa walked slowly toward the window, she could just make out the outline of the blonde Jinchuriki as he leapt from building to building, his cloak fluttering behind him, and stumbling multiple times due to the weight of his new outfit. Eventually, he scaled the heavily guarded wall, pausing near the top to look for any guards, and then leaping over the wall and into the forest that surrounded Konohagakure. She retrieved a kunai from inside her robes with shaking fingers and picked up Naruto's leafed headband, which gleamed in the light as she saw him strolling around the village with the headband securely fastened on his forehead, until the villagers swore at him and gave him cold stares when he passed by. It's no wonder the boy wanted to leave. After taking a deep, calming breath and using her sleeve to wipe away her betraying tears, she raised her kunai and quickly cut the headband, creating a long crack where the kunai struck the headband's plate and passed through the leaf symbol. This was essential if Naruto was to go missing because it was a sign of a rogue ninja. She dropped the headband onto Naruto's bed and looked out the window again, the village shimmering in the moonlight, long dark shadows curling and stretching across the buildings and grounds, all lights out, civilians sleeping soundly in the safety of their houses. Papa said, take care, Naruto Uzumaki, you truly are a fokusu, a fox by all means, and then walked out of the building, leaving no sign of her presence. As is always the case when the academy day is over, the Leaf Village was bustling with activity that afternoon, but something wasn't quite right. It was too quiet. In a way, there were no loud voices yelling pointless things at a certain blonde boy, and there were no practical jokes being played around town, which is rather unusual. Except for Iruka Amino, who strolled through the crowded streets of Konohagakure with the impression that something horrible had occurred, none of the villagers noticed this. As he made his way to Ichiraku, the one place he was certain Naruto would be, Iruka thought, perhaps I should check on Naruto. I haven't seen the little guy for quite some time now. Boy, the village sure is peaceful today, but ain't it a little too peaceful? Shouldn't there be more noise or something? I mean, Naruto usually always makes a scene by this time, unless he's at Ichiraku. Iruka swallowed that apprehension, grinned to himself, stuffed his hands deep in his pockets, and strode down the street. 5 minutes or so later, he reached Ichiraku, lifted the curtains to the stand's entrance, and scowled to see that Tucci, I believe his name was, and he were alone. Iruka. It's been a while since I've seen you today. What will it be? Is it beef or pork? As he used a rag to wipe down the already immaculate counter, Tucci asked with a slight smile. Oh, I'm not having lunch here, I apologize, but I wanted to know if you have seen Naruto or if he has already visited for the daily pork miso ramen. Iruka gave the elderly man a sly smile. Rather than find that amusing, Tucci folded his arms across his chest and pursed his lips, wearing a contemplative expression. You know, now that you mention it, I haven't seen the squirt since yesterday, Tucci said. Tucci was suddenly extremely vigilant. Don't tell me that brat found a new place to eat. He claimed that he had a day off today, so it's strange that he hasn't been here yet. His salary is how I live. With a reassuring smile on his face and a drop of perspiration, Iruka said, I'm sure he's probably just under the weather. I'll go check on him and then report back to you. He was attempting to locate Naruto. Relieved, Tucci nodded and grinned back at Iruka, saying, you do that. This is Naruto I'm tall air. Thinking about. He's probably just busy or possibly sick. Yeah, sick. That's strange. I was sure Naruto was going to be there, and what's even stranger is the fact that he hasn't been there at all today. Iruka shook his head. Iruka waved goodbye before jumping onto the closest building and continuing towards Naruto's apartment. There is nothing wrong with Naruto, or at least that's what Iruka hopes. Despite the nagging sensation in his stomach, he chose not to consider it. Iruka sped up and arrived at Naruto's house in a matter of minutes, knocking on the front door 3 times and saying, "Naruto, Iruka is here, get out." No response. Iruka gave a nervous laugh and repeatedly rapped his knuckles on the door, saying, "Come on, Naruto. This is not amusing. No ramen for you unless you open this door." No response yet. Iruka takes a big gulp and walks around the building to Naruto's bedroom window, which is always open. He lands on the windowsill with a furious grimace on his face and says, "Ha ha, Naruto very fu." Iruka stopped mid-sentence as he finally studied the room. It was too clean for Naruto and it seemed empty. The bed was damp and a bucket lay abandoned on the floor, yet the rest of the room was spotless. And Naruto? There was something on the bed, but he was afraid to look at it because he thought he knew what it was. He quickly looked at the object on the bed as he swallowed the fear, and it confronted him directly. Taking the item from the bed, he ran away from the scene and hurried over to the Hokage tower. His eyes gleamed as he strode into the Hokage's office, breathless and clutching the object. "Hokage-sama. We have a serious issue." He strode ahead and tossed the item onto his desk. "Don't tell me this belongs to..." the elderly Sandaime Hokage said. Staring at the object in horror, he glanced up at Iruka just as he saw him nod and swallow. "No," he whispered as his head fell to his desk. The object fell off the desk and onto the floor when he slammed his fist against it. Alarmingly, Iruka stepped back. "Hokage-sama, what do we do now? We're not going to sit here." "You're right," Hiruzen said. Sitting up and nodding, inform Kakashi and the Anbu of this. Make sure they scout the area right away before it's too late. We have to locate him. Iruka gave a quick nod and turned to go when the Sandaime yelled, "Watch out, Iruka." "Indeed, Hokage-sama?" After turning around, Iruka spoke quickly. "If Naruto's not found, sign him up as a C-ranked missing ninja." Hiruzen sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes growing sorrowful as he choked out his words. "It hurts me, but it's a law I can't change." With a quiet gasp, Iruka closed his mouth and nodded, saying, "Will do, Hokage-sama." He then bowed deeply and walked away. Hiruzen got up and approached the item, which was lying face down on the floor, and he sighed as he leaned down to pick it up. He glanced down at the headband and said, "I'm sorry Minato, I failed you." The long crack across the plate, which bore the leaf insignia, was what was most terrifying. It was the missing ninja sign. Hiruzen looked out the large window overlooking Konoha and said, "But I will find Naruto. I will find your son and bring him home." The elderly Sandaime turned to face the windows with his eyes closed and his fist clenched around the plate of the traditional leaf headband. "I will bring him home." Kya! The cry rang throughout the forest, followed closely by a faint thump of a fist colliding into a heavy object. Kya! 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 The birds that were sleeping in the forest were startled by the cries that kept calling out. It was discovered that the cries were coming from Hinata Hyuga. She was working out hard by using her bandaged fists to punch a tree covered in mats as she cried and breathed in short pants. Sweat ran down her neck with each blow. She pounded the poor tree. Her knuckles swelled with pain. She needed to train even more because her strength was not nearly as strong as that of her male teammates. She needed to demonstrate her strength and prove she wasn't a bother, that she is more than capable of saving a life and was useful in a mission. "Kya!" she cried, her limbs starting to hurt too much to ignore, and her cries starting to sound croaked. At last, she surrendered and fell to her knees. She felt sticky from the sweat covering her body and was panting heavily. She had already removed her favorite coat, but the burning sensation persisted. Her hair had grown somewhat shaggy, and her cheeks were flushed. Hinata was able to regulate her breathing and heart rate enough to look down at her hands. The purpose of the bandages was to shield her knuckles from harm. But they don't hold up well when being beaten for an indeterminate amount of time. She grimaced when she noticed that the red stain was only getting bigger and that blood was being absorbed into her bandages. With trembling legs, she got up and went to her coat. She took out a bottle of water and another set of bandages cross-legged. She took a seat and started to massage her injured knuckles. "I sense that my strength is increasing. I know I am," she thought as she began to carefully remove the old, discolored bandages so as not to aggravate her wounds any more. At the thought of Naruto, Hinata's already hot face turned a deep shade of red. Perhaps one day, father will be proud. Perhaps even Naruto will notice the changes. She faints the way he does, and only he could make her face flush completely. No, that might be asking for too much. She winced a little and scowled as she poured water on her scalding knuckles. It still hurt, but it calmed them a little. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he training with Sakura and Sasuke? She looked up and noticed that the sun was directly overhead, indicating that it was midday. She sighed as she took out a cloth, cleaned her wounds, and rebadged them with the clean ones. It's noon, he ought to be at Ichiraku's right now. She gathered her belongings and put on her coat. The coat that concealed her body gave her a small sense of comfort. She lacked Sakura's confidence and was not nearly as attractive as Ino. No. Hinata thought she was unremarkable and had no unique features. Obviously, we don't think that, do we? Wink. She got up and stretched, sighing, but was suddenly startled by a snapping twig. Hinata realized she was no longer by herself. With lightning-fast reflexes, she spun around, assumed the Hyuga's stance, made the hand gestures that activated her Byakugan, and then muttered something quietly. Byakugan. She looked around her as her pupils dilated and the veins in her temples expanded and became visible. She squinted and glared in all directions before realizing her purpose in the direction of the village. Because of the size of the figure, she could tell it was an adult. Her long, elegant hair and simple waist curve also gave Hinata the clue that she was a woman. A man's long hair is typically rough and ripped, but a woman's is elegant and graceful. The youthful Hyuga recognized the chakra signature and was thrilled to discover that it was her Junin sensei, Kurenai Yuhi. With a sigh of relief, Hinata released her stance and turned off her bloodline jutsu, but she was immediately startled when Kurenai entered the clearing where Hinata was practicing. Kurenai appeared completely worn out, and Hinata noticed something in her eyes that made her uneasy, but she wasn't sure what it was. Hinata was alarmed to see that Kurenai was also sporting her Junin vest. Unless there was an urgent situation, Kurenai's sensei never wore her vest. With her face pale and her eyes wide with fear, Hinata questioned, Kurenai sensei? What's wrong? Has something happened? Where are Kiba and Shishino? They're not hurt, are they? Kurenai gave a slow shake of her head. No, Kiba and Shino are both fine. I came to tell you that you will have to be training on your own for a few days. Something urgent has happened last night and it only came into our knowledge about an hour ago. The Hokage is sending me as well as other Junin, Anbu and Chunin to scout the lands as well as alert the other elemental lands. Asking, scout the lands? Hinata swallowed, why? Kurenai looked away from her student and said, one of our genin have left the village. She didn't want to tell her which one, but she knew Hinata would have to. Hinata's heart was beating frantically inside her breast cage. AG genin? Who would want to leave the village? She asked herself. She could only hope she was mistaken when a picture of Naruto suddenly appeared in her head. Kurenai let out a breath and bided his time after hardening her eyes. She met her student's pale lavender eyes directly. Naruto. Hinata's world abruptly went dark. Can we take a break, please? I'm exhausted and hungry. As he slowly leapt through the trees, stumbling occasionally due to the extra weight Papa had given him, Naruto thought, I'm glad that I can already see the changes the weights have granted me. Despite being low in the horizon, the sun was blazing brightly. God only knows how many hours he's been up since he broke out of Konoha's walls and started running. Not just yet, Kit. You can't rest until you cross the border. Who could blame Kyuubi for sounding exhausted? He had been giving the boy chakra to keep them going, but the boy had been whining for hours. So, when will we reach the border? Naruto's limbs hurt and his mind was cloudy, which made him move more slowly and had slower reflexes on multiple occasions. He nearly struck his head against an unexpected tree. We'll be there shortly. I think we have just 10 minutes left. Let's make it 5 then. Give me another dose. Kyuubi obeyed and, with difficulty, blasted a lot of chakra into Naruto's system without wasting any time or chakra. Naruto shot through the trees like a bullet, concentrating all of his red chakra into his legs, and as promised, he crossed the border in 5 minutes. He discovered an abandoned cave and took refuge deep inside it. Out of exhaustion, Kyuubi instructed him to breathe steadily and quietly in case he was discovered. He tucked his arms into a pillow and huddled into a fox. He put his head down and fell asleep instantly. Kyuubi didn't sleep. The boy's mind was easier to navigate when he was asleep. To hide his scent, he kept putting chakra into the boy's body. The hounds won't be able to recognize that the fox smell is actually the Kyuubi's scent because the boy smelled like a fox. Inside his prison, Kyuubi was curled up with a sly smile on his face. His strategy was effective. The boy was doing as he said and obeyed his commands. The boy will soon be unaware of what hit him, the seal will soon break, and the boy will no longer exist, and Konoha will soon suffer the consequences of the day they imprisoned him inside the boy's body. A bright light awoke Hinata, but she would not open her eyes. Her muscles felt rigid, and her head pounded with a pulse to assume that she would be accustomed to this after fainting as frequently as she has. However, This time was different from the others. She felt her already pale skin turning paler, and she had a burning ache in her heart. She tried to force the memory, the nightmare, back by closing her eyes more tightly. Yes, it was a nightmare. Exactly, it was all just a bad dream. She would see her room and her face illuminated by the bright light from the sun shining through her window if she opened her eyes. Instead of her cozy bed linens, she felt the paper sheets crumple under her as she moved. This wasn't her room, she realized now. She opened her eyes and gradually relaxed. She was disappointed to discover that this was not her room. She was in a white, bright hospital room with two beds as usual separated by a curtain. As she lay in the bed closest to the window, she became aware that the sun was shining directly at her. Kiba's voice said, "Hinata? You're awake." She turned to the side and sat up. At that moment, she sensed Shino's and his presence. Shino glared at Kiba from under his dark glasses and lectured, "Hush, Kiba, don't scream. We're in a hospital." Kiba felt it even though he couldn't see it, and it never stopped giving him a chill. "Yes, Shino," Hinata gave her teammates little display of feeble smiles. Since she's been with them for so long, these kinds of incidents have become commonplace. Hinata was shocked by how croaky her voice sounded when she said, "Hi, guys." She cleared it with several coughs. When Kiba realized Hinata was present, he turned to face her. Kiba leapt from his chair and yelled, "Hinata, what were you thinking?" Shino's silent scowl grew more intense as a result, but Kiba chose to ignore it in spite of the chill. Akamaru barked and stuck his head out of Kiba's fur sweater. What?" Shino said. "Kiba, sit down." Separately, his eyes softened as he turned to Hinata. "Kurenai told you about the situation and you fainted when your body fell. Kurenai was a bit too slow on the uptake and couldn't catch you in time." With Akamaru barking in agreement, Kiba concluded, "Yeah, you headbanged a large rock, so not only did you faint, you also managed to get a concussion. Bad timing for fainting, Hinata." That clarified the pulsing. Then, where's Kurenai-sensei? Akamaru whimpered and ducked into Kiba's sweater as Kiba's eyes grew wide and he hurriedly sat down and turned away from her. Only Shino maintained his composure and motionless stance. Shino arched an eyebrow in inquiry, and Hinata gave a somber nod. "She left with Kakashi to look for Naruto. I'm sure you know that he's left. They won't return until the deadline next week, along with the Anbu and a few chosen Chunin and Junin. Kurenai has warned us that if Naruto crosses the border and we discover it, he will be instantly transformed into a noob nin. If he is not located before the next full moon, he will be transformed into a noob nin." Kiba turned away from Hinata and closed his eyes. Despite the fact that the blonde idiot irritated him, he still regarded him as a friend, comrade, and ally. Though he shared Kiba's sentiments, Shino maintained his composure and had to be strong for Hinata. However, Hinata was dangerously close to passing out again. She closed her eyes tightly as her head tipped down and her bottom lip trembled violently. She successfully tore them as her hands clenched into powerful fists with the paper sheet inside. She whispered, "Naruto-kun," as the young girl's chin dripped a single tear. Kurenai jumped down a tree and landed gracefully next to Kakashi, who was squatting in front of Pakun collecting information. "Did they find anything?" Kurenai asked. As he scratched the back of his head and ran his fingers through his hair, Kakashi said, "No, Pakun says they were able to track his scent deep within the forest. But then it just fades. Some of the dogs are getting worried. They say that foxes are now crawling all over the place. It's as though the foxes are hiding his scent." Kakashi was becoming agitated and was punishing himself for everything. Naruto was his duty. His Junin sensei was him. He was his guard when he was younger. Why hadn't he performed his duties? If he had simply protected him as he had promised, this wouldn't have occurred. Kurenai sighed as he noticed Kakashi's expression change to one of mourning. "This isn't your fault, Kakashi. He just got steered off the right path and into the wrong one. Now we must make sure we can steer him towards the right one," she said, supporting him by grabbing his shoulder. Kakashi shook his head and gave a deadpan laugh. "You're a brilliant kunoichi, Kurenai. But you're wrong now. No path is either right or wrong." Kurenai's eyebrows shot up and her hand dropped from his shoulder. "I don't understand. What do you mean by that, Kakashi? There is always right and wrong." Kakashi nodded his goodbyes to Pakun and rose from his crouch. Shaking his head, he looked in her direction. "Of course there's right and wrong, but in this case it is we who have done wrong." Kurenai's eyebrow arched as she tried to figure out what Kakashi might be trying to say. How could we be wrong when we walk the path of saviors? He stepped forward and watched as Kurenai finally understood what he meant when he said, "It's not through the path we walk that we've done wrong. It's through the way we've acted. We say we're protectors of a magnificent village. But how can we call ourselves that when all we've done was allow a boy to be sucked into the world of darkness?" She hung her head and whispered, "The villagers, that poor boy. How could we have been so careless, Kakashi? How could we have been so cruel?" Kakashi remained silent. He becomes accustomed to the heavy tension and eerie quiet that was only broken by the wind rustling the branches and leaves. It reeks of foxes all over these woods. A deep, agitated voice said, slowly waking Naruto from his slumber. The darker voices were followed by a new, softer one that said, I know, it's strange isn't it? After spending so much time sleeping in one position, Naruto grimaced as he slowly sat up, his limbs hurting. The last time the air was filled with fox stench was when the nin tails raided the village. You don't think the bow? The darker one shouted, don't be stupid, with a hint of panic in his voice. The boy couldn't possibly know about his prisoner. My guess is that the foxes are awakening because of the season. Naruto sat motionless, fighting the urge to laugh aloud outside the cave where he lay. The voices were rapidly approaching. The voices were unfamiliar to him, but he knew they came from the Leaf Village. When he strained his ears, he heard 8 footsteps, which indicated that the people there were both animals. However, why are they unable to detect him? Both my allies and I are trying to hide your scent. We're escaping with the foxes. Help. However, we crossed the border. Searching the borders of another country without authorization is illegal. Humans, not animals, are subject to that rule. Oh. The darker one growled in exasperation, much too close for Naruto's comfort. Arg. I can't smell him anywhere around here, Tahi. It's like he just vanished. That cave over there must be a fox's den. The blasted scent is strong. Yeah, I smell it too, Ka. Maybe he didn't pass the border. He can be hiding somewhere in the land of fire. Should we go back and trace our steps? Maybe we could find a clue? When the two animals pawing began to go the other way, Naruto's face broke into a foxy grin. Both animals took off after Ka said, yeah, let's go. Naruto slipped out of the cave once he was certain there were no other Konoha spies present. His stomach was growling like an animal, and he hadn't taken off his clothes. He looked longingly at the scroll containing his food supplies and whimpered. Okay. Kit, consume some food to continue on this journey. You need to be at your strongest. Naruto nearly burst into tears of happiness, but instead he nodded enthusiastically and sang his gratitude with haste. He returned to the cave and began preparing his meal. Fox. Ya. Again. What's the plan? Kyuubi let out a long sigh. Do you need a second explanation of everything? I detest saying things over and over again. Oh, come on. You have more time than you think. Alright, Kitsuna, the hidden sand village, was to be reached after crossing the border into the land of wind for a few days. We take refuge in that village. After that, we travel to Iwagakure, also known as the Hidden Stone Village. Kit. Do you get it now? Kit? At the beginning of Kyuubi's explanation, Naruto became disinterested. Now he was cramming some instant ramen into his face. Naruto. Kyuubi snarled this insane. Naruto jumped, almost spilling his cup's contents. What? Was his whining response, which he immediately regretted when he felt the beast inside of him give him a stern look. Did you even listen to me? Naruto nearly became nauseous as the growling intensified. I would like to say yes, but you are probably aware of the real answer, aren't you? Although Kyuubi remained silent, the growling continued until Naruto could take it no more. He humped and put the bowl of ramen back into the scroll, watching with sadness as it poofed away. Alright. You win? He yelled. His frown said, I hope you're happy, as he walked out of the cave. Kid, I am now you useless pile of fur, show me the way to the village. For the time being, Kyuubi let the insult slide and projected a map into Naruto's head. After the boy grasped the path, he set out towards Suna through the endless desert. Then Naruto ran through the desert and yelled, Alright, Suna, better get ready. Fukyusu is heading your way. He was able to run as quickly as he could before he had the weights because his body had finally adapted to the weight. In fact, he ran faster than he had previously. Are you attempting to catch us? Kyuubi growled angrily. Naruto gave an eye roll. Obviously not, for this reason, I said Fukyusu. After all, Kyuubi was the greatest demon, so why should he go to such lengths as to facepalm himself? Sweat trickled down his face as he fought the urge. You are supposed to be the complete opposite of your character. Naruto Uzumaki is a knucklehead who gets angry easily. Fukyusu is brilliant and composed. He maintains his composure. You will learn things no one else knows if I am your teacher. To get people to believe you, though, you must act the part. Naruto sulked. If so, I'd rather not be Fukyusu. Would you like to return to Konoha? These moments don't happen very often, so Kyuubi relished every second of Naruto's prolonged silence. No, Naruto muttered, quickening his pace with a triumphant smile. Kyuubi relaxed into his curled posture. Well done. Through the forest, a slender blue fox slithered in search of strange noises. It snuffed air, cocked its head to the side, and remained in the shadows. The fox was unique. Its mouth curled into a smirk that could bring tears to the eyes of the most conceited man, and its eyes were a brilliant gold color. The fox had a proud and sly gait, and its coat was blue instead of the copper that all other foxes typically wore. You could tell that this fox was not ashamed or afraid of regret by the cadence of its gait. The fox was thrilled now, though it snuffed the air greedily, and its step had a little bounce. The blue fox sucked in the pleasant scent of the fox clan, which permeated the air. However, there were drawbacks to the delicious air. The scent of the fox clan now clogs her nose, making predators' scents less noticeable. The fox is now forced to rely solely on hearing. The fox has finally arrived at its destination, a tiny cavern on a tree's side that can accommodate no more than 2 foxes. The cave was positioned strategically. The cave was always in shadow because it was behind a large oak tree with drooping, wide branches that blocked the sun. The ground was covered in moss, which made it moist and soft. It was adored by the blue fox. The fox entered the cave by trotting across the moss-covered ground. The ground inside the cave was cool and hard because the moss stopped just outside, but the fox didn't mind. It would have to find a river to bathe in since the moss would only damage its coat. The fox was concealed in the cave's shadowy interior. Its candle-like golden eyes were all that was visible. Furthermore, no idiot would be stupid enough to look for the creature whose eyes those were. Those unblinking eyes would frighten any human who happened to pass by. The fox was incredibly patient as it waited. Its ears listened for sound, and its eyes scanned the bright outside for any movement. Before long, there was a rustle coming from the bushes, wide and motionless. The eyes moved toward the source of the rustle. The fox could now hear the tiny hammering heartbeat. As the rustle became louder, the fox could tell that the creature was small. The rustling ceased, but the fox was aware that the animal had concealed itself on the bush's edge. The eyes did not move, nor did they blink. The animal must have sensed the fox's presence and was attempting to determine whether it would hurt it. If it wasn't an ally, it should have fled. A tiny head emerged from the bush. A few minutes later, the fox recognized the fox cub, and a smile formed on its lips. When the little head's eyes found the golden eyes staring back at him, it abruptly stopped searching the area by turning in all directions. With a yelp, the tiny cub retreated into the bushes. With a calm, smooth, and feminine voice, the fox drew lead. "Kai, it's only me, come out." A tiny, terrified voice said, "Is that you, Kira?" as it emerged slowly from the bushes. "No, it's Koro. Of course it's me, you little brat," exclaimed the fox, who was now Kira, humorously. "Are you going to stand there and gawk all day, or are you coming in?" With each step, Kai made a splashing sound as he hurriedly scattered across the moss. Because of his age and lack of coordination, he stumbled a few times. Kira found this very funny as she observed the cub's footing errors. After entering the cave's shadowy safety, Kai paused to catch his breath before jumping into Kira's side and tucking his tiny frame into a cozy position. He rubbed his furry cheek against her and whispered, "I've missed you, sister." Kira craned her neck and nuzzled her head into his while giggling silently, "I've missed you too." Although Kai had a good heart, the others claimed that when he grew up, he would be just as vicious as his siblings. His eyes were as blue as a cloudless sky, and his snow-white fur gave him a snow fox appearance rather than the forest fox one. He was among the special ones, along with his older brother Koro and sister Kira. After their moment of affection ended, Kira wrapped her neck and tail around Kai, turning herself into a wall. "Sister, no one's telling me anything. Mommy and Daddy say that I'm too little to know, and Koro is out in the forest doing who knows what. I'm not too little. I'm soon 3 moons now, and I want to know, why are the foxes making themselves known? They're exposing our clan. Sister, please tell me." Kai sniffed as he dug deeper into his sister's secure embrace. Gazing into her younger brother's wide, terrified eyes, Kira laughed quietly. Kira was a creature that thrived on fear, but she would stop at nothing to remove that fear if it came from a loved one. She whispered, "Kai, something's happening, something big," with a proud smile on her face. "Do you remember the Kyubi?" Kai gave a nod. "The 9-tailed fox. He is our leader, but has brought shame to our clan," he responded. "That he is. Those humans sealed him away in a baby boy. Do you remember that?" Kai gave a nod. "It's been 13 years now, right?" Kira laughed. "Correct, brother. That also means that the baby is now 13 years old enough to make his own decisions." Kai gave a low growl. "They told us that those villages tortured our leader's prisoner." Kira gave a nod. "Yes, and they dare accuse him of being a monster. They are the monsters that they are, and because of this the boy has run away. The reason why the foxes are making themselves known is because we want to protect him. We are covering his tracks with our own. The foxes are rebelling. Every last one of us. Those ninja hounds' noses are going haywire, and there's nothing no one can do about it." Kira cocked her head and let out a mock chuckle. It was a terrifying, blood-curdling laugh. You can hear the craziness she harbored, but there was also the cool voice of a sensible woman. Kai smiled. So the Kyuubi is being reborn? Yes, dear brother, yes he is. Even though Kai's laughter was not as harsh as his sister's, it was still frightening to a young child. A thought came to him and he stopped laughing. The world will tremble and the foxes will be on top. The boy, what would happen to him? Kai has been grieving sadness for the rejected boy ever since he was informed of the suffering his leader's prison has endured for the previous 13 years. No, Kai doesn't have a painful past. He had a unique gift, the ability to speak, and was born into an alpha family. However, it hurts Kai to hear a story as agonizing as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, as if the boy and the fox cub had a bond. Kai felt a wave of relief as his sister said, the boy must become stronger, but that feeling quickly subsided as soon as she was done. The stronger he becomes, the weaker the seal will be when the time is right. Kyuubi will break through the seal and claw his way out of the boy's body. It's a vicious plan, but it's the only option. Kai instantly tensed up, his heart rate went up, and his breathing became labored. Kira was not unaware of this. She eyed her brother and asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Kai closed his eyes and paused to calm his heart and breathing. He swallowed and opened his eyes slowly. He was lying through his tiny baby teeth, saying, no, sister, it's just a bit too vicious for my young mind to picture. To be honest, he detested being referred to as the young one, but this was his sister, and she was too far gone in the world of evil and insanity to comprehend his attitude toward this. However, Kira didn't say anything to refute her brother's claims. Even though she didn't believe him at all, she was confident that he would inform her in a timely manner. Hopefully, it won't be too late. If you say so, brother, if you say so. Kai grinned before yawning widely, which made Kira chuckle as she pushed him with her muzzle. She remarked, I think someone's a little tired. She tightened the circle and rested her head against her own tail, whispering, go to sleep, you're safe here. A little disturbed by the boy, Kai smiled drowsily as he too readied himself for sleep. A little stunned, he said, I know I am, sister, the young white fox cub said, I know you'll always protect me, and then went into a deep sleep. As Kira started to fade into slumber, she gave her brother a proud smile. There may be a time where you will protect me, little brother, but until then, you are mine to protect. Baki yelled from one of the neighboring villages, Tamari, go patrol the outer walls with Kenkoru. At the moment, Tamari was simply strolling through the village while wearing a severe frown after one of Gaara's outbursts. Her father made her clean up the fortunate jerk. Kenkoru was able to wriggle out of the job well. Tamari had no intention of reconciling with that. She grunted as she came to a halt and pivoted on her heel to give her sensei a nod. Her sensei was staring down at her, half of his face hidden behind a cloth. Despite being the sensei for the monster that was her brother, he was respected in this village even though he wasn't a particularly attractive man. She called back, yes, sensei, and ran off to her brother's puppet workshop. Her eyes narrowed in rage, and she muttered venomously, oh, Kankoru, you will pay. It took her just a few minutes to reach the dilapidated workshop. Although the shack was small, it contained the puppets that had once belonged to Suna's best puppeteers. Being as great as red sand, the puppet master was Kankoru's dream. Because of what he forced her to do by herself, Tamari almost wanted to set the shack on fire, but she changed her mind. She was angry, but not to that extent. Tamari savagely ripped the door's curtains aside and scowled at her brother, who was idly resting on his makeshift bed while spinning a ball in his hands. Breathing heavily, she stormed in and paused at his bedside. Kankoru, she began to growl. Kankoru glanced up at his sister with half-closed eyes, but he quickly regretted it when a hand was inches from his face. How should one respond to a sister who enters without much notice? Ask for forgiveness for whatever it was you did. I'm sorry I left your undergarments on the table while the Junin instructors came over for a meeting, Kankoru begged. I'm here because you left me to clean up that whole mess alone. You. She stopped and said, you what? For what felt like hours, Kankoru would not leave his room because it would take longer to rebuild than it would for his bones to heal. A Chunin, whose job it was to alert the Kunoichi of potential tasks and threats to the village, knocked on the door with information about a boy who was on his way to the city walls before she could deliver the final blow, which Kankoru was more than happy to avoid. Okay, kid, we're almost there, Kyuubi remarked, feeling that there were roughly hundreds of souls in what could only be called a village. With panting, Naruto asked, how much further? As he dragged his feet through the sea of sand, he appeared more worn out. Every part of his body, he was certain, was itchy from the sand and sticky from sweat. The mask over his mouth and nose made his breathing labored. Papa had ensured that air could pass through the fabric, but she neglected to check that sand was excluded, nor did the additional weights really help. Kid, not much now, raise your head and find yourself. With a groan, Naruto slowly raised his head to see nothing but sand mountains and swirls. He had to look more closely, rub his eyes, and describe the village's outline. When he saw it, he might have sobbed with happiness. He ran toward the village faster than a kunai being thrown in combat as his adrenaline kicked in. The speed at which Naruto was approaching the village was astounding. As he ran, thoughts of food, beds, and ramen stands filled his mind, which caused him to accelerate even more. He was eager to tuck into a warm bed and savor a satisfying meaty meal. Ninjas were known to sleep on the ground and eat whatever was nearby, but that didn't mean they didn't value the comforts of restaurants and beds. Now he could see it plainly. Just a few minutes more. Stop, Kit. When Kyuubi roared, Naruto immediately stopped. A large cloud surrounded him as he glided over the sand in an attempt to break. Naruto coughed and waved his hand in front of his face to wipe the sand and dust from his face, asking, "What is it, now?" That village has a negative vibe, and I could tell it was inhabited by Jinchuriki. With wide eyes, Naruto gazed at the village, wondering if this person was receiving the same treatment as himself. A Jinchuriki? Do you mean he's like me? He asked. No, his situation is worse. It is evident to me that his beast is Shukaku, the one-tailed. The weakest of us. The beast can easily get to the boy because his seal is weak. That sounds good, doesn't it? I mean, you can easily reach me, and I'm all right. Shukaku is, to put it simply, insane. She tries to destroy everything to demonstrate her strength because she dislikes being the weakest of the tailed beasts. It's pitiful. So this beast is controlling the boy? All I can tell you is the beast's gender. In my current state, I am unable to sense anything more. With a grunt, Naruto began to make his way toward the village. Then I will have to help him. Do you think that's smart, Kit? I'm not going to turn my back on someone like me. Naruto Uzumaki will never turn his back on someone who needs his help, and neither would Fakusu Tandoku. Naruto walked determinedly towards the village, his eyes glaring at the walls as his mind replayed memories of his lonely upbringing. If he has it worse than what I did, then it's my job to help him. Never. Excellent, Kit. Excellent. As Tamari gazed out over the expanse of sand, she asked her brother, "Do you see him?" Even though she has become accustomed to seeing the whirlwinds and swirls of sand that encircled her village, she still found beauty and solace in it. Cradling his bandaged head, Kankoro moaned. Tamari seriously damaged his body, necessitating the bandaging of the majority of it. No. Tamari scowled at her brother and rolled her eyes. You're no help. I wonder why. I only got pummeled by my very pissed off sister, Kankoro sighed. Tamari squinted, making sure to display her ferocious embers through the slits in her eyes. With a sickly sweet tone and venom in her voice, she asked, "Do you want a rematch?" With a shudder, Kankoro retreated. He took a few quick steps to the side and looked out into the desert. No thank you, you're very pretty today," he said. With her face contorted into a sly grin, Tamari humped and turned to face the desert as well. Coward. As they surveyed the grounds, silence descended upon them. Tamari would snicker after each wince or flinch, and Kankoro would wince occasionally whenever a strong wind blew sand into a few open wounds that had not yet been bandaged. Kankoro just gave a glare back. Suddenly, through the sand swirls, the outline of a figure appeared. It was Tamari who first noticed it. She yanked her fan off her back and flew down to greet the incomer, saying, "Target located." They were instructed to determine whether it was a lost wanderer or a threat. One of their spies saw him coming from the fire country. Kankoro, however, lacked a giant fan to ride and a wind affinity. He turned and descended the stairs, letting out a deep sigh. In a whirl of wind and sand, Tamari quickly made it down and landed in front of the newcomer. She backed up straight and shut off her fan as soon as the wind and sand stopped blowing. She casually leaned on it after driving it into the ground. She smirked as she glanced at the man. How adorable. I wonder how he would appear without that mask. With assurance, she asked, "Who are you and what is your purpose here?" Her eyes were a sun-kissed blonde with the most exquisite shade of blue Tamari had ever seen. She would be swooning at his feet if she were a typical girl, but she was a kunoichi of the sand. She needed to be strong. She caught the boy's attention. Tamari almost stomped her foot impatiently and demanded, "Are you deaf? Answer me." The boy's eyes brightened up, but they went dark just as quickly. He turned his head to the side and replied, "My name is Fakusu Tandoku. I'm a wanderer. Would it be too bold to ask for your name, miss? You know, a charmer? Let's check out this guy's charm. I am Tamari no Sabaku." He winked and said, "Tamari, a lovely name for a lovely girl." Tamari blushed for the first time in her life. A loud cry erupted behind Tamari as she opened her mouth to speak. When she turned around, she saw her brother, a complete idiot, Sprinting in their direction, she wanted to kill her brother the moment she saw him. Couldn't he have been a bit slower for once? For once? Kankoru was panting and clinging to his sides. When he eventually caught up to them, he put his hand on her shoulder to steady himself and wheezed, "Whoa, Tamari. You really messed up my lungs. It was a bad idea." He fell forward and got a mouthful of sand after Tamari slapped the back of his head and shoved off his hand. She was furious, and Fakusu was looking at them with wide eyes. "You idiot. You and your freaking timing," she exclaimed. The realization that she had just embarrassed herself caused her face to heat up. When Kankoru woke up, he saw stars. He had to place a hand on Fakusu to steady himself. After he stumbled, he yelled at his sister, "Oi, what was that for?" and leaned heavily on the bewildered Fakusu. Pulling her fan in place on her back, Tamari turned away from the boys, her eyes widening as she started to return to the village. She remarked, "See, consider that as the final blow." She then used her winds as leverage for speed, leaving the boys behind looking like a pair of question marks. "Bring Fakusu to the cage. I see no threat in him." "That went quite nicely. Are you a good caller?" "It felt awkward to me." "Kid, you did great. I hardly recognized you. You weren't hyperactive at all. You were charming and composed." "Yes, it's definitely not me. Remind yourself, Kid, you're escaping this early in the game. You can't reveal your secrets." Naruto let out a deep sigh. "Yes, I am aware." Over his shoulder, the odd boy wearing a cat-eared hat called, "Hey, kid? You alright back there?" He had claimed to be a shinobi of the sand and to go by Kankoru Kyuubi silenced Naruto, who had been itching to remark on the makeup the older boy was wearing. Naruto shook his head and kept following the older, strange boy. "Oh, yeah." He walked in step with him after jogging to catch up. The actual village was composed of sand. Naruto was relieved to see that everyone in the civilian population was dressed differently than they had been in Konoha. The damned village was the last thing he wanted to be reminded of. Naruto looked up at the taller boy and said, "So, rumor says that there's a boy here with special powers." His left eyebrow twitched from rising so quickly. Kankoru tensed and scowled down at the disguised Jinchuriki. He growled, "That's none of your business, kid." Despite his desire to apologize, Naruto maintained his facade. Naruto grinned, but it was hidden by the mask. "Well, if you wanted it to be a secret, you should have considered keeping on the down low. Word gets out pretty fast, ya know." Kankoru just kept glaring. "People should keep their mouths shut. Mind their own good for nothing business. They don't know the story." "And what story is that?" With a snort, Kankoru turned his back on the nosy boy. He went on toward the cage tower after saying, "Like I'd tell you." Naruto had to fight the urge to leap on the man and demand an explanation, but he forced himself not to groan in frustration. That's how Naruto learns, while Fakusu waits patiently and uses tactful conversation to gain access. Naruto took a moment to gather himself before jogging up and walking in time with Kankoru. The two decided it would be best to keep quiet the remainder of the way to the tower. A very excited Sakura practically yelled, "Good morning, Sasuke," as she rushed up to the boy who was honing his aim by flinging kunais at targets that were suspended from different trees. As he threw a kunai and received a bull's eye, he grunted in response, "HN." Sakura's lively mood vanished the moment she said the name of the hyperactive blonde. "Where's Naruto?" in a monotone. Sasuke pulled out 3 kunai and tossed them all, shrugging, "Don't know." One wheezed past the tree and landed in the bushes, but the other 2 hit their target with a sigh. He went to get them. "He's not here?" Sakura asked, looking around the room, and a broad smile appeared on her face when she noticed that there was not a single orange or blonde head in sight. She joyfully clapped her hands. "Naruto hasn't arrived yet. Me and my Sasuke alone." Cha. After blushing, she began to twiddle her fingers and said, "Great. So, Sasuke, I was wondering if..." She wanted to scream, but was interrupted by a whirl of leaves. "Cha, how dead Kakashi-sensei is." "Hello, students." His customary slack voice gave way to weariness and sadness. Sakura and Sasuke, who had returned from obtaining his kunai and was standing beside Sakura, were aware of that. She asked, forgetting her anger, "What's wrong, sensei?" Sasuke just boredly stared up at his sensei while stuffing his hands in his pockets. Kakashi raked his fingers through his hair and sighed. "It's Naruto. We have reason to believe that he's become a missing ninja." Sasuke's eyes widened, and Sakura's mouth fell open. What? Does he really think he could survive out there on his own?" she screamed. Sasuke grinned at the idea, asking, "Why did that loser run away? Did he finally realize he'd never beat me?" Kakashi gave his pupils a fierce look. The least they could do was express some sort of grief for their missing teammate, even though he knew it wasn't their fault that they were unaware of Naruto's secret. Kakashi closely observed his student's response. Naruto's reason is an SS-ranked secret. The penalty of exposing it is death. Sakura turned pale, staring at her teacher, but Sasuke was unmoved. That's why I can't tell you, but I will say that if he isn't found by the end of this week he will be written up as a C-ranked missing ninja and would therefore become a target for other shinobis. You will also be assigned a new teammate and continue on with your lives. Sakura covered her mouth and gasped, but Sasuke did not respond. Geez, is he unaffected by anything? He vanished in a whirl of leaves after saying, I'll be away looking for him in other villages. This leaves you training by yourselves. See you in a few days, I hope. Sakura stood motionless, gazing at the location where Kakashi had been standing moments earlier, while Sasuke shrugged and shifted his focus back to his targets. As she whispered, Naruto, with blinking lights dotting the surface until it touched the ground, the crescent moon was high in the darkness. The moon, which poured over the village, and the houses that had not yet gone to sleep were the only sources of light. The streets were covered in ominous shadows from the buildings. The young Hyuga heiress, unable to sleep, was unnerved by the thick silence. It was just another one of those evenings when a blonde, silly boy kept haunting her dreams. It was much worse this time. It was his death, not him getting lost in the woods. A gust of wind blew in from her window, and Hinata shuddered. Her arms were covered in goosebumps, and the back of her neck was tingling. It made her feel secure, but all she wanted to do was slam that window shut. She would not be able to prevent those nightmares if it weren't for the soothing wind. With a sigh, she sat up as she put her arms around herself. Her blanket dropped and gathered in her lap. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to imagine a content Naruto, as if he were still here, sleeping in his apartment, and waking up with one of his bright smiles. She pictured him walking around the village with his enormous smile on his face, oblivious to the glares and whispers. Hinata slowly pulled her arms away from her body and opened her eyes. Although her breathing was a little labored, she was able to relax. She looked at the beauty that was Konoha as she turned to face her open window. Although she detested the village because of what they had done to Naruto, she recognized its beauty because it was her home. Naruto, they'll find you. As a tiny droplet trickled from her right eye, down her cheek, and off her chin. She pondered. Kurenai-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Asuma-sensei will not give up. The first tear was followed by more. Keep in mind, Naruto, you are loved, even though you are unaware of it. The heiress shook, and silent sobs ran through her body. I apologize for being too cowardly to help you in any way. With every sob, Hinata sniffed and let out little squeaks. I swear I'll be stronger. Naruto, I'll be stronger for you. That will be my ninja way, and I will never give up. The blue-haired heiress sobbed herself to sleep that night, but even while she was asleep, she would squeak and her body would shake because her mind kept dreaming that she would keep her word. When Hinata woke up early the following morning, she immediately glared at the image that her mirror had returned. She gave her reflection a fierce look. Her eyes were still a fading bloodshot, and her face was blotchy and swollen red from the previous night's tears. Hinata detested it. There is only one thing she can do to change the fact that she is tired of crying and being the weak one. After washing her face, she put on her ninja outfit with a determined expression on her face. She left her room and made her way down the winding hallways to the kitchen. Whatever happens, she will do this. She refuses to change her mind. She paused outside her kitchen's screen door, listened, and took a shuddering breath. Although Hinata found solace in her mother's soft voice, it wasn't the voice she was looking for when her mother asked, "Do you want more, dear?" "No, thank you." The voice that came next was harsher and colder than her mother's gentle tone. "Dad." After taking another trembling breath, Hinata gradually moved the screen out of her way so her family could see who she was. Her father and sister sat at the table while her mother, as usual, stood by the stove preparing breakfast. Hanabi, her sister, was eating with her head held high and her back straight. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders and down her back. With his back to Hinata, father took a seat across from her. He didn't appear to have heard her enter, and he was tense as usual. Mother smiled and called, "Oh, good morning, Hinata. Sit down, your breakfast will be done soon." As she sat down next to Hanabi, who nodded hello, Hinata answered, "Good morning." After giving her a quick glance, her father returned his attention to his reports. Hinata shifted uneasily in her chair, looking anxiously from her father to the smooth surface of the table. She bit her lip and twiddled her fingers together. "Be courageous, never give up, and do it my ninja way. It's now or never." Hinata turned to face her father resolutely, straightening her back and taking a deep breath. She tried to get his attention by saying, "Father," he grunted without raising his gaze from his papers. "Father, see, can I ask you something?" Her mother gave Hinata a warm smile while setting a plate in front of her. It strengthened Hinata's resolve. He looked up from his work and almost gave Hinata a glare with his piercing eyes, saying, "Fine, what is it?" with a hint of annoyance. Aye. Hinata inhaled deeply through her nose as she thought of a blond boy with a smile on his face. She got up and walked around the table to her father, her brow raised confidently. As he attempted to comprehend his oldest daughter's odd strategies, Hiyashi watched her with calculating eyes. Although this was a step in the right direction, he saw it as only the beginning. Everyone was watching Hinata when she got to her father. Although the pressure was oppressive, she must endure the pain. She bowed to her father slowly while on her knees. Father, I ask you to teach me, become my sensei, and teach me the secrets of our family jutsu. Help me become stronger and turn me into a worthy kunoichi of the leaf, please, father. She raised her head to face his piercing gaze. It's my nindo to never give up, my ninja way, I promise you. Father, I will no longer be a burden on your hands. It was Yugana, Hinata's mother, who was crying. She has never been happier for her daughter. She had always hoped that Hinata would have confidence in herself and take a risk like she just did. But Hanabi is her little prodigy. If Hiyashi rejects her, Yugana will make sure he never hears the end of it. Hiyashi, however, was tense and icy as he gazed down at his bowing daughter, displaying neither acceptance nor hesitancy. Hinata had to grit her teeth to keep from shivering, and sweat collected at the back of her neck. She compelled herself to confront him and look him in the eyes. She would act in this manner if it were necessary to win his acceptance. Hiyashi got up from his seat and turned away from her after what seemed like hours. He then moved toward the door, saying, "Prove to me that you are not a burden, and then I will consider becoming your sensei." As she looked at her father's retreating back, Hinata quickly stood up. "But, father, how can I prove myself to you?" At the door, Hiyashi paused and slowly turned his head to reveal his profile to Hinata. "It's best you prepare yourself, Hinata." He turned his head and closed the door behind him. "You must defeat Hanabi in a spar. Then and only then will you have proven yourself. The spar is scheduled for 3 days from now." "Lord Hokage, sir," cried a blue bear-masked Anbu, who appeared before the Hokage and bowed with a worried gleam in his eyes. Hiruzen stood by the big windows, smoking his pipe and keeping watch over his village. "I have news surrounding Naruto Uzumaki." Hiruzen pivoted and confronted the ninja wearing a bear mask. He approached his chair and took a seat. He gave the ninja the all clear, his eyes narrowing a little. The bear-masked ninja rose from his hiding place. "We are positive that he has left our borders, but we do not know which country he has chosen to cross over to. We have theories that he has done so. Furthermore, because of the strong fox scent in the forests, the Inuzuka family is thinking of abandoning the search, and the ninja hounds under Kakashi Hitaki are withdrawing from the investigation." Hiruzen's eyes grew wide and he clutched his pipe. "The foxes, they're coming out?" "It seems so, my lord. This frightens the Inuzuka clan. Sume says her nose burns by just sitting foot inside the forest," the bear replied. Releasing his pipe from his death grip, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and regulated his breathing. "I see. Sir, if I may ask, do you have any theory on why the foxes are acting out? The hounds reported that it seems all the foxes are making themselves known, which is very strange behavior from a clan who prides themselves in their stealth. Does this have anything to do with the missing Jinchuriki?" Hiruzen closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He opened his eyes slowly and sank further into his chair. "I think so. As you mentioned, the Fox clan is a very cunning and stealthy clan. Indeed, they would never show themselves unless something of great value is in it for them. Very cunning indeed. I fear that they have something hidden within their fur, something we humans cannot find out." The bear gave a nod, then swirled off. Sarutobi, the elder, turned his chair so he could look out the window. He always smiled and felt a sense of pride when he watched the burning sun shine over his village, but now he felt hate and regret instead. This village had been overestimated by Minato. People don't welcome and smile lovingly at people who were different. Humans are not like that. This village has accomplished a lot, but to treat a small, helpless boy like Naruto so cruelly made Hiruzen think. In the Stone Ages, the mages wrote that man is a symbol for cruelty. Maybe those witches were correct. Maybe people are a metaphor for cruelty and insanity. The receptionist called out from behind her desk, "Fakusu Tandoku, the cage will see you now." A ninja with blonde hair rose from his perch on a bench that spanned the empty room. Naruto doesn't understand how the girl receptionist can tolerate being in such a big, empty room without going insane. Both boys ascended the stairs to the cage's office, and Kankoru stood up as well. Naruto was stopped by Kankoru in front of the big doors. To Naruto's bewilderment, he took a deep breath and pushed the heavy doors open. The office resembled that of the Hokage in Konoha. It featured a large desk and a view of the village. Aside from that, not much was there, save for a few papers and objects strewn all over the cage's desk. Naruto was pushed forward by Kankoru, who put a hand on his shoulder. After tripping and regaining his equilibrium, Naruto bowed respectfully before the sand cage. In the smoothest voice he could manage, he said, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Cage. All right, kid. Relax, remind yourself to charm. Naruto had to resist the impulse to frown in frustration and maintained his composed, group mask. The peeping kunoichi behind her father was hidden from the disguised missing ninja to see what her father would say to the endearing vagrant. Temari had just leapt through the open window. The Cage folded his arms across his chest and glared down at the vagrant, calling, "Rise, boy." Threatening shadows were cast across his face by his cage hat, which hung low on his head. As Naruto slowly rose from his crouching bowing position, he felt a surge of murderous intent that made him shudder. He forced himself to gaze blankly back into the older man's eyes. The Cage was somewhat impressed by the boy's bravery, but he also questioned whether the boy was genuinely brave or merely stupid. State your name and reason for intruding in this village. Naruto grinned and scratched the back of his head, saying, "My name is Fakusu Tandoku and I am merely a wanderer. I have no real reason for being in your lovely village. In all honesty, I got lost in that desert and stumbled across this village by mistake. I must say your natural defense is very clever. I wouldn't have survived if I was out there longer than I was." There was no response from the Cage. He studied the young boy before him while sitting in complete silence. He didn't appear to be a threat, and if he were, what harm could he possibly cause? The boy was probably a D rank, at most a C rank, but he was a little alarmed by that mask. What might a little boy like him be concealing? As the Cage's eyes focused on the mask covering the boy's mouth and nose, he demanded, "Take off the mask." As his hand slipped from his neck, Naruto, or, in this instance, Fakusu, tensed up. His eyes went wide with horror and shock. His identity would become apparent if he removed the mask. Conversely, Temari was positively ecstatic at last. "What's behind that mask is revealed to me. Oh, without it, I'm sure he's even cuter." Biting her lip in anticipation, she thought Kankuro, too, was nervous about what he might see. He seriously doubted the boy because of the mask. Naruto incognito steadied himself gradually and grinned up at the Cage. "I'm sorry, Cage, but I will have to say no. You see, I have these rather nasty scars on my cheeks and I'm really embarrassed by them." His two children huffed in frustration as the Cage glared at his response. Kankuro was simply disappointed because Temari appeared to want to come forward and yank that mask off, scars or not. After a moment of silence, the Cage finally said, "Very well, as they say, every man has their secrets." Naruto wanted to yell with delight. "Being Fakusu bothers me. He isn't enjoyable." Naruto sulked while grinning up at the Cage with his eyes. "Indeed, my lord. Give up whining. This side of you is much more composed, and I like it. It fits you." Naruto frowned in his mind. "I'm beginning to despise you as well." Since the Kyuubi remained silent, Naruto had to return to reality and concentrate on what the Cage was going to say. "How long do you plan on staying in the village?" Naruto had not learned this information on his own. "I was traveling towards the village hidden in the stones, but I fear that a bad sandstorm is coming in 3 days' time." The Kyuubi alerted the young noob ninja to the weather change after sensing it. "I'd rather not risk my life by traveling aimlessly through the desert." Temari was practically jumping where she was standing in the background as the Cage arched an eyebrow at the boy and asked, "Are you asking us to send some of our shinobi with you?" She prayed that he would say yes as she looked hopefully at the blonde. Then perhaps her team would lead him across the desert. Naturally, though, the blonde shinobi responded with a firm, "No," shake of his head. "No, sir, I am quite capable of protecting myself. What I ask is your permission for staying in your village until the storm dies down." The Cage was doubtful once more. "You do understand that some sandstorms can last for days, right?" This boy had a peculiar appearance, and his concerns were not allayed by the insignia on his headband. The sign on his monstrous son's forehead was identical. The Cage would not permit this boy to enter this village if he were a demon. But there was hope in his daughter as long as it kept the cutie here. She hoped that this storm would take its time and rage all it wanted. In addition to the fact that the boys here are all cowards and extremely dull, perhaps she would get to know him and that would lead to something else. "I am highly aware, sir." "Very well." The Cage was still suspicious, but since the boy had not said anything that could be used against him, he had no other option. "You have my permission, but as soon as that storm has died you will have to leave, understood?" Naruto bowed and turned to leave the Cage's office, saying, "Loud and clear, my lord." With a groan, Naruto collapsed onto the bed of the inn. Although it wasn't the most cozy bed, it was better than sleeping in a cave. He went straight to a random inn. After leaving the Cage office he would have gone to a restaurant, but the Kyuubi reminded him that he had to remove his mask in order to eat, which was a major no-no for him. So here he was, waiting for his food to arrive from room service in a tiny inn. With a sigh, Naruto untied his headband and let it fall with a cloud clatter from his forehead to the hard floor. He scratched his scalp and ran a hand through his shaggy hair. He fingered the mask slowly. With his fingers gripping the edge of his mask, he muttered aloud, "It doesn't bother me anymore, but I do want to take it off." "Kid, you're safe for the time being." He took a deep breath and began slowly removing the mask. However, just as if on cue, a knock on his door was followed by a woman's voice saying, "Room service." Breathing heavily, Naruto yanked his hand away from his mask. His face would have been exposed if the hostess had waited a few more minutes. He was fortunate that, unlike so many others, she hadn't just walked in. He knelt to retrieve the headband and yelled, "Come in." As the hostess entered, he heard the door slide open. He was facing away from her, so he couldn't really see her as she began setting the table with his food. When he entered, he had thrown away his coat, leaving only his tight-fitting vest fastened to his mask. Despite his youth, he was in excellent physical condition. He got up from the bed and stretched, popping some joints and flexing his muscles as he grunted loudly. He failed to notice the silence behind him. Turning around languidly, he discovered that a very young girl was serving him. She must have been his age or younger, and the blush she wore made him think of Hinata. He fidgeted because she was staring at him. He began to approach her and said, "Hey, are you okay?" He felt even more uneasy because she kept her eyes on him while he moved. "You're all red. Maybe you should lie down or something." She turned crimson red as he touched her shoulder and placed a hand on her forehead when he got to her. "No, sir, I'm fine. I'm sorry for staring," she stammered as she quickly completed her work and looked away from the blonde. Then, with her face completely red, she ran out of the room. With his hands raised and his eyebrows raised to his hairline, Naruto was left wondering what in the world had just happened. Kyuubi grunted at the ignorance and oblivion of his prison. Naruto shrugged it off in a moment, then turned his hungry eyes to his food. Finally, he exclaimed, tearing off his mask before beginning to eat. "Kit." Naruto snapped his head up in response to Kyuubi's shriek. He dropped the bowl and got to his feet, leaving noodles hanging from his mouth. Noodles still dripping and hanging. He quickly slipped into a fighting stance and looked around the room. Through his mouthful of noodles, Naruto muttered, "What? Danger? Where?" while managing to keep the priceless noodles from falling. "Calm down. I just sensed the chakra of the other Jinchuriki." Gaze out the window. Naruto slurped the cold noodles and moaned. He began to question whether punching himself in the stomach would harm the nine tails. "Boy, this is no time to be stupid. Take off your mask and gaze out of that fucking window." Pulling up his mask, he walked to the window and muttered, "Fine damn fox." Abruptly, he sensed the surge of murderous intent emanating from beyond that window. Suddenly, Naruto wasn't sure if he wanted to look. Although there was a strong intent to kill, the tension of icy glares was greater. Naruto was familiar with this emotion. He took a long, trembling breath and ripped the curtain away. He looked around the street. Even the children had halted their play to glare, and the civilians were all at a complete halt. Instead of staring at him, the icy, glaring eyes were focused on something else. The wind blew through the thick silence. Naruto slowly twisted his head to look at the object of those villagers' glares. The most grotesque faces. Faces with long gashes, fangs, and blood-soaked chunks. Played through his mind, their eyes were hungry for death and blood, and they were vicious. Why else would those villages treat people so cruelly? Konoha was bad, but this was worse. However, he didn't see that at all. No hideous face was staring at those villages. The short, red-headed boy didn't appear at all monstrous. Naruto couldn't blame him for the wave of murderous intent, but it did make him wonder. With his arms crossed tightly across his chest, the redhead appeared bored as he strolled down the street, his eyes not really focused on anything. Naruto was annoyed that the gorge on his back appeared weightless. How strong was this child to carry that thing? But it was the insignia on his forehead that truly drew Naruto's attention, the same as the headband Papa had given him. It read, "Love." Naruto looked at the headband that was left on his bed with concern. The redhead couldn't have been known to Papa, could she? She has a reputation for being enigmatic and knowledgeable about subjects outside of his purview, but could she have been aware of this Jinchuriki? Not possible. Shaking his head, Naruto looked back out the window. The odd boy had halted his progress, but he did so by chance in front of Naruto's inn. More precisely, in front of his window. As he waited for the boy to take action, Naruto had to bite his breath. The redhead slowly swiveled his head and raised it to meet Naruto's gaze. The two Jinchuriki gazed at one another. Although he wasn't glaring, Naruto felt uneasy and fought the urge to fidget as he saw the redhead's pale green eyes with a cold, vacant expression. As the boys continued to stare at each other, sweat started to collect at the back of Naruto's neck. The civilians glared while standing and silently observing. It felt wrong to break eye contact, but the silence was heavy and oppressive. Naruto had promised to save the boy, and he will. He was aware that Naruto was looking into Suna's monster's lifeless, icy eyes, but he didn't care. This village will pay for its sins, just like Konoha did. That was the fox and raccoon's unspoken, unseen agreement. The day after her terrifying encounter with her father, Hinata awoke early despite her constant fidgeting. She continued to train. She had requested Shino and Kiba to help her train that day. The three of them sparred 2 against 1, with Hinata being the opponent. As she stretched out her weary limbs, popping the joints, she let out a soft moan. Her arms were bruised where she had defended herself from the approaching attacks, and she could feel the pain throughout her body. A wave of pain rushed through her from her stomach, and she flinched when she twisted her body in a particular way. She was upset that she was punished for failing to stop Kiba's roundhouse kick in time. Before she could even consider fighting Hanabi, she knew she had a lot of ground to cover. After all, Hinata's sister was a prodigy. What chance did she have? She could never defeat her. Maybe that was her father's intention. Throwing such thoughts out of her head, Hinata shook her head wildly. She could never win with that kind of attitude. Hopefully, she will defeat Hanabi in their battle. Hinata let out a deep sigh. This was a pointless argument with herself. She just needed to look up and practice to live up to her nindo. She must train to be stronger and to never give up. She looked out the open window by her bed and whispered softly, "And to be worthy of befriending Naruto." As the early morning sun started to rise from its slumber, a stunning shade of orange stretched across the sky. As she yanked off her bed linens and got out of bed, she let a slight smile spread across her face at the memory of the blonde idiot. She quickly showered, put on her ninja clothes, and hurried out. She dashed through the labyrinthine hallways, into the kitchen, where she paused to grab a piece of toast, and then out the door. "I'll train as if it were my last day, Shino. Don't hold back. Kiba, fight me like a true adversary. Hanabi will take that action." As she sped through the village, she pondered. Although she lacked strength and courage, she refused to let anything stand in the way of her ambition. She'll get stronger. She'll do things the ninja way. Arriving at her team's designated training grounds didn't take long, but she discovered she was the first person there. Did she even check the time? It must have been earlier than she had anticipated. She looked up and noticed that the sun was still rising and the sky was still orange. Her eagerness caused her to sigh and shake her head. Shino and Kiba were most likely still asleep. She slid into the Hyuga stance for taijutsu with a gentle smile. She will practice the movement in Tai Chi for the time being. In case you are unaware, Tai Chi is a type of martial art that is practiced slowly and with extreme patience. Shino entered the clearing shortly after. The young Hyuga, who was using caution and strength to strike an invisible foe, was unaware of his presence. She moved slowly and precisely. Seeing his teammate made Shino feel proud. He was happy to be there for her and could see how far her training had progressed. Shino remained in the shadows and overhanging growth of the trees. It shouldn't be too difficult for Hinata to notice him. He hoped he was her teammate, after all. She still hadn't noticed. An hour later, Shino pouted as he sat on the branch. "How could she have missed me? I've been here for how long? Does she choose to ignore me even though she knows I'm here? If I were Naruto, she probably would have noticed immediately." Hinata turned her head and looked around, but her body suddenly went rigid. She resembled a deer on alert, looking for any threat. Shino watched her excitedly, hope flaming in his chest. Is it possible that she finally noticed him? Unfortunately, disappointment replaced his hope, and his optimism was dashed. Her eyes paused on one spot on a faintly rustling bush, but she never even looked in his direction. As she straightened her back and brought her feet together, Hinata said with a smile, "Good morning, Kiba, Akamaru." A boy wearing a furry hooded jacket emerged from the bushes with a small white dog on his head, and a dark voice said, "Morning, Hinata." Followed by a soft bark. He was flashing his fangs in a toothy grin. "You're here pretty early. Hope you got some training done." Hinata smiled shyly at the taller boy and nodded eagerly. "Of course, I've been training on my taijutsu." Kiba gave Hinata a head pat while laughing. Kiba spotted Shino and said, "That's great, Hinata." "Hey, where's Shino?" Hinata responded with a shrug. "I don't know, I haven't seen him." In agreement, Akamaru barked, "That's weird, he's usually an early riser." Shino's composed and unified voice reverberated throughout the space. "I've been here all along and none of you noticed." While Hinata calmly turned her body in the direction she heard the voice coming from, Kiba spun around frantically, searching for the source. Shino was up in the trees when she tipped her head back. With a brief bow, Hinata said, "Oh, good morning, Shino." Kiba found Shino after circling around with a dark cloud over his head. He scowled at the white-coated figure seated on the tree branch. Although Shino appeared menacing, Kiba had become accustomed to it. Okay, so he wasn't used to it exactly, but at the moment, he was feeling irritated and frustrated. Kiba poked a finger at Shino and yelled, "What are you doing hiding up there? Why can't you just make yourself known?" by walking into the clearing instead of sneaking up on us? It's creepy." Kiba turned to Hinata, but Shino ignored him. "You noticed Kiba's presence straight away, but you couldn't detect mine at all, and I've been here for more than an hour." He was angry. Panic started to bubble up in Hinata's chest, and she started to perspire. She shouted and bowed several times. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Shino waved her away after jumping off his branch. As he walked up to his teammates, he said icily, "Be more aware of your surroundings next time. Now, what shall we train on today?" "Aya." Hinata sank to her knees and jerked forward. Screaming sweat trickled down her body, causing her chest to heave with each breath. She clenched her fists around the grass. Her vision blurred. The spot where she was hit was marked by a searing pain on her lower back. Kiba yelled, "Hinata," and leapt from his treetop position. Kiba accidentally fired a kunai at her blind spot, hitting the target precisely, while he and Shino were attacking her from different angles to train her Byakugan. Whimpering, Hinata yanked out the deeply embedded kunai. By reaching behind her, she screamed in agony as blood spurted from her wound. Kiba pulled off his fur-hooded sweater and rushed to her. He gathered the young girl in his arms and pressed his sweater over the bleeding wound. When he got to her, as he applied more pressure to her wound, he frantically exclaimed, "Oh, damn, I'm so sorry, Hinata." As he abruptly materialized in front of him, Shino calmly remarked, "Kiba, relax. Stressing over her will do her no good." When his teammate suddenly appeared, Kiba almost leapt 5 feet in the air, but he didn't move. He glared up at the bug user, who nodded and began gathering his bugs. "Don't you have any bugs that will heal her?" he growled. Hinata was alternating between her dream and reality. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would see acceptance, one of the many things she wanted, from her father and a certain blonde idiot. Although she knew it wouldn't be easy, she lusted after it. However, she would open her eyes and experience the kunai's pain for something so insignificant. It was mind-numbing. Even though she was a ninja, she couldn't handle this. A ninja shouldn't do that. Our work is hazardous. We use our bodies to defend innocent people and those we care about. We attack to kill. If she couldn't even handle this, what sort of ninja was she? Unaware of what she was saying, she muttered, "I'm not a very good ninja." She spoke so softly that it was almost impossible to hear, but Kiba's enhanced senses picked up on her words clearly, even though she believed that was still in a dream. He gazed down at the unconscious girl in his arms and gave a low growl. He held her in his arms for support. Even though he had taken off his sweater to allow Shino to use his weird bugs to heal her, he felt like shaking her by the shoulders and reprimanding her for her foolishness after she made a remark about her ninja abilities. He growled at her, and Akamaru barked in agreement. "Of course you're a good ninja. You idiot girl, this was a severe injury and could happen in battle easily. Don't be ashamed, stupid." Shino remained motionless, but as his favorite bugs attempted to heal Hinata, his eyes rolled up under his glasses and gazed at his canine-like teammate. He was curious as to whether Kiba had finally lost his temper and gone insane because he hadn't heard what Hinata had said. "I ought not to have done it." The small frame of the blue-haired Hyuga heiress trembled with anticipation as she thought. Early in the morning, she was still wearing her nightgown and her cropped hair was sticking out in her bedhead as she paced her room. "What made me criticize my father? I am nothing like Kurenai-sensei. I am neither brave nor strong." Hinata was almost ready to yank her hair out. Her thoughts became increasingly melancholy, and she twiddled her fingers. Her breathing became more difficult as her heart hammered against her ribs. "What happens if I lose to her? Then, what will my father think of me? He would undoubtedly find me even more embarrassing and disappointing than I was previously." Hinata suddenly tensed. Her pupils dilated and her eyes grew wide. She came to the terrible realization of everything, the awful reality that has the power to destroy her life and everything she has worked so hard to achieve. Should I lose to Hanabi, my father would reject me. Hinata's breathing became labored and tears welled up in her eyes. She would have to live on the streets if she were disowned despite their outward appearance of honesty. People in Konoha can be genuinely judgmental and lack empathy for any given circumstance. Kindness won't exist because of her status. Great shame is shown to a Hyuga clan outcast. Who would want to adopt such a person? I'll have to prevail. If I don't, I won't make it through this harsh world. He is not like me. Hinata collapsed onto the wooden floor after her knees buckled. She was in excruciating pain from the wound she sustained during yesterday's training. She carefully raised her shirt to examine the bandages securely fastened around her waist. She could not see whether the wound had opened because it was on her back, but she could see that the bandages were still crisp white. She let her shirt drop back into place and got to her feet, letting out a sigh of relief as she walked to her bed. Her legs felt unsteady. She swallowed back her tears and fell onto her bed. Her panicked mind began to recall him every day. She thought about him more and more. Others believed he was a coward when he left, but she never did. It was brave of her. Only the courageous would disobey their elders in order to follow their own moral convictions. And when I spoke against father, I did just that. Hinata gasped in thought. She looked out the window as she slowly sat up. There was a light wind blowing through the trees, and the sun was shining brightly on Konoha. Shinobis get an early start on their everyday lives as tiny black spots leap over the building roofs. She looked around the village, the academy, the training arenas, the Yamanaka flower shop, the great Hokage tower and its monument, etc. Hinata noticed something at the academy. As her vision focused on the academy, she noticed a small board that was connected by two thick ropes that wound around a large tree's branch as it waited for someone to arrive. The board swung softly in the wind. It appeared empty and lonely to Hinata. The swing seat was just a regular swing. Without him you wouldn't initially notice the little boy who used to sit on it with his head bent or sense his melancholy slight presence. There are very few people who can remember him there and show respect for that swing, and Hinata was glad to count herself among them. On that swing set, she would constantly see his picture. That brave boy who genuinely thought he would become Hokage someday. As Hinata recalled his catchphrase, which many would have assumed to be his nindo, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Hinata's previous words, "It's my nindo to never give up," came flooding back to her as she recalled facing her father. "My ninja way, I promise you, father, I will no longer be a burden on your hands." As Hinata slowly crawled out of bed, she gritted her teeth. She walked over to her closet and ripped the doors apart. Determination blazed in her eyes. She was giving up by groveling, but never giving up. She abandoned her pledge to stop being a burden. She stopped attempting to emulate her beloved sensei's kunoichi skills. She needed to think clearly and have confidence in her skills similar to him. As she put on her ninja gear and ran out the door, she whispered, "Believe it. No matter what, she will confront her sister tomorrow." As she strolled through Konoha's lengthy, bustling streets, Hinata let out a deep sigh. She avoided drawing attention by slipping past crowds of bystanders, as if anyone would have given a damn anyway. Her eyes were focused on the ground and her feet, and her head was bowed. She avoided people by deftly sidestepping them as soon as she noticed their own shoes appeared. This was a habit she had for when she was thinking deeply. Her courage to go downstairs and eat breakfast with her family had been somewhat bolstered by the morning, but it was quickly dashed when she saw Hanabi and her father leave the table to train. Hinata had no chance against Hanabi in tomorrow's match because she was training under her father. How could she compete with someone who was already more experienced than she is? The heiress was surrounded by a dark cloud, and people who were walking by were careful to avoid the melancholy girl. As Hinata's thoughts tormented her mind, tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. She closed her eyes, crossed her arms over her chest, and gave herself a tight hug. "I will never defeat my sister. Father will never approve of me." Hinata let out a single tear and embraced herself more tightly. She wiped her nose on her sleeve and snuffled. Hinata fell onto her bottom after she abruptly collided with a slight but powerful force. She looked up in a daze, shook her head, and prepared to apologize when she saw who she had bumped into. As Papa moved the bags from her right hand to her left and then extended it toward the fallen girl, she said, "What do you think you're doing? Bumping into an old lady like that? You should be as oh. Why, if it isn't Hinata Hyuga? How are you, dear? You seem distracted. Come on, dear, I'll treat you to a delicious snack and you can tell me about all your troubles." Uncertain of what to do, Hinata gazed at the old woman with big eyes. Papa, despite having exceptional healing skills, she is the village's best seamstress. She and Naruto were also very close. She would be the only one who would be aware of what had happened to him. Papa has such a generous heart. Perhaps she wouldn't criticize me for being weak. Was she someone I could trust? Slowly, Hinata lifted a trembling hand and took the old woman's hand with a kind grin and a grunt in his throat. Papa lifted the young girl to her feet. Hinata squeaked, but she quickly straightened up and gave the woman a shy smile in return. She bowed low and said, "Thank you, Papa-san." In denial, Papa gestured at her with her bony hand with a toothy smile. She said to the flushed girl, "No honorifics, makes me feel old." She gave a little laugh as she pushed her bags into Hinata's arms and started to leave, saying, "Now, make yourself useful and take a few of these bags. You gotta earn that snack, you know." Startled by the woman's actions, Hinata unintentionally held the bags in her arms and trailed behind her fearless elder. Inside the modest, cloth-lined home of the benevolent elder, Papa, Hinata sat clumsily at the wooden table. She looked around her tiny one-room apartment and saw that she had a number of chairs strewn about. She noticed that the woman grew a lot of herbs in pots and on her windowsills, and she had pictures of different people hanging on her walls. Papa was preparing the promised snacks in the kitchen. It appeared that the woman was frequently accompanied by others and did not care about sets. She had left Hinata in the living room with a cheerful, "Make yourself at home," and then went into the kitchen, where Hinata positioned herself by the small table surrounded by chairs of various colors and sizes. She shook her head, thinking grimly, if father saw this, he'd see it as shameful and a waste. She needed to focus, which is what she needs to do to defeat her sister. and her father was the last thing she wanted on her mind. The pain of him is too much for her to bear at the moment. Hinata sighed and looked around the tiny room again, her gaze sweeping over the chair and potted herbs before settling on a wall covered in portraits, which she quickly drew away from, thinking she was prying into someone's personal space. A quick glance at one of the portraits should be sufficient, and her eyes returned to them with a sudden curiosity. Few people knew too much about the seamstress, so this was Hinata's opportunity to find out more about her past. As Hinata stood, the chair brushed against the wooden floorboards, and she sat down again in a panic, her face turning red in a matter of seconds. I mean, those photos might as well be the whole life story of Papa, so why should I look at them? My dear, you don't have any allergies? From the kitchen came the sweet, cracked voice of Papa. Papa humped in satisfaction and started to scurry around the kitchen after Hinata swallowed a shriek and denied having any allergies. It wasn't as if Papa would punish her for being curious, so Hinata's mind returned to the portraits and she ultimately decided that it wouldn't hurt to have a quick look at them. Hinata rose slowly and walked toward the wall, where she swiftly counted the number of portraits. 8. Her eyes fell on the first one, far to the right, the oldest one, which had browned and become crisp with age. Papa was right in the center, next to a rather strangely built man with a long body and short arms and legs. It depicted a rather large group of people, all in different shapes and sizes, wearing ancient kimonos, with several of them bald and posing in strange ways. The painted canvas held 18 people. Children between the ages of 12 and 16, as Hinata would estimate, were standing on either side of the pair. One of the boys was a big, shaven boy with a smaller, monk-like boy around his neck. The big boy appeared agitated and was about to fling the smaller boy off of him. A close couple stood beside them. The girl was lovely, with shoulder-length brown hair and pale skin, and the boy was lanky, with thick black hair and a snake that peered out of the opening of his robe. His eyes were closed, but he looked down at the girl with a loving gaze, drawing her nearer to him with his arm around her waist. The next child was holding the hand of a monstrous boy with green carvings on his face. The boy was sweet-looking, had large ears, and had his mouth open, as if he was talking to people nearby. The carved boy was frightened, his face blank, and he looked like a dragon. Hinata leaned in a little and saw that a sharp tooth protruded from the boy's mouth. The boy must have sharpened his teeth to get there. The adults behind them were all grown-ups. A hairy man was laughing at a smaller man who was being carried by the scruff by a giant man. The smaller man was sulking and had his arms folded across his chest while the giant dangled him several feet above the heads of the children. The hairy man was almost doubling over with laughter as he held on to another large man who was smiling at the two. And a woman was fighting a smile with her arms folded across her chest. Papa and the strange man were smiling down at the man who was sitting in front of Papa, who was in the dog position with his tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. At the far side of the portrait, behind the carved boy, was another gentle woman with a hand on his shoulder and a warm smile on her face. Hinata squinted and noticed the slight resemblance between the two. Their eyes were the same, so she must have been his mother. Maybe he was a former lover of some kind, because the last person in the photo was a pale boy with round eyes who was looking pitifully at the girl with the brown hair. Was it Papa's family? Where are they now? Are they dead? Hinata stepped back and gazed at the portrait in awe. They're not dead if you think that. Well, not all of them, Papa said, looking at the other side of the room. With all the color gone from her cheeks, Hinata leapt 3 feet into the air, landed, bowed low, and screamed her apologies. You did nothing wrong, girl, Papa said, laughing at the girl's antics before setting the tray of hot treats on the table. These days, you kids are so inquisitive. Now get up. The story behind that photo would have to be told another day, she said with a smile as she walked up to the girl who was bowing. It's time for us to concentrate on you. She took Hinata's hand in her own and smiled softly, saying, tell me about all your problems, and I will do everything in my power to help. She pulled Hinata to the table and pushed her into a chair, filled 2 cups with tea, and gave one to the bashful girl who was wriggling in her seat. Hinata accepted the cup with a gentle, thank you, and took a slow sip, while Papa sat down with a sigh, took up one of the pastries on the tray, and pushed the tray in Hinata's direction. Go ahead, my love. As she bit into the pastry, Papa whispered, tell me what's bothering you. Hinata's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed in front of the elder, sharing all of her thoughts and sufferings, omitting her covert admiration for a certain blonde knucklehead, and even sharing with her about her training and the blows she received from her teammates. After everything was said and done, Papa got up slowly and walked out of the room without a word, leaving Hinata bewildered and devastated, believing that the woman had abandoned her. Hinata sobbed and buried her face in her arms. I no longer have faith in anyone. Where is the injury? Within 10 hours, the wound would heal thanks to a special remedy I have. After hearing Papa's voice above her, Hinata looked up at the woman standing above her, nodded nervously, and got to her feet, turning around to reveal the white bandages covering her midsection. "Oh my, it's a good thing you ran into me this morning," she said, lifting her shirt to reveal the white bandages covering her midsection. "Your wound has been bleeding since it opened up," Papa said. "Amazing that you didn't feel it," as she started to take off the bandages. Hinata's eyes grew wide normally. She was very conscious of her body and would have recognized any pain unless her thoughts had been interfering with her body's ability to function. As Papa worked on her, Hinata sat quietly with her back straight and flinched when Papa applied the remedy, but she felt the effects immediately. "That ought to be fixed by morning." Papa sat down beside the young girl and said, "Your father will be proud of you, Hinata. Don't move too much and you will be perfectly fine." She was reapplying the clean bandages. "You will develop into a powerful kunoichi. And you are a lovely girl. Do not forget your nindo. Please don't veer off course from your shinobi path. Although I'm not good at fighting, I will personally teach you how to use herbs and fight even if you don't win your father over. Do you get it, Hinata Hyuga?" As Hinata threw herself into the old woman's embrace, tears welled up in her eyes. "Yes, Papa. I do understand, thank you," she said in a whisper. A new portrait of a sun-kissed blonde boy with a broad smile and a kunai in his hand was on the far left side of the portrait wall, and Papa grinned as her eyes fell upon it. "She makes me think of you, Naruto Uzumaki. Maybe love isn't as far away as you thought. You'll see, she would be ideal for you." After a long yawn, Naruto sat up, letting the thin wool blanket fall to his lap, exposing his torso, and groggily scratched his back while slapping his parched lips. His hair was a mess, and he was not wearing a mask, so the empty room could see his whiskered face. He scowled and got to his feet, stretching his arms high in the air while groaning and popping his stiff joints, saying, I'm so hungry." Just as a knock came from the slide doors, he leaned his neck to one side and cracked it. "Salutations, Mr. Tandoku." As the door slowly started to slide open, a woman said, "I have your breakfast." With a mad look in his eyes, Naruto frantically looked for his mask. After realizing how dangerous his situation was, he yanked it on quickly and was able to turn around just in time to see the maid enter the room. "Ah, miss, good morning." Naruto noticed that Fakusu was still shirtless as he casually started to approach the blushing maid and said, "Thank you very much for bringing me my breakfast." The maid, who was roughly Naruto's age and was still as pure as possible, stammered as she stared at the young boy's bare chest, holding the tray of food shakily, unsure of what to do. As he stood tall and grinned, Naruto thought, I'm shirtless, damn it. Kyuubi, what should I do?" "Don't be a fool, work with it, charm your way out of this situation." Kit Kyuubi scoffed groggily. Naruto thought he had just woken Kyuubi up from a deep sleep and gotten him upset. "Oh," he laughed in his head as he started to look through his bag for a shirt. Fakusu said, "Oh my, I'm sorry." He waved his hand simply to explain, "I wasn't really expecting anybody and it's hot out here, unlike what I'm used to." He heard a ragged breathing sound coming from behind him as the young maid hurriedly set the tray on his table and started to arrange his breakfast, occasionally looking at him. After carefully examining each shirt with a critical eye, Fakusu finally chose a simple white t-shirt and pulled it over his head. He then turned around and ran his fingers through his hair, saying, "Wow, that looks delicious." His eyes were bright with a smile. "Tea, thank you, sir," the maid said, blushing as she bowed deeply and avoided looking at the boy in front of her. After saying, Please enjoy your breakfast," she hurried out of the room. After she left, Naruto started to wonder why her gestures seemed so familiar and strangely endearing, but also why it would have looked better on someone else. Shaking his head, Naruto sat down on the cushion by the short table, removed his mask, and gleefully shoveled food into his mouth. "You've got a gift, kid. You're charming 1 minute, and then you're just you. Have you ever considered a career in acting?" Choking on his food, Naruto said, "Did you just joke?" He gulped down water after coughing out. "I'm the Kyuubi no Yuko, and I only make observations, so don't be dumb." Naruto complained as he resumed eating, "Sure sounded like a joke to me." The boy flinched as the Kyuubi's growl reverberated in Naruto's mindscape, and Naruto shivered with regret and prepared for the lecture the Kyuubi would undoubtedly deliver. "Do you understand me, boy? I am not a foe you want against you. Your insolence is insulting. I may be trapped in your body, but I am still the greatest beast alive. You foolish boy, I deserve respect. Without me, you wouldn't have made it this far. If you don't show me some respect, I won't give you any more of my guidance, and I won't lend you my chakra in your hour of need." This was not the first tirade the Kyuubi had given him, but Naruto always felt awful after receiving a lecture, so he sulked and twirled his fork between his fingers. As he finished his breakfast, he muttered, "I'm sorry, The Kyuubi snarled in frustration but said nothing. The coat was still heavy, but it was a familiar weight on the young boy's shoulders, and Naruto pulled up his mask and dressed after eating. The plan was for him to be able to start training normally without stumbling in a few more days. He could understand the coat, but why must the headband and pant also have hidden weights? Naruto moaned lightly, relieved that Papa had concealed a pair of inner pants that slung to his legs and contained the weights, making the outer appear light and loose. His head felt heavy, and the metal coated in fabric itched against his forehead. The metal holding the kanji was one of the hidden weights. Papa had a way of making things look lighter than they actually were. After they found the locations of the weights, the Kyuubi said, "The old hag was good for something at least." After tying the headband to his forehead and rolling his neck to accommodate the additional weight, Naruto moaned as he walked up to the sliding doors. "I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to all these weights." In response, the Kyuubi grunted and huffed but remained silent. "It seems that I infuriated Fluffy," because Naruto chuckled softly and slid the door open. Through Naruto's mindscape, a growl rumbled. The day Hinata had been waiting for has finally arrived, and she drew in a shaky breath as her body tingled with anticipation. Her body trembles as she lets out a long, slow breath. Her destiny would be determined on this day. She would demonstrate her strength and gain the distinction of being her father's apprentice, or her father would either exile her, as she believed, or promote her. The little girl felt another breath rush through her body. "I will personally train you even if you don't make it in your father's favor." Will Papa fulfill her promise if everything goes wrong, or will she, like many others, turn her back on Hinata and put her nose in the air? A wave of nostalgia swept over Hinata as Naruto's voice yelled, "Never never will I turn my back on someone who needs me." She couldn't remember exactly when she had heard him, but it was a line that made her feel very happy, and she knew in her heart that Papa was partly responsible for his enthusiasm. The old woman would never turn her back on Hinata. Waves of guilt swept over Hinata. It saddened her to think of the elderly, generous woman in this way. She should never have questioned the woman's words. Papa was someone who gave her all and never looked back on her choices. Hinata squeezed her eyes shut and regulated her breathing because she knew that now was not the time to doubt herself, especially since her father and sister were waiting just beyond the traditional Japanese doors, and she could sense their chakra. Hanabi was prepared for the battle. Hinata was, too. A blinding light embraced her as she entered the arena of her destiny, and she took another breath before slowly reaching over and pulling the slide door out of her way. Naruto yawned loudly as he moved through Suna's streets, and for once, he wasn't bothered by the eyes that followed him. It was refreshing to have someone look at him with curiosity rather than hatred, and their eyes were free of any animosity, which was a very welcome change. The blonde's masked face broke into a lazy smile, but he was able to hide his eyes from seeing it. Every now and then he would spot a sand shinobi or two leaping through the village or observing the people in the shadows as he walked past merchants selling their wares and regular people hurrying to get to work. Naruto moaned as he rolled his head to the other side and cracked the joint there. "This headband is killing me. I swear if it wasn't Papa who gave it to me I'd throw this thing out a long time ago," he said, rolling his neck and hearing a loud crack. Not complaining at all. "Look for that blonde Kunoichi. I think she's related to the Jinchuriki somehow." Sulking behind his mask, Naruto crossed his arms and said, "I don't like that girl, she creeps me out." "And you identify as a ninja? What sort of shinobi is afraid of women?" Disregarding the beast's voice, Naruto extended his arms high above his head, folded them behind his head, and leaned back as he walked on, looking around the street and observing the peaceful atmosphere that surrounded the village. It was unsettling for Naruto to be in a place with such amazing structure and a serene atmosphere back in Konoha. His eyes followed him everywhere he went, and he never understood why they hated him. Now, he knows that it was because of the one thing that helps him: the beast inside of him. It's the same here, except that this time the red-headed boy was in the spotlight and he was in the shadows. These citizens feared that boy because of the beast he probably didn't choose to hold, but they also hated him and forced him into isolation. Naruto glared at the phony atmosphere, which was a lie of calmness. The passers-by gave him a wide-eyed look and then hurried away to prevent any violence, but Naruto was too deep in his thoughts to notice, and his eyes narrowed to slits as a tiny bit of killer intent escaped him. "Brat. You're destroying your reputation as Fakusu. Keep your feelings in check." Kit the Kyuubi let out a loud growl that cut through the jumble of ideas that were circling Naruto's head. People stared at him with worry and a hint of fear as the growl jolted Naruto out of his reverie, causing him to pause in his tracks and look around. He blinked, and the intent to kill disappeared. With a swallow, he called Fakusu to the surface. With an apologetic eye smile, Fakusu waved it away. "I apologize. I was absorbed in my thoughts. I simply became a little emotional. Sometimes I didn't mean to frighten any of you." He bowed before moving on, moving quickly toward a street bend and an alley before sagging against the wall and into the shadows as Naruto reverted to his normal form. As he slid down the wall and sat on the hot, sandy ground, he muttered, "I don't like this village." He had foreseen that the sandstorm would arrive sometime today, so it would be best to go back to the hotel and block the windows, but something was drawing him outside. "That's true peace and harmony," he said, leaning his head back and looking up at the sky, which was partially obscured by a roof but still showed the pulsing sun and blue skies with fluffy white clouds. There, in the clouds, was pure bliss, just the clouds and the blue sky, with no one to condemn you or feel sorry for you. Naruto closed his eyes slowly, let his thoughts soar with joy, took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "He's here, kid." As soon as the Kyuubi spoke, Naruto's eyes opened, and he could feel a great deal of intent to kill emanating from the alley's narrow opening. He gulped as he looked at the dark outline of a figure against the white light streaming in from the busy streets, and he could just barely make out the hint of red through the blinding light. Naruto could only use one adjective to describe the boy's impression on him: disfigured. Unsettling. The person yelled, "You're not who you say you are." Even his voice was eerie, like a cross between a growl and a croak, and laced with the intent to kill. Naruto felt shivers down his spine. "I apologize? Have we already met?" As Fakusu took over and got up from his slack position against the wall, Naruto thought to himself, "No, I would have remembered someone this creepy. What's the guy's deal?" He brushed the dirt off him casually. "You fool. Remember the One-Tails container? You and he had a stare down the other day. I can now understand why the villagers retreated from him. Wait, that was him. What a creep." "No, we haven't," the eerie boy went on, "but according to Mother, you're not who you claim to be. Something is there, something different about you. Not knowing this frustrating for her." The boy stepped out into the alley and away from the bright light, his features more prominent in the dim alley, with a tattoo of the kanji for love high on the left side of his forehead and no eyebrows with black rings around his eyes. "The kanji that Papa engraved on the headband she gave me is the same one." The One-Tailed has already persuaded the boy that it is his mother and is whispering what the boy wants and doesn't want. "Shukaku has always been demanding and she hates me for being on top while she is on the bottom. The boy will strike without hesitation, so don't worry about it right now. You have other things to worry about." "So, can I trust this guy? Should I tell him who and what I am?" "Mom, I may have met her on my travels, but I don't know many people from this village. What is her name?" "You wouldn't want me to irritate someone, would you?" "He'll have to come up with a diversion for the time being until he knows he can trust him," Fakusu said, grinning blindly. The boy appeared perplexed, though, with his head tilted sideways and one eye slightly narrower than the other. If he had eyebrows, one would have been high and the other would have pushed his eyelids slightly lower. "Mother knows you, but you don't know who she is. She is aware that you are not who you claim to be. According to her, your chakra system is peculiar, like it was being improved. She doesn't like it." Naruto was greatly frightened by the boy's croaky, growling voice, but Fakusu remained composed, which greatly aided him as he felt like screaming and running to the hills. "My system of chakras? Oh, perhaps I ought to go check that out. I wouldn't want it to fail on me in the middle of a battle," Fakusu said, tilting his head to the side and smiling as he closed his eyes. "You can inform him silently," the Kyuubi snarled. Naruto surmised that he was getting tired of the banter. "Are you certain?" A few drops of perspiration started to form at the back of Naruto's neck as he thought his vulnerability was heightened by the blast of killing intent directed at him while he had his eyes closed. "Keep in mind, kid. The boy is just like you, and if you can gain his trust, I think he could be a powerful ally. I'm not sure how, but his suffering is somewhat different from yours. Despite his strength, he has a weakness. I want you to identify that weakness and take advantage of it. Gaining his trust will make you a powerful ally." Naruto wanted to cry. The Kyuubi was urging him to make friends with the eerie man. How can someone who is so creepy become a friend? "Must I?" Naruto whimpered to himself when the Kyuubi let out a loud growl. Naruto felt as though he was being drawn into a past memory. He was there sitting by himself on the ancient, rusty swing that dangled from the big tree in front of the academy. Was his younger self. His head was dangling while his tiny hands gripped the swing's rope tightly, their knuckles turning white from the force. The young boy let out quiet sniffles and sobs as his small, thin shoulders trembled. There was a puddle of his tears on the dirt beneath him, slightly damp. He had put on a t-shirt and shorts before leaving his house, exposing his arms and slender knees. His knees were traced by scabs, and his skin was covered in bruises of all sizes. With sorrowful eyes, the elder Naruto observed himself, recalling how the pain and sense of desertion made him want to collapse to his knees and cry. That shouldn't have to happen to any boy regardless of what they have done. No one should have to endure that. The scene changed suddenly. The scene behind him faded into a black abyss, and younger Naruto started to shrink. Eyes started to appear all around the young Naruto, who kept crying, glaring resentfully and hatefully at him. He heard them whispering loudly. "There's that beast of a boy, look at him crying like that, does he think he'll get attention? That monster, in my opinion. I think they should get rid of him, exile him or lock him up somewhere. We're not supposed to talk about it, but I agree. Monster. Animal. Beast. No." Despite his desire to shout in his defense, Naruto was unable to do so. "No, I'm not a monster." The younger Naruto abruptly broke through their agonizing whispers with a small, weak voice. "I am not a monster." He slowly raised his head and repeated, "I am not a monster." His eyes met the older Naruto's, red and swollen but burning with a promise. "I will become Hokage. Then they'll see." His eyes narrowed in a glare, and he swore, "They will all see. Kid, do you see? Your past was that. What is your impression of the One Tails container? Don't claim that you have forgotten how they made you feel. Do you not recall the abandonment?" Once more, the scene changed, and Naruto found himself in front of Kyuubi's cage in his own sewer-like mindscape. The Kyuubi's ominous gaze was peering through the bars of the cage. The agony, with tears rimming his eyes and guilt weighing heavily on his body, Naruto swallowed. Those eyes. Naruto's image was shattered and he was brought back to reality by the red-headed boy's croaky growl voice. "What's your real name?" He observed that the boy and he had been staring at each other during his moment of numbness. After suppressing his tears, Naruto pushed Fakusu away. "There had to be a confession. I will be the friend I never had." With a deep sigh, Hiruzen positioned his elbows on his desk, interlaced his fingers in front of him, and then rested his chin against the interlaced fingers. His posture slackened into a lazy arched back, and his eyes told a tired and old story. He didn't appear to be the great Hokage that his people thought he was at that time. The old seamstress entered his office through the heavy doors, accompanied by two Anbu who were tasked with keeping an eye on her. With her nose in the air, the seamstress was able to straighten her back while supporting her weight on a cane, which she hardly ever uses. Within the council, the woman was highly regarded and admired by many. The woman was a good friend of Hiruzen's, and he always enjoyed having tea with her and hearing her stories. And having to have her stand in front of him as an accuser is a terrible shame. Despite their admiration for her, the council harbored a savage suspicion of her for being kind to Naruto. He didn't like that council made up of citizens. The majority of them had never even fought in combat and were civilians. Wouldn't they want to protect all civilians if they claimed to know what's best for the village? As he and his companion, the bear, awaited further orders, the eagle-masked Anbu reported, "My lord, the seamstress has been retrieved." The two Anbu vanished in a swirl of leaves and wind as Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, but they were not far away. Papa and Hiruzen gazed at each other, defying the other to speak. He was aware that she was already assessing the circumstances. He examined her and saw that she hardly used the cane, giving the impression that it was only for show. As a confident swordsman would do, Papa finally smiled, kicked the cane off the ground, and placed it behind her neck. "I was wondering when you and the council were gonna call me. What are you gonna do, Hiruzen? Torture information out of me? Well, I can tell you now that you'd only waste your time." Naruto told me nothing. Her sadness grew as she thought about the missing child. "He told me nothing. He just up and left, and I blame this village." She gave him a fierce look, but her gaze was not fixed on him. Behind him, in the wide windows, she was glaring at the village. "I'm not surprised that he left. I would have done the same thing." Hiruzen watched his old friend with a sigh. Anger and sadness burned in her eyes. She was just as much like a grandmother as her name suggests. She views Naruto as one of her many grandsons, so it's no surprise that she protects him. Her response did not surprise him in the least. "I called you here to ask if you knew anything about the alarming number of foxes being spotted, even within the village walls. I am not accusing you of having taken part in Naruto's disappearance. He was lying, and he saw that she was lying too." The Hokage didn't confront her about her involvement in Naruto's escape, even though he already knew it since Papa was intelligent. Criticizing her would be like plunging headfirst into a shark tank. The third Hokage couldn't take that chance. She looked weak and elderly as she swung her cane down and leaned on it once more. "HMPH. I see. Can't say I haven't noticed the foxes have gone haywire lately, but I'm sorry to say I haven't got a clue. My friend hasn't visited me for a while and so I haven't gotten any information yet. The foxes are making me worried. Kakashi's dogs can't get a good scent trail. The smell of foxes is too strong." "My, that does sound bad. I'm sorry I can't be of any help," he replied and reclined in his chair, saying, "Indeed. Other matters aside, would you join me in a game of shogi and some tea?" Papa nodded and grinned. "I'd be honored, Hiruzen." "Kya!" was the cry that echoed throughout the training grounds covered in forest. "Kya! Kya!" A distant tree trembled, and the roars of a male's annoyance blended with the sound of the tree being beaten. "Kya! The birds squawked and took flight from their hiding spots in the trees. Iruka swung his body back and kicked high onto the tree trunk, causing sweat to drip off of him. Iruka quickly leapt back as the tree moaned in warning and fell forward. Landing with a loud bang, the dirt swirled in clouds, and its branches swayed. Iruka waved the dirt away while coughing. Iruka silently cursed as he leapt over the tree and made his way to his possessions while removing the bandages from his bleeding knuckles. His hair was a mess, and his bare torso was smooth with perspiration despite the hours he had spent training under the scorching sun. His complexion was pale and dark bags hung heavy from his eyes. He knelt down and picked up his towel, huffing after drying himself off. He pulled off his ponytail to straighten it up again, shrugged on his shirt, and put it on. He sipped from his water canteen and sighed as he fell beside his bag. Iruka inspected the damaged scenery and re-bandaged his aching knuckles. There wasn't much that Iruka had harmed with his fists besides the fallen tree. Some trees had a few unusual dents, and a few boulders were drilled into the ground and dented. He leaned his back against a tree trunk and used a tiny needle to finish bandaging his knuckles. Raising his head, he gazed at the serene sky filled with fluffy white clouds. Because so many instructors were on missions, the academy had a free day. The rise in missions was another concerning idea. The villages are experiencing panic due to the widespread presence of those foxes. Many people seem to think that foxes, particularly the black ones that have been seen in the villages, are unlucky. Shinobi from Konoha are compelled to assist in quelling the riots. The Hokage is busier than usual, and the entire land of fire is currently dependent on the shinobis. Iruka gave the sky a scowl. This isn't all natural. Above all, it isn't right. It's not normal. When did this whole mess start? And why? Iruka's eyes widened in shock and surprise. There was no way it could be related to no. It is not feasible. He doesn't know about it. However, why? Ignoring his trembling arms and knees, he shook his head and got to his feet. He swung his bag on his back. After picking it up, he started to walk slowly through the woods on his way home. After making sure the bag was on his back and the shaking had stopped, thinking about a question he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer to. How did he end up? The poor teacher was plagued by anxiety and worry as a result, not being there to stop it and never knowing what happened to his lonely student. Someone must be aware of what happened that evening. Surely, even though Naruto is a cunning youngster, he couldn't have escaped without anyone noticing. However, who? Papa was the only person Naruto cared about besides Iruka, but when he arrived to break the news, the elderly woman already displayed her shock and sadness when he heard about his disappearance. He recalled how she sobbed, and he could see the rage in her eyes as she raged about the cruelty of the village. No, the elderly seamstress has been deprived of knowledge just as much as he was. Who could have assisted him, though? There was nobody there except the Hokage himself, and Iruka was aware that it wasn't him. Unless Iruka stopped, his eyes wide as a sudden thought came to him. No, not possible. She was unable to assist him. However, on the other hand, it would have been a wise decision if they weren't looking at this from the correct perspective. Nobody would guess that she had a great deal of admiration for him and would have done anything for him. Though a knucklehead, Naruto could be shrewd when he felt like it. She might have readily offered to help him if he had asked for it. Hyuga Hinata. Iruka shook his head, feeling suddenly nauseous at the mere notion of being accused. It couldn't be her. Of course, Hinata was too shy to think of such a scheme, and based on what Iruka has observed, she was unable to be around Naruto without blushing and then passing out. Poor girl. Iruka let out a long sigh, hung his head in dismay, and started walking again. The ignorance is getting out of control. A wave of the hand deflects every possible option. Naruto had the cunning to pick his allies wisely. To be honest, he didn't have many supporters to lean on. I'm sure Sakura and Sasuke don't know where Naruto is, and Kakashi is currently searching for him, so he couldn't possibly know. Iruka was instantly alerted by a rustle from a nearby bush that broke his reverie. As an instinctive reaction, he raised a hand toward the sound and withdrew a kunai. He looked around, his eyes hardening at that moment. He noticed them, gleaming brightly beneath the shadowy bushes. A pair of azure eyes. When Iruka recognized those eyes, his eyes softened, and he suddenly remembered a name, which caused him to drop his kunai and hand. The name was a startled whisper that came out of his mouth before he could deny it. Naruto. The eyes cocked to the side, looking curiously at him. Iruka noticed the creature's outline growing brighter in the darkness as it proceeded slowly forward, changing from gray to snow white in the sunlight. With its tiny head cocked to the side, the eyes fixed on the body gazed up at him inquisitively. A fox. Given its diminutive stature and inquisitive disposition, the white fox is still a pup. Iruka permitted his kunai to be sheathed once more. Since it was not a threat, the fox avoided him but did not flee when he knelt down in front of him. Knowing the pup would never respond, he asked, "Are you lost, pup? Can't you find your way home?" Sitting down, the white fox pup gazed up at him. As it gazed, its eyes gleamed with innocence. Iruka recognized the expression, and he couldn't help but smile. He had a blonde student, after all, who would look up at things pretty much the same way. Iruka grinned at the fox pup and said, "You remind me of someone he was always curious to. If you ever see him, tell him Iruka-sensei misses him, alright?" Iruka was shocked when the fox nodded and ran into the bushes. After blinking, Iruka gazed incredulously. After it, he got up slowly and blinked as he looked up at the burning sun and then down at his bandaged hands. He quietly said, "I've been out here too long." Holding her breath, Hinata entered the bright garden instead of raising her hand to shield herself from the burning sun. She kept moving forward, carrying her chin high and forcing her back to straighten. Her shy personality won't stop her from pursuing her destiny. With her back straight and her head held high, she will take on the impending battle. Never give up. In the center of the barren garden stood two figures. Hinata's gaze quickly shifted to the smaller figure after meeting the larger ones beside her father. Her sister appeared so tiny and weak she didn't bother to push her long hair out of her face. Instead, it swung behind her in time with the wind. Like a true fighter and the prodigy that she is, she stood tall and proud despite her diminutive frame. She stood in front of Hanabi and did her best to ignore him. The sisters looked at each other and silently contested each other. Hanabi's eyes showed promise, a terrifying assurance that she would win, while Hinata's were gentle and uncertain. Silently, the wind blew past, ruffling Hinata's cropped hairstyle and carrying the long hair of the two Hyuga. The silence was oppressive, and they did not respond. He finally declared and moved away, saying, "Prove to me that you are ready to take me on as your sensei." With his eyes as hard as ever and his arms folded across his chest, he leapt onto the roof of one of the nearby buildings. Hanabi activated her Byakugan and slid into the Hyuga Taijutsu stance. Hinata did the same, and then all of a sudden, both girls were glowing with loaded chakra as the collision started. The first to strike was Hanabi, who quickly jabbed at her opponent's head with a bob. Hinata attempted an uppercut on Hanabi's stomach, but it was deflected. The two Hyuga daughters were merely blurs as the battle intensified. They moved and blocked, their fists darting as she dodged and hit. Hinata could feel the rush of adrenaline coursing through her body. Her chakra-loaded fists darted back and forth, moving in time with the battle. As Hinata evaded blow after blow and returned what she had received tenfold, Hanabi's gaze never left her. She didn't resemble the weak 7-year-old girl that many would assume she was. She never let her guard down and moved quickly, which put Hinata at a disadvantage. Hinata panted heavily, frustration and exhaustion bubbling in her chest. She barely managed to dodge a dead-on punch to the face as she pushed her body to keep up. Never give up. The stinging pain on her back from where Kiba's kunai had punctured her during their training session finally hit her after Papa's medication wore off. The pain returned to exact its revenge. Hinata was at yet another significant disadvantage, and she was afraid of reopening the wound. The battle had to be over. Hinata was adamant about winning it. Never give up. With her legs spread wide and her knees bent, Hinata leapt back, her hands in a chopping position in front of her. Her eyes narrowed and her back straightened. Her sister followed suit. As they recharged their chakras, they both gasped as the veins around them became visible. Their eyes were completely white as her sister studied Hinata. Hinata studied her. Hinata could tell that Hanabi was feeling pain and weakness by the slight widening of her eyes. She gasped and winced a little at the increasing pain, saying, "I will not give up." She gritted her teeth and lunged, saying, "I am not weak. Hanabi, I will follow my Nindo even if it leads to my very death." Behind her, her chakra-charged hand was glowing white. She ran, and when she was within striking distance, she hit Hanabi, aiming for the side of his heart. In response to Hinata's movement, Hanabi twisted her body and delivered an uppercut to her solar plexus. Never give up. Coughing, Hinata staggered back. She struggled against the nausea and the urge to pass out, and her body shook. Blood splattered from her mouth as she coughed. As the coughing continued, her knees gave way and she fell to the ground, covering her mouth with her hand. She slowly raised her head as a shadow passed over her. Hanabi was standing there with her fists clenched and her hair falling over her eyes. The 7-year-old girl did not appear to be frightened or innocent. She had the appearance of a child who defied authority, as if she regretted something she had done. She towered over the quivering, tormented girl. Hanabi muttered, "You are my older sister." She dropped to her knees and sat in front of Hinata, saying, "I've known you all my life." As she slowly looked Hinata in the eyes, Hinata noticed the child her sister had become. "And never have I seen you like this. You may have lost this battle, sister, but I can tell you've changed." Because of her training, Hanabi was taught to fight to the very end and never give up. However, the Hanabi Hinata observed was not the one who had received extensive training. She recognized the young girl who was willing to sacrifice some pride in order to protect her sister. When Hinata attempted to stand up, she shook her head, but Hanabi pushed her down with her little hand on her shoulder. Then, with Hinata powerless to stop her, she got up and faced their father. "Hanabi, never give up, never give up." She moved forward, bowing, "I withdraw from this fight." It's on the way. The moon had long since vanished behind the dark, mocking clouds, and the wind screeched at an ear-piercing volume as the trees blurred as they hurried past. I don't have time, it's catching up to me, as feet pounded heavily on the forest floor, crushing twigs and leaves as they ran. Long dark hair fluttered wildly in the wind. I have to leave. I can't allow myself to be caught. Tiny hands reached out and quickly snapped off any twigs or frail branches that stood in their way. I have to get to safety. Where? What location is it? Shimmering in the meager light, roots protruded from the ground. The dark trees moaned and swayed eerily as the wind roared louder. There is no way out because it is so dark. No location is safe. As feet slammed harder and faster, tears welled up in pale eyes. Quicker. I have to run more quickly. Legs were surrounded by a faint, pale light as chakra was pumped into them with force as feet flew with unbelievable speed, soaring over roots and rocks and dodging trees. Pearls of sweat trickled off smooth, milky skin. It remains. I sense it. I'm still being followed. A bubble of panic formed at the throat. It's nearer. Its ominous aura is growing. I'm choking on it. Out of the mocking shadows came a demonic growl. A shriek of agony was raised from the tight throat of panic by the loud thuds of falling trees. It has arrived. Out of the darkness obstructing the way ahead, an orange tail slithered. Legs tangled in a desperate attempt to stop before colliding head-on with the tail, and a scream escaped. An additional tail emerged from the darkness and securely encircled the waist as the tails emerged one by one and caught the prey. The air was filled with screams and tears taking a choking grip and wrapping themselves around it. A total of 9 tails. With a long, toothy smirk resembling that of a fox, crimson eyes opened in narrow slits, revealing sharp fangs, and a deep laugh echoed through the pitch-black night sky. The mouth said, "Hinata Hyuga." Its voice was icy and menacing as it drew out its words. Hinata screamed, "Who are you?" as she fought against the 9 tails' iron grip. It kept grinning and said, My, you have certainly grown into a fine young woman, or at least you will." It was playing with her, acting as though he was a predator and she was a prey. Fear, that's what she was feeling right then. Be afraid of what he might do, be afraid of what he might be. These days, she was desperate. "I have nothing you would want. There's no reason to prey on me like this," she said, desperate to get out of the tail's grip when she most needed her team. Where was it? As it began to change, it gave a cold, heated laugh. The fox mouth and crimson eyes vanished from the sky and changed into a big, slender fox. She felt herself being raised as the tails attached to the body. The fox raised her to his eye level and gave her a derisive look. It cocked its head to the side in laughter and scoffed. "Do you recognize me now, heir to the Hyuga clan? Do you fear me? Aren't I terrifying?" Fearful, Hinata froze as she made the mental connections. She became aware of the person she was interacting with. The 9-tailed beast is Kyubi. She was taught that the 4th Hokage killed the one, giving his life in the process. "I'm going to pass away." With her eyes closed, Hinata let the tears flow more freely now that her team was absent. She was relieved. What if something happened to Shino or Kiba? "I apologize to Shino and Kiba. I apologize for not being more powerful. I am a disgrace to the Hyuga family, and my father was correct. All I bring is dishonor. This might turn out to be a hidden advantage." She opened her eyes slowly and looked into the beast's eager eyes, biting her lip shakily. She screamed and then whispered, If you are going to kill me, do it now." The enormous, dreadful beast chuckled. "Kill you? I cannot kill you, yet I am merely warning you. You're going to become an obstacle in my path. I see it fit to eliminate all futuristic obstacles before it's too late. As you can see, young one, I mean you no harm at this moment." It drew out as the tails began to loosen. Hinata gazed at the strange creature, her mind straining to decipher its meaning, her mouth unable to form words. After watching her with patience, Kyubi appeared to have had enough and abruptly brought Hinata up against the bridge of his long nose. "I have no patience for the likes of you humans. I want you to understand one thing, girl. Once you start seeing the foxes, then do not interfere with anything having to do with a blonde-haired idiot. That idiot won't help you, so there's no point in helping him. Do I make myself clear?" Though she was unaware of the beast's words, Hinata could only muster a shaky nod. The beast abruptly vanished, along with its tails, and Hinata began to fall as she saw the cold, hard ground approaching at a breakneck speed. She let out a scream. It was dishonest. As she hit the ground, that was her final thought. Hinata leapt out of bed. She panted, sweat streaming from her skin. She looked around the room, identifying the objects and walls. She was lying on her own bed in her own room. She let out a sigh of relief as she reached up and ran her fingers through her freshly cropped hair. It was just a dream. She took deep, slow breaths to slow her heartbeat as her eyes darted around the empty room. Her Her mind chanted that it was only a dream because Hinata didn't need any personal belongings. She looked at her open closet. Most of her normally folded and orderly clothes were in a heap at the base of the tall closet after being raided. She threw her legs over the edge of her bed and cast off the covers, her mouth opening in a silent gasp. A hot pain shot through her body, causing her to double over as she rushed to her closet. She clutched her stomach after landing heavily on her knees. What the devil happened to me? As the door opened and Hanabi entered her room, a voice said, "I see you're awake." The young girl crossed her arms and leaned back against the frame with her long hair swaying behind her and concealing her right eye. She sneered slightly and said, "I was worried that it was going to take a lot longer for you to wake up." Hinata looked up at her only sibling and gasped, seeing her, looking so proud at such a young age, made her envious. She smothered it instantly. "Ha, Hanabi. What happened?" Hinata said, forcing herself to stand, her voice hoarse, leaning on the corner of the bed with her left arm. She wrapped her right arm around her stomach. Hanabi asked, "You don't remember?" and cocked her head to the side, raising an eyebrow. In the process, she calmly walked into the room and held out her little, unharmed hand, saying, "You shouldn't be out of bed, you know." Hanabi curled up in a slight smirk and said, "You need to rest. You were foolish to fight when hurt. I would have thought you were smarter than to fight with an injury, sister." Taking Hinata by the forearm, she guided her to the bed. Hinata's shoulders slumped as full realization struck her with full force, and her eyes dropped to the wooden floor. "The fight? That's right. We fought, you won." Her eyes were full of tears, but she would not let them go. She lowered her head, letting her bangs hide her eyes. As Hanabi put her little hand on Hinata's shoulder, her ghost of a smirk vanished, leaving her face expressionless. "No, sister, I didn't." As her sister's words took hold, Hinata's body stiffened. If Hanabi failed to win, was she the winner? It was impossible. Hanabi had defeated her unless something else occurred after that. Hinata had forgotten something. Hinata's head jerked up as she looked for her sister's eyes. She gazed into the well-known, pale eyes, seeking veracity in the potential fantasy she had shared. "Hanabi, never give up. Never give up." With her eyes searching frantically for answers in her younger sister's pale orbs, Hinata said, "Why you withdrew? Why you gave up the fight? Why? If father was watching, why would you give up? You should never give up, Hanabi-san." Hanabi pushed her long hair out of her eyes and shook her head. She looked down at Hinata's spine and said, "It was an unfair fight. Father has taught me that in an honorable fight both opponents should be in full health and able-bodied. You were not, you were hurt." When Hinata recalled the injury, she flushed. "It was an accident. I was careless during training." As she got up and moved toward the door opening, Hanabi gave one nod. As she made her way to the room's exit, she called over her shoulder, "Father wants to talk to you. Dress and go to his office." However, Hanabi turned back to Hinata before she slid the door shut. Hanabi turned to slide the door shut, but she paused in the middle of her action when a sudden thought occurred to her impressionable mind. "I apologize for the mess. I didn't know which clothing you slept in." She smirked and slid the door shut, saying, "Oh, and next time we spar I want you to know that I won't go easy on you." Hinata was left in her room by herself, stunned and in a state of awe. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, a nuke ninja who was originally from the leaf village of Konoha," Naruto said in a whisper, daringly glancing into the redhead's lonesome pale green eyes. He moved closer and said, "I'm like you." He reached up and removed his mask, saying, "I'm different and I'm alone." He showed his frightened cheeks and said, "I have marks, just like you." The boy gazed at the blonde's whiskered cheeks, his eyes widening as Naruto made the connections. He could see the wheels turning in his brain. There was a long, heavy silence between the two boys. Naruto stood his ground and wiped away the few tears that had come out. "No one should have to live alone, even though the man is creepy." The boy's words finally broke the silence. His eyes narrowed as he stared icily. "You're the runaway ninja that was reported yesterday morning." Although Naruto shifted a little under his intense stare, he nodded because his voice was unreliable. The boy came forward and said, "I am ordered to turn you in. Your village wants you." Naruto's breath came out sharply as he jerked back, anger evaporating from him in waves. With his fists clenched in betrayal, Naruto growled, "No, I refuse. After what I just told you, you're still going to turn me in? What have I done to you?" The redhead tilted his head sideways. He halted his motion and bided his time until Naruto's respiration subsided. His icy voice said, "I have no intention of turning you in, Uzumaki." He crossed his arms over his chest, shifting his gorge as he did so. "My name is Gaara no Sabaku, a shinobi of the sand." Naruto eased his protective posture and relaxed. Now that he could trust him, he was relieved he was at least not alone now. In an attempt to reduce tension and allow for proper breathing without the fabric getting in the way, Naruto pulled up his mask and asked, Gaara no Sabaku, you must be related to that Kunoichi Tamari? With a glare, Gaara said icily, we share a father, but I don't see her, or Kankuro as my siblings. The thought sent shivers up Naruto's spine. I have faith in him, he still frightens me, though. Well, it can't be that bad, can it? They seem like good people, Naruto replied. The entire idea of asking is gone, it's difficult to win Gaara over. Gaara responded in a stoic manner. If they are, I wouldn't know. Mother says having a family means knowing how to love. I know not of love. Love is an emotion I am cursed to never have. Papa was recalled by Naruto, her endless tales of a different world and her soft, warm smile when he was being stupid. She wrung him over the head with her needless crane. She laughed croakingly to him. The elderly hag was a grandmother when no one else was. She showed him kindness, she supported him, he learned how to feel from her. A tiny smile appeared on Naruto's face, hidden behind the black mask, as he lifted a hand to his forehead and felt the hard metal plate of his headband as he pulled at the plate. Naruto remarked, "That's not true." He untied the knot with a second hand behind his head. The plate dropped onto his hand as the knot untied, revealing, "There is no curse that doesn't allow someone to not feel love." Naruto flipped it over. Gazing at the kanji that were engraved on it, he looked up to see the redhead glaring at him in confusion. He held the plate between his fingers and held it up while Naruto grinned at him. The cloth ran down his arm as he shook it and said, "A friend of mine gave me this." He moved forward and stood in front of a perplexed Gaara, saying, "She was a crazy old hag, but her words were true. When she gave me this, I was packed and ready to venture out on this journey." With a stubborn, childlike puff of his chest, Gaara questioned, "What does this have to do with me?" Naruto gave a little chuckle. "'Cause it's as if she knew I was going to meet you. You see this kanji? I know it is marked onto my forehead to forever remind me that love is something I do not deserve." Naruto gave a headshake. Naruto paused as he considered the next line. "Love is much more than that," Papa said, and I quote, "Love is the greatest weapon. For it can make a person want to fight. Love will make one stronger." When he realized the next phrase was for him, his eyes hardened on Gaara. "Go out there and find love, spread love to those who can't." Naruto grinned as emotion clogged his throat. "Fight for it. Gaara, don't ever give yourself over to hatred." Naruto observed as Gaara took in what he had said. Naruto was caught off guard when Gaara turned and left. He backed away from the ally and vanished without a word. For a while, Naruto stood motionless, unsure of what to do. A roaring wind suddenly passed by, and Naruto realized that the storm was approaching quickly. He walked quickly in the direction of his inn after leaving the ally. "Kid, you did well. Take your time with the one tail." "Okay." Kyuubi Hinata took a deep breath as she stood outside the office door, her body trembling a little from nerves. In an attempt to find some solace, she silently chanted her nindo, but it was ineffective. She was afraid to confront her dad now. He would definitely disown her. "I know you're there, Hinata. Come in." Hinata took a deep breath and opened the door slowly. She let out a low breath as she timidly entered the room and asked, "Why you wanted me, father?" At his desk sat her father. He was surrounded by tidy piles of paperwork and a few of his personal possessions, including old family photos and awards. He crossed his arms on the desktop and said, "We have a lot to talk about now, Hinata. What you're about to get yourself into is a long and hard process. You must know now that it isn't something you should take so lightly." She looked at him in disbelief, and his eyes pierced her. "I'm sorry, father, but I am not following." Hinata twirled her fingers anxiously, stammering. Her father then swung his hand across the air and pointed to a chair in front of his desk, saying, "You won the fight. I told you that if you won I'd take you up as my new apprentice. I never go back on my word. It's all right to sit. This is your home as well." With hesitation, Hinata took a seat and fixed her intense gaze on her father. As her eyes dropped to her feet, she whispered, "I won by default. There's no honor behind that." Her shoes suddenly seemed very fascinating. Hinata's eyes widened a little as the words brought back memories of her saying, "Very true, but there is honor behind standing up for what you want, despite all obstacles. You're going to get in the way of me before it's too late. I believe it is appropriate to remove all futuristic barriers." As she swallowed her fear, the voice reverberated in her head. Unaware of Hinata's response, her father went on, "I saw the injury before the fight even started." Hinata looked up and stared at her father in disbelief. "I knew how the fight would end," she said, "but I was intrigued when you didn't back out. You fought through it just for the chance to become my apprentice. Hinata, you were honorable and you were ready to become a true Hyuga." He got up and went around the desk. He paused at the chair of Hinata. "So," he said, "your training starts tomorrow at dawn. Do not be late." He then walked out of the office. His words gradually merged with Hinata's thoughts, causing her lip to tremble and her eyes to well up with tears. She had not been disowned by her father. He had given her praise. She had been accepted by him. Hinata leapt to her feet and joyfully ran through the house. She dashed out their estate's front door and headed for the training grounds where her team would be practicing. I've grown more resilient. I wish you could see me right now, Naruto, she thought boldly because, for the first time in her life, she let herself feel proud of what she had done. Get up, a soft voice whispered, sounding warm and light and gentle and caring, as though it were floating through his mind. I would like to speak with you before you depart, so please get up. He was unwilling to get up. He had never felt a softer cushion than the one beneath his head. Go. I'm going? To be honest, he was reluctant to go. He desired to remain in the safe haven of the voice. I have so much I want to tell you, so don't go just yet. The voice didn't sound right. It was pleading. The voice should always be granted with unending wishes rather than pleading. I'd rather not go, would I? I wouldn't be harmed like the others by a voice this kind, would I? Remember? It sounded like a choked voice. It was eager to get its point across. Naruto desired for his eyes to open. He had to find out who was speaking. The tone is familiar. Years ago, when you saved my life? Who had he rescued? Who? I began to realize that I was interested in you on that day, or perhaps even earlier. I got started. Naruto struggled with his sagging eyelids. The voice was dying down. He had to catch a glimpse of its identity before it vanished. At last, he succeeded in forcing his eyes open into a tiny crack. The shadows abruptly gave way to dazzling light, and Naruto felt as though he was being drawn from the room. He frantically tried to find the voice, but it was gone. But before he was dragged from whatever tranquil sanctuary he was in, he caught a glimpse of navy blue hair shimmering in the light out of the corner of his eye. At this point, Hinata was waking up from her dream just as she felt a stray tear fall down her cheek. She sat up, but it was a happy tear. You're still a jerk even in my dreams, and I wonder when I'll see that smile of yours again. Then she blushed at her audacious ideas. She got to her feet with a faint smile on her lips. She looked out the window and absently ran her fingers through her cropped hair. When she looked out the window and saw the sun slowly eking its way out of its resting place and showering the skies in a purple gold hue, a chill went up her spine. She quickly pulled out her ninja gear and rushed down, her heart in her mouth. Dawn has arrived, and I will be late. She skidded through the hallways until she reached her destination. She stood in front of the sliding paper doors, her chest heaving with irregular breathing and her heart pounding wildly. She paused to collect herself, then slowly grasped the door. She felt tremors creeping up and down her backbone, and her heart rate went up. She stopped moving as she paused once more to gather her thoughts. Although she didn't need to be plagued by her pessimistic thoughts right now, the knowledge of what lay beyond was too much to bear. I've made it this far. Her hand trembled and she thought bitterly. The paper shuddered a little as she watched. I don't regret anything. She started to slowly pull the door away. Nobody has been able to stop me. As the room filled with light, her breathing became more rapid, and I'm not going to allow my fears to do that now. She opened the doors all the way and swallowed as she entered their private training area. She noticed her father standing a few steps ahead of her, his arms folded behind his back. He waited for her to start their respectful exchange. Hinata dropped to her knees and bowed low. She demonstrated her strength and resolve by meeting her father's eyes. He gave her a nod and told her to get up. I am unstoppable right now. As she slipped into the Hyuga Taijutsu stance and waited for the initial attack, Hinata pondered. I will always follow my Nindo, never give up. She sat up from his bed, and Naruto's eyes widened. His chest rose and fell quickly with his panting breaths, and a cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Who was that? You're not really sure, are you? You old fox. What are you saying? He wished the seal would weaken so he could harm the child in real life. After hearing remarks like those, though Naruto won't be aware of it, the Kyuubi wasn't a morning person, and having the blonde fool mentally yelling at him only made him more irate in the morning. It indicates that someone in your miserable town has feelings for you that are powerful enough to manifest in your dreams, but this might. Someone who is nice to me. Someone who is nice. How's it? How come I've never noticed her before? Will she resemble Papa? Is she going to become me? Had I known? What would you do? Remain with them? Then you wouldn't be free. You had escaped thanks to Papa. Only that elderly hag would have taken such a risk. But would you get assistance from the girl in your dream? It would be impossible for you to. I would have stayed if I knew. That person sounded like they needed me to be there, so I would have been there for them. I assist those in need. Even in the guise of demons, women are constantly in need. I think females are obnoxious animals. Furthermore, returning for a single person would not benefit you in any way. What would you gain? You've gone too far. Someone who would have supported me, a friend I could trust, someone who wouldn't let me go because they would need me as much as I would need them. His stoic expression was starting to crumble as tears streamed down it, and it was all due to a single, straightforward dream. She was in control of it, and because she loves you so much, she was able to subconsciously connect with you through a meditative state similar to sleep, which not all ninjas can achieve. She likely spoke because of a lucid dream. What's that? Lucid? Why are you telling me this at all? So you'll stop revealing your secrets and realize that, after speaking with her, I was absolutely correct. If chakra is added to this equation, they can actually enter other people's dreams or have someone enter theirs. Lucid dreams are ones that you can control because you are aware that you are dreaming. So, how would I go about doing this, exactly? Suddenly there was silence in the room. Naruto soon discovered that his body had stiffened from prolonged sitting. He dreaded finding out what time it was, but he waited for his response despite his growing hunger for breakfast. He began to wonder if there would be any sand in his ramen or if there was an indoor restaurant, and if so, whether it would even be better than Ichiraku. He pondered for a moment before dismissing the absurd idea with a swift shake of his head. Because our chakras are mixed together, it would be impossible for you to enter a lucid state without me doing the same. Therefore, you would need to cut off my chakra in order for the lucid dreaming to occur, and neither I nor you are patient enough to endure that. What are you saying? I can't control my dreams because our chakras mix. What if I wrapped your chakra around myself? You'd have to totally block off my chakra while I'm asleep because it would draw more of me into this dream state, which I don't want to be a part of, or maybe, for a brief moment, to be able to talk to this girl, but that might never be possible again. How can I disconnect our connection? Isn't that serious of you? I want to talk and laugh with her, I want to help her, I want to learn more about her, and I'll stop our chakra flow for a short while if it means doing so. Don't you think you're a complete moron? A soft voice called out and a timid knock came from the door. Naruto hurried to his feet and turned to face the door, his mind reeling, armed with a kunai in each hand. The legs were spread apart and bent at the knees. He looked around the room for the startling sound, his eyes wide. Empty. Mr. Tandoku. I am here to deliver your lunch. Nor had said that you slept in and missed breakfast, so I brought extra. Naruto pulled on his big white cloak and mask. Breathing heavily as he resheathed his kunai, he repositioned his cloak so that it rested comfortably on his shoulders and called, "Come in." Papa gave him the weights to aid in his training. Even though they were a literal burden on his shoulders, any gift from a loved one is valuable and should be treasured. From outside the door, the maid clumsily cleared her throat. Naruto looked curiously at the sliding doors and cocked his head to the side from behind the thin paper door. She stumbled, "I'm sorry, sir, but my hands are a little full. Would you be so kind as to slide the door open for me?" As Naruto got closer to the door, he forced himself not to laugh. The blushing maid, who did indeed bring a rather large plate of food for him, was revealed when he silently slid the door open. Behind her was a cart filled with more food than the average person would require. With a smile on his face, he removed the plate from her grasp and moved back in the room. "Thank you for bringing me this glorious feast." As she hurried to bring the cart into the room, the maiden's blush deepened. She parked it next to the low table in the center of the room and started arranging the treats on it in a chic way. After following her, Naruto set the plate in the middle of the table. The maid, refusing to look up from her task of setting the table with his food, stammered, "Why, you're lucky to have been asleep through the morning." Naruto did not know what it was that made him feel so moved by the way she stammered her words. He chose to ignore it in the hopes that the unforgettable sensation would simply disappear. Fukyusu was in charge of Naruto's body. Oh. And why is that? To get the maid's attention, he sat on his knees and leaned slightly over the table. The maid's neck, ears, and cheeks were all discolored by her blush. There was an horrible sandstorm all morning. Our weatherman says that the sandstorm won't lift for another 2 days. We are authorized to stay indoors. Even though Fukyusu was already aware of the sandstorm, he gave a little pout. He let out a deep sigh and said, "That's a shame. I will be leaving in 3 days. That means I won't be able to see much of this artfully crafted village." Surprised, the maid dropped a bowl. The bowl broke on the floor, causing its contents to spill all over the place. Naruto was accustomed to seeing the thick noodles and broth, so the sight of its waste almost broke him. He had never been more pleased with the mask than he was right then. Naruto's lip began to tremble as he fought back the tears upon witnessing the massacre of the wasted ramen. "I'm eating ramen." As she quickly began to pick up the bowls of ramen that were scattered, the girl yelled, "Oh, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Tandoku-sama." She also took a rag out of her servant skirt to dry the ramen broth. It hurt too much to watch her heedlessly dry up the broth, so Naruto used this diversion to have a moment of panic. Tears poured from his eyes, and a snot bubble started to form. "I'm eating ramen, my priceless ramen, kid. Get yourself together, she's nearly finished." With a silent sniffle, Naruto wiped his eyes and got up from his chair across the table. He walked around the table and knelt next to the maid, who was blushing and extremely embarrassed. He started to scoop the broken pieces into his hands while quietly enjoying the last of the ramen's warmth and hoping it would one day be revived. The maid didn't initially appear to notice, but she was compelled to acknowledge Naruto's presence when her hand struck his. Despite her protests and spluttering, Naruto dismissed her and tossed away the remaining bowl. The rag hung limp in the girl's hand, smeared with broth, and she had frozen in shock. Naruto swallowed. She was removing the blood from the ramen. His ramen was gone, and he made Fukyusu come back out. He had a role to perform. Fukyusu cleaned up the remaining noodles and broth while carefully removing the rag from her hand. After throwing the rag onto her cart, he moved on to his heavily flamboyant meal. Fukyusu turned to face her, waiting for her answer. "If you don't mind, could you please mop up the floor? I really would hate for the room to smell like old ramen." "Ramen," Naruto whimpered to himself. The Kyuubi responded with a growl. "Damn it, get yourself together." The red-faced maid jolted out of her reverie and gave a robotic nod. She squirmed under Naruto's blue-eyed stare and bit her lip. She seized the cart and ran for the door, saying, "Yes, sir, right away, sir." As soon as she was out of sight, Naruto threw himself over the food and dropped his mask and Fukyusu act. He shoved everything in his mouth, hardly even chewing his food as it slid down his throat as quickly as water. Within minutes, the food was gone, and in its place was a round-bellied Naruto using a toothpick to pick his teeth. He rubbed his stomach with a silly smile on his lips. "Now that was some good grub," Naruto said without realizing it. A chilly voice said from Naruto's doorway, "I'm glad you think so." Because he was too full to sit up, Naruto's head snapped in the direction of the voice's owner. "Gaara!" Sakura yelled. "Sasuke! Wait up!" As she hurried to meet her stoic classmate who was strolling through Konoha's crowded morning streets. In fact, he didn't slow down or even bother to turn around. He had his head lowered slightly, deep in thought, and she figured he simply didn't hear her. "Sasuke." A gentle flush rose in her cheeks as she caught up to him and stepped in time with him. She pouted a little and said, "Hey, why didn't you slow down?" With a sigh, Sasuke cast a sidelong glance up at her coolly. He straightened his back and said, "Hello, Sakura. Was there something you needed?" As he gazed at her, her cheeks became more flushed. Her ears throbbed with her heartbeat. To get her straying thoughts out of her head, she shook her head quickly. "You shouldn't be staring at him right now." She cleared her throat and said, shyly. She glanced down at her shoes, which she thought were really fascinating right now. "I was just wondering if you've heard anything from Kakashi-sensei about Naruto?" she asked. With a bored tone, he said, "No, I haven't even seen Kakashi-sensei since he told us about searching for the dope." Not a trace of anxiety or concern. "Why do you ask?" Sakura filtered through her response with a gulp in front of Sasuke. She didn't want to appear completely foolish, but she also didn't want to come across as needy. "Well, you're closer to Naruto and Kakashi-sensei than I am. I just Figu." Sasuke buried his hands in his pockets and growled, "I'm not close to the dope." He quickened his pace, and Sakura staggered to keep up. "I don't care what happens to him in this world. You need to know how to survive on your own." Sakura stammered, trying to sound confident in her argument. But he's our teammate. I may find him annoying at times, but we were taught to work together through thick and thin." She detested arguing with Sasuke, but all three of them had learned to stick together from Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's back tensed abruptly, causing him to stop in mid-step. Sakura stood slightly behind him, eagerly anticipating Sasuke's response. All she could hear were the voices of the people and the clattering of things in marketplaces. His response to the question, "Do you miss him?" was quiet and hardly audible. Sakura would have missed his question if she hadn't strained her ears in anticipation of his response. Sakura spluttered for a second, trying to understand what he was saying with wide eyes. What?" Sasuke swiveled his head and peered at her out of the corner of his eye calmly. "Do you miss him?" he asked. Wide-eyed, Sakura gazed at the boy who was waiting and who, unbeknownst to her, had captured her heart. She wanted nothing more than to get away from his intense stare, but sadly, his eyes pierced through her. They were after her. She moistened her parched throat by swallowing her saliva. "And no, of course not. It's just that we've gotten to know each other's strengths and weaknesses. If Naruto isn't brought back, we'd be assigned a new teammate, someone we don't know." Sakura's breathing became somewhat labored. She spoke before she had had time to process what she had said. She hadn't given much thought to why she had asked in the first place, but she was never happier than she was right now for being their trio's brains. She silently crossed her fingers and prayed to whatever kami was out there that he would accept her excuse as she watched Sasuke pause to consider her justification. After a painful minute of waiting for him to answer, he said, "You're right." He pivoted once more and resumed his stroll. "We will get someone else. That might just be a good thing." On the crowded street, Sakura was left standing in the center. Her thoughts followed his words in perplexity. She didn't comprehend. Had he not known Naruto well? With a sigh, the Hokage turned to face the young boy and the bandaged elderly man. The third knew the man, but he didn't believe that he was sincere when he offered the young boy as a substitute for the genin they had lost. Although Hiruzen had already passed the deadline he had set, He wasn't ready to give up on finding Naruto. Allowing Team 7 to have a new teammate and their mentor return was long overdue. As he sat with his Hokage hat tilted upward to meet Danzo's gaze, Hiruzen said, "Danzo, are you sure he can be placed into the team? I wouldn't want him to feel uncomfortable with new people." Danzo touched the young child's shoulder. He answered proudly and resolutely, standing tall. "He won't feel uncomfortable. He's the type of person that adjusts himself in certain situations. I have no doubt that he will be able to gain his teammates' trust in no time." Hiruzen gave a nod before turning to face the young man. Hiruzen didn't like something about him. The boy had a small backpack strapped to his back and was wearing a short jacket that exposed a good portion of his torso. His lower body was covered by tight black pants with snow-pale skin. He wore the Konoha headband on his forehead. However, the Hokage was more concerned with the boy's lack of emotion during their conversation than with that. His expression never once changed to a silly frown, smile, or grin. The fact that a boy so young would behave like a professional adult alarmed Hiruzen. Hiruzen examined the boy for a while before giving in. After all, Team 7 needed a teammate, and Danzo had been a longtime friend. How could he hurt anyone? "Very well, welcome to Team 7. Sigh." Outside the inn, the storm continued to roar outside the window. The stormy winds caused the sand to dance and whirl in the air. The heavens vanished behind it all, and debris flew with it. Nobody knew if it was day or night. The residents of the sand village frequently experienced sandstorms, but compared to the others, this one was stronger and lasted longer. While many travelers had their plans cancelled due to this storm, they had prepared food and beverages in advance. Naruto, however, maintained his composure. The beast inside him was uncomfortable with the weather and the change in plans, but he chose to ignore it. Naruto was impatient enough to ignore his grievances. He needed to consider Gaara's suggestion. The plan might be ruined with just one small mistake. Everything could go totally wrong. With a sigh, Naruto rose from his spot at the table, which had long since been cleared of all dishes and food. When he heard a crack, he pushed his back forward and stretched his arms high above his head, satisfied. With a yawn, he went to his window, making sure his mask was on. Naruto glanced out the window and combed his hair. It calmed him a little to see the sandstorm. He was safe here, with his scent being blown away by the sandstorm. No ninja could find him down here. For a moment, his thoughts turned to his dream. I wonder who might she be? When Kyuubi snarled at him, Naruto immediately pushed the idea from his mind. He didn't have to engage in combat with the beast once more. He let out another sigh. He kept thinking about the one-tailed Jinchuriki. One error. "I have no faith in him," Kyuubi snarled and sighed in annoyance. "A walking time bomb, he is." Feeling the slight vibrations caused by the storm, Naruto leaned his forehead against the window and whispered, "I need to give him a chance. He wants out, just like me." He closed his eyes and reflected on the brief encounter with Gaara. Naruto, who was no longer concerned about his mask, said, "Gaara, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home?" He rolled over and sat on a cushion, asking, "Come in, don't want people to see my face, now do we?" Gaara gave a cold glare in return, but he obeyed and went inside, closing the door behind him. With his gourd shifting slightly on his back, he started to approach the blonde and said, "You should be more careful." Naruto gave a shrug. Naruto rubbed his face and yelled, "They treat me like royalty here." Despite the chills Gaara's icy voice had sent down his spine, he ignored them. They knock and announce their presence. Unlike some people, Naruto gave the redhead a pouty look. Ignoring him, Gaara took a seat on the cushion across from him and grimaced at the carnage of food arranged on the low table. Naruto gave a sheepish smile. He nodded toward the window and said, "Why are you here? Better yet, how? There's a storm going on outside." Gaara gave an eye roll. His eyes narrowed as he said, "The storm can't touch me." His shoulders drooped just a little, but Naruto, the most inconspicuous ninja in history, didn't notice. Nothing can. Rather, Naruto raised an eyebrow and gazed at the young redhead, his eye twitching. He said in a deadpan tone, "That's weird. It doesn't make sense." Naruto reached out and took a knife from the table as Gaara scowled at him. Then, with his hands raised in surrender, Naruto leapt from the table and came to life. He started to say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to off." But Gaara abruptly lunged the knife at the back of his hand. Shouting, Naruto shielded his eyes. Nothing. No scream of pain, no copper odor. Rather, there was a rustling noise that sounded like crunching sand. Naruto reluctantly opened his eyes and gave Gaara a quick look. Gaara sat there, staring at the spot on his hand where the knife had been stuck. The blade was prevented from touching his skin by the swirling sand. The blade was far from his sensitive skin, and Naruto could tell by Gaara's expression that he wasn't proud or ashamed of his ability. As he let go of the knife, he remarked, "If you need more evidence, throw your kunai at me. The same thing will happen." The knife clattered harmlessly onto the table, as if the sand had spat it out. Uncertain whether or not to throw it, Naruto's hand wrapped around the handle of one of his hidden kunai as he reached for it. How? He inquired. Gaara gave him a scowl. It's a gift from mother. The Shukaku. Gaara responded with a nod. Naruto's hand gripped the handle more tightly, then relaxed. He didn't require further evidence. He reasoned that a beast's gift was typical. Yes, it is. The Kyuubi growled out of its enclosure. All that matters is the Yukai. Naruto combed his hair with his hand. He laughed and sat back down, saying, well, that explains how you came here without a scratch on you. But why are you here? Gaara scowled and said, I want to challenge you. Mother wants your blood. She says that your tailed beast is unfaithful and will kill me. Naruto raised his eyebrows. I won't kill you. We're in the same boat. Why would I kill someone who's been treated just as bad as I have, maybe even worse? Gaara got up from his chair and kept glaring at the blonde boy, not taking his eyes off of him. Although Naruto concealed it, his icy, pale green eyes sent a tidal wave of shudders down his spine. Pronouncing each syllable of his name, Gaara declared, I trust no one, especially you, Uzumaki. I expect to see you outside the gates of the village. When this storm breaks, there we will battle to the death. Then he slid the door open and closed and turned to go. A female gasp was heard from the hall, followed by a crash of breaking glass. It appears that the maids were unaware of Gaara's presence. Naruto had to open his eyes and stumble awkwardly in the direction of his bed after hearing a knock on the doors. He tied his head to his forehead after pulling it back. Come in, he yelled as he turned to welcome his guest and tightened the knot. The girl who had greeted him at the gate was standing there when the door slid open. What was her name? Temi. Timo. Huh. Terry. No. Oh, well, she'll probably just give her introduction again, hopefully. Bowing, she said, good evening, Tandoku-san. After taking a deep breath, Naruto took off his Fukusu mask. He bowed in return and grinned, saying, no need for such formalities, just call me Fukusu. The four-legged girl gave a nod. Very well, Fukusu, I was sent to know if your stay here in the village is faring well. I understand that the sandstorm is a drag, but hey, who can control the weather? Fukusu laughed. He motioned for her to take a seat by the low table and then took a seat himself, saying, who can, indeed. Would you like any refreshments? Not really, but thanks, Fukusu gave a shrug. The two sat in awkward silence, the girl just sitting there and Naruto unsure of what to say. The girl finally spoke after what seemed like hours. With a glare and beseeching eyes, she said, okay, I lied. I'm here because I heard my younger brother came to visit you. I need to know how you two know each other. Naruto would have shed tears. That scary guy was the last thing he wanted to think about, not when that task is only a day away. Your younger brother? Do you mean Gaara? The girl gave a frustrated roll of her eyes. Yes, Gaara. Fukusu waved his hand and said, well, he wanted to challenge me to a battle to the death. With her mouth and eyes wide, the girl leapt from her seat. He looked at her as she slammed her palms on the tabletop and asked, did you accept? Please tell me you didn't accept. Fukusu gave the upset girl a raised eyebrow. How could I say no? My pride and honor wouldn't allow it. Honor and pride? Kyuubi gave a snort. I'm panicking in silence. I have no idea what her name is. Do you need me to do everything? Your memory is so bad. You humans, Kyuubi growled back. Tamari no Sabaku was her name. Regards. Naruto stopped arguing with himself and turned his attention to Tamari. The girl, her face was rabid as she babbled on about something. He was aware that she would probably start destroying the room if he didn't quickly calm her down. Tamari-san, Fukusu said, getting up and approaching her with his arm outstretched as if addressing a wounded animal. I don't see the harm in it. It's only a friendly battle between two ninja, Fukusu replied. Two Jinchuriki fighting to the death in a friendly match. Naruto made the correction. Why, you don't know what you're doing. Tamari shook her head after saying this. He'll kill you no matter how good you are, you won't win. With a sigh, Fukusu let his arm drop back to his side. He glared without knowing. I won't die. I have some tricks up my sleeve, so don't draw me out by just looks. After calming down, Fukusu stroked the dented plate with a hand up to his headband. Following his hand, Temari's gaze shifted to the kanji that was inscribed there. She read aloud, love. Her eyes widened and her body trembled as she started to stumble back. With a gasp, she said, why, you know, don't you? You know about Gaara. Naruto quickly adapted to this shift in conversation after swallowing his panic. Know what? Tamari shook her head and closed her eyes. When her eyes opened, she snarled, don't play stupid, and strode toward him. You're hiding something big, aren't you? You know all about Gaara's thing and you're planning on using it against him. Naruto made himself stay composed. The urge to run as fast as he could and the sense of regret had to be suppressed. However, given a violent sandstorm that rattled the windows, he wouldn't have made much progress. He took a deep breath through his nose. "I'm sorry, I really don't know what yo." With ease, Tamari lifted him from his sitting position and brought him face to face with a furious Kunoichi as she leapt onto the table and caught him by the collar of his shirt. "The storm would have given me a better chance," with her eyes fixed in a glare that could break a man's heart, she said, panting. "Listen here, and you listen good. I don't give a damn about how charming and cute you are. Gaara's going to kill you without a second thought. He's not like some bandit you might have faced in your travels. He's a monster. He kills constantly. Blood is stained on his hands without him even touching it. Do you understand?" No longer able to perform his role as Fukyusu, Naruto nodded. It must run in the family to be creepy. Grasping the rumpled collar of his hurriedly put on t-shirt with her fist, she said, "That's why I think you're plotting something against him." He had to wriggle against the shirt because it pinched his skin. "No one's ever calm around him. Those who are either fools or knows the secret, and I highly doubt you're a fool." "Then she's the only one," Naruto imagined Kyuubi muttering. A grin trembled across Naruto's lip. He then expressed his gratitude to Papa for providing him with a mask that covered his face. If she caught him smiling, how would she respond? His own shirt choked him as she snarled and shook him, saying, "You know it, I can see it in you eyes." Then he swore at his tearful eyes. He clutched her hands and drew them away from his neck, stammering, "I want to help him." Her eyes widened and her grip relaxed at his words. A bewildered stare took the place of the glare. He improvised and ensnared her hands in his own, saying, "I've heard stories of the tailed beasts and their containers." Naruto went to a dark corner of his mind to mope about the awful mean girl while Fukyusu took over his body. Naruto felt suddenly exposed as Tamari studied him for a minute, her gaze moving up and down his body to check if his mask was still on. He had to resist the urge to reach up and touch it. The two were once more enveloped in silence as the two ninjas gazed at each other. The tension between them increased. Tamari abruptly pushed Naruto to the ground while glaring. He moaned as the sharp pains suddenly swept over his body after his tailbone slammed into the floor. She screamed, "You lied to me then." As she approached him, her body looming over his collapsed body, she then bowed her knees and balanced herself on her toes, adopting a monkey crouched position, saying, "You knew and you lied about it. But I have to ask, how will fighting with him save him?" Naruto gave the insane woman in front of him a fierce look. He sat up, rubbed his injured tailbone, and pouted before shaking his head and turning to face her with composed eyes. He muttered under his breath, "You didn't have to push me." He took a deep breath. He was determined to tell her the truth. "I don't know." There was a gap with his oversized t-shirt riding up across his torso and his hair sticking up at odd angles. Naruto sat upright on his futon. He smacked his parched lips together and looked around the room languidly, but in his newly awakened state, he was clueless as to what was wrong. He wriggled as his joints popped loudly, then shrugged and extended his arms far above his head. His body was suffering greatly as a result of the weights that were jammed into his clothes. When he noticed a big bruise had developed on his hip, he grimaced. How did that end up there? Before getting up and getting dressed for the day, he gave his lips another smack. His thoughts pondered the fact that this morning was different while the curtains remained closed. He put his mask on over his head and made sure it fit properly, covering his nose and mouth. His coat was shrugged on, and he buckled his heavy belt, hissing as the belt hit the bruise. "Well, that answered one of the questions." He yawned and walked over to the windows, fully dressed and prepared. No sunlight could enter because the curtains were drawn together. He liked to sleep with the windows open because he liked the sun, but it was not a good idea because of the storm. The tempest, the rough wind would swirl the windows wildly, and he would often hear hundreds of grains of sand slamming against them in addition to the thundering clouds that was where. Naruto paused in front of the windows and listened intently to the outside world. He could hear doors opening and shutting, markets shouting out their prices, and people running outside. The storm had passed. Gaara was therefore anticipating a conflict. Pulling the curtains open, Naruto gazed down at the crowds of people lining the streets. They were relieved to be leaving their houses at last and to be clearing the sand that was all over the place. He observed the well-hidden ninjas who leapt to the rooftops to keep watch over the populace. As Naruto fisted his hand, a broad smile emerged behind his mask. "Yes," he yelled, leaping up and throwing his fist into the air. "The day has come. Today I'll make him my comrade." "Do you really think it'll be that easy, Kit?" Kyuubi, who was also awakened, growled impotently. Naruto strode across his room, rummaging through his supply and weapon inventory, and said, "Well, how hard can it be? All I have to do is beat his sorry butt and then we'll be friends." "You're not as familiar with his beast as the boy is. Don't bring such naive ideas into this battle. You and I will both undoubtedly die," he complained in his annoyed tone. Naruto dropped the 5 pairs of kunai he was holding, crossed his arms, and pouted. The wooden floors were scratched as they fell with a loud clang. "Have a little faith in me. Why don't you?" Kyuubi growled but made no response. The old fuzzbutt must have dozed off again, Naruto reasoned. When he realized he still hadn't put on his headband, he let out a sigh and combed through his messy hair. He went looking for his favorite headband. Ignoring the strewn about weapons and packing, there was a knock on the door before he discovered it lying in the folds of his unmade futon. From behind the thin slide doors, his usual young hostess called, "Tandoku-sama, I am here with your breakfast meal." The idea of food made him smile broadly, but he quickly composed himself, put his headband on his forehead, and tied it at the back of his head. He stood up and yelled, "Come in!" While continuing to tie the headband comfortably to adjust to the feel of his thick headband, he rolled his neck several times. The girl pushed in a cart full of breakfast items. After sliding the door to the side and entering the room, he could hear his stomach growl with desire as his mouth drooled at the sight. He had to will himself not to jump on the cart and eat the food. As she spread out the morning feast, the girl, flushed, said, "Good morning, Tandoku-sama." Naruto was too preoccupied gazing at the mouth-watering meal and smelling its wonderful aroma to notice the girl's blush. He sat down in front of the food and said absently, "Good morning to you too." As she finished, a deep flush came over the girl's face. She wished him a good meal and bowed deeply. However, she paused at the door as she was leaving. Looking over her shoulder, she saw the little boy begin to inhale his food, and she bit her lip. As if she had already decided, she strode across the room and paused in front of the table, opposite the knucklehead with the blonde hair who had a piece of fruit in his mouth. She hurriedly said, "Tandoku-sama, I have a question. Are you leaving the village today? The maids have been chatting that you have a deal with our cage, that you'll only stay until the storm is over. Is that true?" As though she hadn't given her actions much thought, eagerly awaiting the answer she desired, she looked into his eyes. Naruto slurped the fruit slice and swallowed the food. He straightened his back and folded his hands on his lap. He had to be courteous and civil even though he wanted to eat. Fakusu's role was the same. He shrugged and said, "It's true, I am a traveler. It'd be strange for me to stay in one place too long." The girl's eyes welled up with unshed tears, and she bit her lip. She spoke as clearly as she could while daringly looking him in the eyes. "But can you not stay here longer? The maids and I have really enjoyed your company here, and another night couldn't hurt. You're just so young. It's ludicrous for you to be out there. The world is a dangerous place." Naruto refrained from laughing. This girl lacked maturity. Mizuki had taught him that the world was dangerous, so he already knew that. He grinned at the agitated girls and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm pretty good at defending myself when times get hard." Then he gave his abandoned weapons a quick glance and grimaced. He had yet to complete that task. The girl saw his weapons after following his gaze. That's when she realized he was a shinobi-level fighter. She ducked her head and her lip quivered. Her dark brown bangs concealed her eyes. Slowly backing away, she said, I see." As she left the room and slid the door shut, she said, Please enjoy the rest of your meal." It was as if Naruto had just kicked a puppy. Somehow, the poor girl had become attached. He let out another sigh before he finished his meal, but this time he was considerably less happy and excited. Even though he had no intention of getting attached to someone, it still happened, and he felt terrible about it. "Kid, it's not your fault. She and other young girls will eventually move on and let it go." "I hope so," he uttered as the girl from his dreams suddenly came back to him. "I have so much I want to tell you, so don't go just yet. But then again, in some weird way, I really hope not." Naruto strode cautiously through Suna's streets. He looked at the peasants who hid in their houses, waiting for the fight to begin. He sighed. He didn't intend to frighten the locals. "It's your own fault. You wouldn't have felt so alone if you hadn't screamed out your excitement about fighting and leapt into the street, punching the air. Have you already forgotten your mission? You're a fool, boy. Quit talking." Leaning back and walking as casually as ever, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and moaned under his breath. "It's not my fault that they get scared easily," he sulked. "Kid, forget it. This is not the moment. I know the redhead is not far away." With a sly smile and a laugh, Naruto leapt up on the roofs and ran across them, pushing off of tiles and leaping over heads. Adrenaline pumped through his veins, preparing him for battle. He could see the sand wall enclosing the village up ahead. He knew that beyond the border, Gaara was waiting for him. Just the two of them will be sufficient for this fight. An audience is not required. Besides, for all he knew, this might end up being a carnage. No, I refuse to think that way. You must remain optimistic. After all, I am Naruto Uzumaki, so I can handle any challenge. Have faith. After giving himself a nod, he leapt through the final few structures until he hit the wall. His body hesitated for a reason. There was a tiny part of him that was uncertain of the result. Despite his boasting, Naruto's charisma was never insecure, but it seemed like he had chosen the wrong person to argue with at that particular moment. Beyond that wall throbbed a gloomy aura awaiting his arrival. Gaara probably knew he was there. The fact that he, Naruto Uzumaki, was hesitating probably made him smile as he stood there giggling at his hesitation and wearing a menacing smile. Naruto simply couldn't let that happen. He wasn't going to hold back, so that bastard had better be ready. Even if he were just a hair's breadth away from death, he wouldn't hold back. There's no turning back now. With his knees bent, Naruto got ready to jump over the wall. His brow was raised and his cheeks were swollen with resolve. With the words, "Believe it," yelled, he threw himself over the wall and took off. After passing by with relative ease, he realized how far down the landing spot was. He gave an agonized squeal and writhed in the air. This was unexpected. He landed with a loud thump, his arms and legs flailing about as the impact and speed caused his body to drill itself into the ground. As he moaned and slowly attempted to get to his feet, smoke billowed from his body. He swore aloud to himself as his wrists failed and he fell back into his ditch. That icy croaking voice asked, "What are you doing, Gaara?" With a painful laugh, Naruto attempted to get back up and balance on the ditch's corner. Once more Naruto smiled at the expressionless Jinchuriki and yelled, "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm looking for buried treasure. Come help. I could use your creepy sand ability." He tried to lighten the mood, and Naruto half expected Gaara to at least smile. However, the redhead's lips did not even move as he nearly threw daggers at him with his eyes. He pulled himself completely out of the body-shaped ditch and said, "Or not," after adjusting the weights so they sat comfortably on his body. He patted the dust off his clothes. He shouldn't be shocked to discover an army of bruises because the fall must have pressed all of those weights into his skin. The redhead spread his legs and crossed his arms. He exuded confidence and experience in these kinds of conflicts, and he stood at least 13 feet away. As he observed the blonde, he stated icily, "No one can come interrupt." His eyes were penetrating his flesh. "I had Tamari and Kankuro block off the area. Our fight will go undisturbed." Naruto cracked his neck and smiled at him. "Alright, then what are we waiting for? Just give me your best shot. I'm ready for anything." With a sigh, Gaara lifted one hand and dropped the other to his side. Then, as thick tentacles made entirely of sand erupted from his gorge and shot towards him, it was all an unstoppable dance. Sakura glared at the tree line and deadpanned. "He's late again." For once, she hoped to see her distant and reckless sensei stroll through the tree line with a flimsy excuse, as her body ached from an hour of sparring with Sasuke. Anything to put an end to Sasuke's compulsive actions. Sasuke grunted as he pulled a kunai from one of the numerous trees that encircled them, asking, "Does it really surprise you?" After the fierce battle in which he launched an all-out assault, he was gathering his weapons again. Sakura paced back and forth, complaining, "No, not anymore, but I'm getting bored of just sitting around here." Stupid Naruto, he just had to make a big fuss. Even getting all the Chunin to drop their posts to search for him. How long has it been? 3 days. Sasuke ignored her complaints and gathered up the remaining weapons he had thrown away. "The Dobi is most likely already found. You don't have to worry about him." Sakura stiffened. Her hair stood on end, like the fur of a startled cat. As a chill went through her body, her heart sank to her stomach, and she stopped pacing. She slowly turned to face her favorite teammate, her jaw dropping comically and her eyes wide with shock. "Who said I missed that idiot?" she cried indignantly as she began to accuse the disinterested Uchiha. "What's there to miss? All he ever does is screw things up." Sasuke gave her a raised eyebrow. He focused his attention on the beads of perspiration that were accumulating on her forehead. "I never said that you missed him." Sakura's expression brightened while the rest of her body froze in embarrassment. Her mind reeled as she tried to follow his words. Knowing he had her caught, Sasuke grinned. "Yo, you're wrong. I don't," Sakura stammered, attempting to collect herself. Her foot kicked the dirt, her fingers spinning. "I mean, I can't posy." "Yo." Kakashi appeared behind Sakura, leaning on her shoulder just a little. "Sorry I'm late." Sakura leapt forward, spun around to confront her sensei, and came alive. She pointed to her late-arriving mentor with her finger up. Once more her eyes were wide, and she was drenched in sweat. "Where have you been? Where's that idiot knucklehead? I want to get started on missions," she exclaimed. She was relieved to leave the hot seat. Leaning against a tree, Sasuke played with a kunai. It moved in slow circles around it as his fingers twirled it around. "Where is that Dobi? Sakura hasn't given me much of a challenge. The Dobi might give me a little more restraint." Immediately, Kakashi's free eye became drooping and exhausted. His head hung down and his shoulders drooped. Naruto couldn't be found. Sakura gasped and her hand slapped her mouth as Sasuke's kunai fell. As they gazed at their sensei, they waited for him to smile and then yell, "You were duped." Like a monkey, Naruto leaps in, pointing and laughing. "You ought to have noticed your faces. He would yell, grinning toothily. Then he would say, "What makes me want to leave the village? One day, I will be the Hokage, have faith." However, nothing took place, no pointing, taunting, laughter, or a grating voice saying, "Believe it, have faith, have faith." After clearing his throat, Kakashi dared to look at his pupil. Sakura displayed more emotion than Sasuke, but even he was clearly shaken during their moment of shock. Sakura was the first to recover, asking, What? How?" Memories of a smiling goofball flashed through her head, making her voice tremble. "Why?" Kakashi swore, his lone eye narrowing at his students. "Naruto has his own reasons. Those reasons are strictly confidential. No one other than those who are a part of this situation are allowed any information, meaning that this matter cannot be revealed to anyone, not even his teammates." Sasuke asked, his features reverting to their typical stoic expression. "Why not? He is a part of Team 7, shouldn't we be allowed to know some information regarding our teammate?" Kakashi let out a deep sigh. Unless he provided them with additional information, they would not give up. "Naruto Uzumaki is no longer part of Team 7, he is no longer your teammate, he has now been ranked a C-level missing ninja. Our retrieval mission was a failure." Kakashi looked at his pupils. He moved between the two shinobi with one exposed eye, then he spoke in a heavy voice. "Naruto has chosen the path, a nuke ninja." Sakura waited while gazing at her sensei. She was constantly anticipating the joke that she knew would never be told behind her sensei. She peered into the trees. The leaves were only stirred by the wind. Then it clicked in her moment of shock. Her astute mind picked up on this idea. "If Naruto is no longer our teammate, are we going to be reassigned a new one?" Kakashi gave nod. "The Hokage has already assigned Team 7 a new teammate. You will meet him tomorrow." With his gaze fixed on the kunai he had dropped, Sasuke inquired, "What's his name?" "Sai." Naruto barely avoided getting caught in the sand's tendrils immediately. He reached into one of the belt pouches and extracted 3 kunais, tucking them between his fingers. He was hit by another sand tendril. He twisted his body out of the way and jumped. He hurled the kunais in the direction of his adversary. Each of the 3 struck their target after slicing through the tendrils as they flew through the air. A cloud of dust surrounded the Jinchurikis as Naruto landed with a thump and the sand fell. Squinting to try to see Gaara, Naruto coughed and waved his hands in front of him. The dust gradually subsided and cleared when Naruto saw it. He grinned, believing he had him. The target had not been hit by the kunai. The closest one hardly touched the redhead's nose as they hovered millimeters away from his face. Bundles of sand held each of them. Unharmed, Gaara stood with his arms folded across his chest and his icy eyes narrowed. When the weapons were released by the sand, he said, "Nothing you do can hurt me." They plummeted, colliding with one another in the sand. Sweat trickled down Naruto's back. It will be unlike any battle he has ever faced. Gaara was an expert killer and untouchable, so he wasn't just another shady bandit. "Kid, you just realized that?" Kyuubi made fun of Naruto in his mindscape. "How can I beat someone I can't even touch?" "Kid, you've met your match, let's test your true strength." "I appreciate your insightful counsel." "Useless, fox." Within Naruto's mindscape, the Kyuubi let out a loud growl but made no response given that Gaara was already planning his next move. The battle really started in an attempt to outsmart the terrifying redhead. Naruto rambled off any ninjutsu he could think of, copying himself into hundreds at the time. However, Gaara firmly maintained his position, attempting to catch Naruto, who swiftly ducked away, by swinging thick tendrils of sand around like a lasso. Naruto's body eventually became exhausted with each new phrase. His ninjutsu grew weaker and his speed was lacking. However, Gaara stood there, watching him, his body unhurt and unmoved, observing his fruitless efforts to avoid and dodge the sand spikes that could have impaled a weaker man. "Never stops observing. You will have to engage in close combat, Kit." However, his defense is too robust. "How can I overcome the sand defense mechanism?" "Try out your new speed after removing the weights." Despite his groan, Naruto followed Kyuubi's instructions. He hastily shrugged off his cloak after dodging in front of a sand wave. "Gaara!" he exclaimed as he straightened up, his breath coming quickly and lightly. He showed his opponent his bulky cloak by holding it up away from his body. "Since you are untouchable, let's level the playing field." The cloak, which buried itself deeply in the sand when he let it go, a cloud of dust rose from the ground as a result of its impact. Naruto shifted his shoulders and rolled his neck. "That feels a lot better. I feel so free now." Unfazed, Gaara gazed at him. This act did not impress him in the least. At that, Naruto pouted. Even though he hadn't been using weights for very long, he felt like he was moving a little faster. As he once again extended his hand and ordered a huge, dense tendril of sand to rise from his gorge and attack Naruto, Gaara remarked, "You're tiresome, why don't you just die?" Feeling lighter than he had in days, Naruto grinned. He leapt to the side and ran directly to the source. He sailed through the air toward the startled Jinchuriki, his fist outstretched. Naruto was confident that he could overcome the protective barrier Gaara had put up around him if he was quick and powerful enough. That is, until his fist ceased and his body collided with a sand wall. Naruto gazed into the One-Tail's Cantainer's pale green eyes through the million grains of sand. His eyes narrowed ominously, and he struck his signature pose with his arms folded across his chest. For a split second, Naruto thought he saw a ghost of a smirk dance across the frightful redhead's lips. Gaara said, his features and voice as stoic as ever, "I have told you before, nothing can harm me. I have never seen my own blood." Naruto was relieved to have been freed by the sand when it abruptly went limp and he staggered to regain his balance. "Oh yeah," Naruto exclaimed in a childish manner as he slid one foot back and assumed a powerful fighting stance. "I bet I can find a way through. Believe it." Then Naruto bounded forward like a bullet out of a gun, launching a direct assault on Gaara, never hitting the same spot twice as the defensive barrier was hammered by a barrage of punches and kicks. His body twisted and turned. Gaara's composed expression changes to one of panic as another attack hit his barrier. He looked desperately for the blonde-haired idiot, but all he saw were patches of yellow. Gaara yelled, "What are you doing? Stop!" He felt a glimmer of fear. The sand had to hurry from one location to another because it was unable to keep up. Naruto's body glowed with chakra as his movements quickened before long. However, the sand's power diminished and the naturally blue chakra began to bleed red. The moments that followed were inexplicable. It passed in a flurry of movements and motions. However, one thing was difficult to believe but easy to tell. Gaara's barrier of defense was breached by Naruto. Not with a kick or a punch, though it was neither a shuriken nor a kunai. Naruto successfully brought Gaara's foreheads together with a direct headbutt. Both of their foreheads were broken by the force of his blow and the heavy-weighted headband, and blood poured down their noses. Gaara collapsed backwards, staring up at the ninja that towered over him with wide, terrified eyes, hardly noticing the blonde's abrupt change in appearance. His eyes were crimson red, his shaggy hair abruptly became roughly spiked, and his face was now exposed, revealing deeply dented whiskers. No, Gaara was initially unaware that the warm liquid that rushed down his forehead was his biggest worry. He reluctantly extended a hand to touch the liquid, then withdrew it to look further. Upon seeing his red-coated fingers, the Jinchuriki abruptly broke. "My blood!" he exclaimed. "My blood! Mother, mother, my blood!" Slowly, Naruto reverted to his usual self. His blood-red eyes were the last to die. He dared to look at the screaming redhead after he was certain the Kyuubi wouldn't take control. Naruto gave him a scowl. A true shinobi ought to be able to withstand damage. Naruto cautiously walked up to Gaara as if approaching a wounded animal from behind. Gaara hadn't noticed him at first, but he began flailing backwards as soon as he saw what the redhead was doing. His hands clawed at the sand to get some distance, and his feet kicked the sand. Gaara's body started to shake, his eyes darting between his and his beast's. "Get away from me! Mother, mother wants blood!" he exclaimed. Naruto stopped what he was doing in his emotional state. He held his breath and hoped that his beast wouldn't take control of the Jinchuriki. "The boy is going to be taken over. Kit, you need to calm him down. I'll try my best to keep his beast at bay, but I can't do that unless you touch him." Naruto didn't even try to answer. Rather, he leaned forward and gave the quivering boy a hug. His arms encircled him tightly, disregarding the sand's attempts to push him away. Then, like a big blanket, red chakra surrounded the two Jinchurikis as it glowed from Naruto's body. Naruto told the shaky boy, "Gaara, don't let him take over. Don't let him rule your life. I am not your foe. Gaara, I'm your friend, believe it," and then grinned sheepishly. Gaara gazed at Naruto in terror. He did not object to the treatment, even though his body and mind were not accustomed to it. "Friend," Gaara muttered, fighting his beast with his mind in disarray. "A friend." As the sand resisted his embrace and made a valiant effort to push him away, Naruto could feel his strength gradually ebbing from his body. However, he persisted. He was forced to. "I believe he is now stable even though his beast is raging inside of him. I was able to block his path, Kid. There shouldn't be any issues anymore." Naruto refused to let go, though he waited until dusk, both boys motionless while the other fought against the confusion in his mind. The first fought against a barrier of sand. Gaara slowly snapped out of his reverie and saw the weary blonde still struggling against his natural barrier of sand. The blonde's arms were covered in goosebumps from the cold desert night, as he could see. Gaara pushed Naruto away from his body, feeling the rush of cold air immediately. "Why do you do this?" he asked. Naruto crossed his arms and smiled sheepishly, saying, Because I now see you as my friend, a precious friend, and it's only right to protect those who are precious in their time of need. Precious friend? Gaara asked, carefully pronouncing the words. What is that? Naruto opened his mouth to say something, then shut it abruptly. Naruto repeated this a few times before giving up and shrugging. He grinned widely and remarked, there's no way to explain it when something's precious, you just know. After years of concealment, Gaara's uncertainty finally came to the surface. You see me as precious? He asked. Then Naruto got up and patted his pants leg, dusting off the sand, saying, of course I do, you're just like me. You understand me more than anyone else, that's why you're my precious friend. Then he extended his hand in a gesture of peace. Come on, it's freezing out here and it's best if I find some shelter before I lose any more light. Ignoring the extended hand, Gaara got to his feet and muttered, you're a fool if you think you can go out into the desert at night. He continued toward the village's walls, saying, stay the night in the village, don't worry, the Kazekage won't object. Naruto nodded slowly and hurried to catch up. His face broke into a broad smile. Perhaps Gaara and he were not as alone as they had believed. Maybe my dream girl has the potential to become a priceless friend as well. I told you to forget about her, didn't I? The Kyuubi was disregarded by Naruto. Sakura leaned against the bar of Ichiraku's ramen stand and moaned. In front of her was a bowl of hot ramen. Ichiraku raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Upon examining her slouched figure, he completely comprehended the reason behind the young Kunoichi's blue-eyed gaze on the pork ramen. Still can't find him. Sakura's hand clenched together as she replied, not even a scent. How can he just disappear? He was a worthless shinobi. Ichiraku laughed. I wouldn't call him worthless, a bit rough around the edges, perhaps reckless, definitely, but not worthless. Sakura let out another sigh. I know that, but to be honest, he did pump up the team. His carelessness motivated us in a way I can't explain. I just don't understand why he'd run away. Ichiraku stiffened. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and his hands, which were drying a glass, stopped moving. Fortunately for him, the Kunoichi with the pink hair was lost in her thoughts and perplexity. I've said terrible things to him in the past, but that was only because he was so incredibly reckless. I know he doesn't have a real family, but he was always so happy and unaffected. In addition, Sasuke has reverted to his previous self. Before we joined forces, Naruto had to flee as he was just starting to open up. Sasuke no longer even looks at me, and he handles everything by himself when on missions. Since Naruto's departure, we have only been assigned D-ranked missions. The Hokage must think our team is unstable, cause now we're getting a completely new teammate who could be a crazy guy that might go and stab us in the back. At the conclusion of her tirade, she pounded the bar with her fist, causing the ramen bowl to jump and spill. Ichiraku jolted out of his tense daze and came back to the present. He sighed as soon as he saw the irate girl and the spilt broth. He set the glass down and wiped up the spill. Sakura stubbornly fixed her gaze on her fist, too irritated to notice. I just don't know how to read the situation. As he cleaned up the mess, Ichiraku remarked, Naruto was my #1 customer. He could eat 10 bowls of ramen and still want more. He's a determined idiot, but he had my respect in every sense of the word. Sakura dared to look at the elderly man, tears welling up in her eyes. Yeah, so what's your point? Turning, he took a big bowl off the shelf and said, my point, girl, is that a boy who can slurp down ramen from this bowl without any help is a boy who has a reason for everything he does. For example, his carelessness. Have you ever, just once, wondered about the thought behind his actions? He ate this entire bowl not only because he loves it, but because he wanted enough nutrition to train the entire day. There's always a reason with that boy. Sakura paused to consider what Ichiraku had said. Her thoughts were gradually moving forward with his meaning and statements. Although the man was a ramen chief, she hadn't completely grasped what he meant when he said that she should trust someone simply because they had consumed a huge bowl of ramen. While she was thinking, someone else walked into the tiny bar stand and took a seat a distance away from Sakura. He arched an eyebrow at the girl who was deep in thought. Waiting for her to respond, he turned to the chief who was waiting and gave his order after realizing it was pointless. He said in a smooth, demanding voice, pork miso ramen. Ichiraku nodded curtly, then got to work doing what he does best. Sakura was startled out of her reverie and turned to face the source of the smooth voice. Her mouth fell open a little and her eyes grew wide. Sasuke? What are you doing here? Sasuke slumped on his stool and sighed. He rested his elbows on the bar table as he watched Ichiraku perform his magic. He quickly replied, waiting for Kakashi. He told me to find you and wait for him. I have no idea why though. Sakura turned back to her chilled ramen after nodding. The cold broth that had been left out for too long made her grimace. Before she even realized what she had said, she asked, do you think Naruto had a reason for leaving? Startled by her audacious inquiry, She immediately turned to face the lone Uchiha and attempted to retract her statement. I was just thinking aloud. Don't mind me. I might have just gotten a few no. Sasuke replied, his gaze never leaving the chief, who had begun to perspire under the Uchiha's intense gaze. I do. The Dobi was an idiot, but he had his reason. I believe leaving the village took a lot of thought and willpower, something the Dobi is limited in. The slight insult to Naruto's intelligence made Sakura laugh. She was relieved despite being surprised that he had responded. She will accept that there was consideration behind the action if Sasuke did. She grinned as she scooped up a spoonful of broth and brought it to her mouth, grimacing a little at the cold, drab flavor. Yeah, you're right, he was a moron, but he wasn't always thoughtless. The two teammates were embraced by silence with the Uchiha's unwavering stare down. Ichiraku quickly wiped away the nervous sweat that had formed during his task before serving up Sasuke's ramen and placing it in front of the boy. A big swirl of leaves appeared and vanished, leaving their late mentor behind just as Sasuke was ready to put a spoonful of the ramen's broth in his mouth. He yelled, "Yo!" and patted Sasuke's back, which made the Uchiha drop his spoon and let it fall back into the bowl with a splash. Sasuke was so irritated that he froze and turned to vent to his sensei. He wasn't the only one who noticed, and his sensei wasn't alone either. When Sakura heard Kakashi's sunshin, she had already turned around and was ready to yell when she saw it. Their most recent teammate, with the exception of his skin being a sickening white and his hair being flat against his scalp. The boy looked just like Sasuke. In addition, he had much more daring fashion sense, wearing tight, low-fitting pants and a short, long-sleeved jacket that hung over his stomach but went across his pecs. The pupils stared at each other, unable to speak. The new teammate grinned with his eyes and leaned his head toward the smile. As Kakashi rubbed the back of his head, unsure of what to do next, the man said, his lips never leaving a smile, "Hello. My name is Sai. I'll be your new teammate." Sasuke was the first to break the spell of silence. Sasuke Uchiha. After giving a nod, Sai turned to face Sakura. Sakura Haruno, don't you have a last name? With his eyes closed and still grinning, Sai replied, I don't know, they never told me if I did. With his eyes narrowed and the last of the broth wiped from his skin, Sasuke questioned, they? The orphanage. Sasuke abruptly shifted uneasily, and Sakura bit her lips. Sai never stopped grinning, and they had been suspicious of him for some reason. The boy appeared to be pretending to smile. As quietly as she could, Sakura said, I'm sorry to hear that. Why should you? It's not your fault, now is it? Sakura turned away in a moment of embarrassment and a deep red flush, biting her lip once more in case she felt the urge to say something foolish. In an attempt to regain control, Kakashi said, well, why don't you two finish up your ramen and then head on over to our training grounds? Now that we have a new member in our team, we have to get reacquainted with one another. Then he grabbed Sai's arm and vanished in a cloud of fall foliage. Kiba winked and said, see ya, Hinata. Don't kill yourself through training, later, Shino. Before heading home while Akamaru barked behind him. Shino turned to face her, his hands deep in his pockets, his face concealed by his long coat and black sunglasses, and he said, be sure to rest up, Hinata-san, you have been working hard lately and I fear your body may not adjust quick enough. Hinata grinned broadly and said, hi, Shino-kun, please do not concern why yourself over me, I have greatly improved under father's supervision. With a nod, Shino pivoted on his heel and started walking in the direction of his own house. Just be sure to not strain yourself. Farewell, Hinata-san. Hinata exclaimed, gee goodbye, Shino-kun, as she started to head for the village. Hinata had been in a good mood and was proud of herself for successfully completing a C-ranked escorting mission. She had made more contributions than she had ever made before, and that alone had given her the courage to face the future. She had been right when she told Shino that she had improved. Her father's training has been extremely difficult training both prior to and following missions and team meetings. It had become a training technique to treat routine tasks like grocery shopping. Her daily life consisted of little sleep and a voracious appetite. Shino, however, had been correct that her body had not yet adapted. Her joints cracked more than they should have, and her limbs were frequently bruised and sore. Her energy level dropped more quickly than usual, and she had to rely solely on her will to keep going. She had never felt better. Even though the training had taken a toll on her body, her stuttering had decreased and she was much more self-assured. Her power had increased, and she stood more erect than she had in years. It bolstered both her heart and her ego. As the villagers made their way home, a gentle elderly voice called out, Hinata-chan? Is that you? That voice was familiar to Hinata, and she felt her already blooming heart light up with delight. Hinata called back, searching the crowd, Papa-sama? Just then, an old woman pushed her way through the crowd, stumbling as she got to the opening. Papa yelled at the thronging crowd, "Show some respect to your elderly. I don't give a damn about how anxious you all are to get home. You should always make way for an old woman." While some of the civilians rolled their eyes and carried on with their lives, many had turned and blushed in embarrassment. Papa scowled at them and let out a loud huff. She winced. Youth these days. She turned and started to approach the Hyuga heir, who was in awe. Her old eyes had a fire in them. She smirked slightly and fisted her wrinkled hand to make her point clear. "Why, if I had shown such disrespect when I was their age, those old goats would have had me hung by my thumbs," she said. "They sure are lucky, Hinata-chan." At the woman's antics, Hinata burst out laughing. She made the young Hyuga feel nostalgic because she reminded her so much of Naruto. About a week had passed since Naruto vanished. Hinata wondered what the lively and youthful boy was up to these days. She cleared her thoughts and concentrated on the still smirking Papa. With a slight curtsy, Hinata answered, "Yes, Papa-sama, I apologize on the behalf of my generation." With her hands gripping her stomach in an attempt to control herself, Papa let out a roaring laugh. "Who knew that a Hyuga can have some sort of humor?" exclaimed Papa, balancing herself by resting a bony hand on Hinata's shoulder. "There's still hope for that sulking clan." Hinata wasn't sure if she should be pleased by her compliment or offended by the elderly woman's disdain for her clan, so, unsure of how to deal with her predicament, she stood there half smiling. Hinata thought that the safest way would be to engage in polite conversation. "How are you, Papa-sama? Has life been treating you well?" she asked. Before responding, Papa straightened herself up and wiped away the tear that had fallen forward during her outburst of laughter. "Life's been a bitch." The older woman's words caused Hinata's eyes to widen. "I was horrified by such obscene language." As is customary for elderly people, Papa continued, complaining while extending her back. "These old bones of mine are constantly aching and I can't carry around anything in my shop. I gotta start hiring young ones to help me out soon. If only that idiot had stayed put. Life would have been easier if he did." She managed to make Hinata turn red and then green by using sickening pop to crack her back joints at the end of her speech. "Man, those joints has been giving me hell all day. Thank God I cracked them. Won't be bothering me for a while." Papa laughed. Hinata could not speak in that case. What could the young girl say? She had just seen an elderly woman break her own back by herself. She wanted to run more than anything else because she felt sick. "Well, enough about me. What about you? I heard you started training with your father. Congratulations. You must be working hard, huh?" Hinata was relieved that the topic had suddenly changed. Hinata tried to smile as best she could and answered, "Hi, I've been training a lot recently as Shino keeps warning me about not overtraining my body." "That Shino kid is right, though you don't look so good. Hinata-chan, you should go home and rest up. Wouldn't want to collapse during training now, do you?" Afraid of the consequences, Hinata shook her head angrily. "And no, Papa-sama, that would be disastrous." Papa gave the young girl a toothy smile and a laugh. "Well, I could tell you now that you wouldn't be the only one. Naruto always did work himself to the bone. There were days where he was absolutely useless in the shop since he had used up all his energy in training. Stupid boy. He should have known that an old woman like me can't handle things by myself." Hinata's eyes widened as she said, "That's right, Papa-sama, you and Naruto-san were close." Papa snarled, frowning at the mere mention of the blonde boy. That we were. I curse him for leaving every day, now leaving an old woman to fend for herself. Foolish boy." Perspiration was accumulating at the back of Hinata's neck, unsure of how to respond to the obstinate elder. After giving the young Hyuga heiress a radiant smile, Papa took her hand. "Remember, just like him, you'll be stronger. Don't forget to follow Unindo." "Dear, what was that again? I think my memory is failing me." Hinata replied, a gentle smile spreading across her lips. "Never give up." She felt her heart enlighten once more as her mind cleared. "That's the one. Now, run along. Hinata-chan, you gotta get your rest." After grinning and giving her elder a firm embrace, Hinata rushed off down Konoha's streets. "Hinata-chan, don't forget your Nindo." "Denied. You don't have authority over me. As your Kage I do." Gaara gave the man he wouldn't accept as his father a fierce look, staring at each other. They challenged each other to break or give up. The Kage was determined to turn down everything, but Gaara was determined to get what he wanted. With his icy eyes fixed in a glare, Gaara retorted, "You can't control me. You never have been able to. I may not be able to take control over you, but you still cannot go against my orders as Kage. None of our sand shinobis can. I'm not just any sand shinobi. No, you're even more dangerous. That is why I cannot grant you this ludicrous request." Gaara grasped a kunai and his forehead protector, saying, "There are many alternatives for me, if I do not have your support." His gaze remained fixed on the Kage as he held the kunai above the headband's plate. If you wish to have me as your enemy, then so be it. Another kunai appeared out of nowhere as Gaara was ready to cut through the plate. After Temari hurried to warn him of Gaara's plans, Naruto stood in the doorway. His breathing labored from having to flee across the village. Don't do it, Gaara, it's not worth it. Fuck you so-san? I had thought you left yesterday? According to the guards? The Kage's eyes widened as he said, I apologize, Kage-sama, but I had a bit of a battle with Gaara-san here. And you're still alive? The Kage asked, startled by his audacious claim. Then, as the pieces of the puzzle came together, his gaze jerked to Gaara. You lost. Is that why you ask of me such a request? Hi. To avoid drawing too much attention to Gaara, Naruto remarked, it was a tie, Kage-sama. Instead, he was burdened by the Kage's eyes. Now, Kid, what are you going to do? It's too late to save his ass. Then assist me, you foolish fox. If I do, what will I gain? After we leave here, I'll consume as much meat as possible, raw or cooked. Okay. Then repeat what I said. In his mind, Naruto repeated the speech the Kyuubi was preaching, word for word. You see, Kage-sama, I have been traveling many years on my own. I've fought against countless demons, bounty hunters, animals, bandits, and so on. Gaara was challenging, and I haven't truly met a shinobi this strong in my short time of life, and so I'd like to bring Gaara with me, to strengthen him even more, as well as to strengthen myself. I'll be sure to update you of his process every now and then, but I'll need your permission first. You're too skilled at making up these lies. I have never once seen a bounty hunter, and Zabuza was the only creature I've faced that came close to being a demon. Kid, you asked for my assistance, now quit whining and go on. And what if I refuse? Then I'll walk my merry way, Naruto responded effortlessly. Naruto jerked his head in the direction of the red-headed man who had crossed his arms over his chest and threatened his cage with just his eyes, saying, but of course I can't be held accountable for Gaara's actions. The Kage had been aware that the act of denying Gaara was risky in and of itself, but there was nothing else he could do. It was better to have them as allies rather than enemies. The Kage declared, letting out a deep sigh of defeat. Permission to allow Gaara no Sabaku to leave the village, granted. They left the village at night, when the weather was more forgiving, and have been traveling in the sweltering heat for a day now. Now that evening had arrived, Naruto was oppressed by the sun's glare. Since Naruto, who is not accustomed to this level of heat, had to pause for air, they have not yet left the desert. Gaara just gave the blonde the bigger portion of their water, which always made him laugh. Even though Naruto had only been able to reach Sunagakure 2 days prior, he was now experiencing an unexpected discomfort. A sudden worry had taken the place of the adrenaline that had propelled him to sprint toward the sand-hidden village. There's no word from the Kyuubi, not since they'd paused to eat before heading out of the village. Despite his repeated attempts to speak with the Kyuubi during this journey, he was unable to get him to speak in his mind. Despite the scorching heat of the desert, Naruto shivered. Something lurked in the way ahead, something they had no idea existed. He looked back at his quiet, uninterested friend. He appeared to be unaware. The blonde's spine tingled once more. Naruto whispered, looking into the redhead's expressionless face, do you feel that? I don't know about you, but something up ahead is really making my skin crawl. But it wasn't just that made him shudder. It was also the silence in his mind, as if the beast inside of him didn't exist or was just dormant in his mind. The blonde was afraid that he would not hear his captured beast's icy voice, for once before, the beast had always responded to his inquiries. What is causing him to become speechless now? His red-headed companion also came to a halt, his body immobilized in a manner that Naruto was accustomed to. After all, he had been in a similar situation. When speaking with his beast, he always kept his body 5 feet away from the blonde. If you got any closer, he would allow his sands to snatch you and hurt you in some way. Naruto is fortunate to have captured the attention of the small adolescent to the extent that killing him was no longer an option. Gaara said, his voice cracked and weak, Mother says it's because of your foxes. They seem to have grown frantic in your absence. This response snapped him out of his reverie. Naruto needed a moment to process the information, another minute to piece it together, and a second to draw conclusions. Foxes? I don't have any foxes. He has once more demonstrated the strength and veracity of his reputation as the renowned knucklehead. Gaara narrowed his eyes at him, and the pressure of his gaze made him shrink a little. He felt the weight of it as if one of the Hokage monuments had fallen on him from the sky. With an angry and irritated tone, Gaara droning, not specifically your fox's mother says it is the foxes under the rule of the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed beast. Maybe it was a mistake to bring him along. Naruto's mouth opened, letting out a long, drawn-out breath, and he could feel a large drop of sweat accumulating on his brow. He made the "oh" sound as he reanalyzed his findings and found another puzzle piece that did not fit. But why do I feel as though there's some sort of doomsday right ahead? Shouldn't I feel at home with the foxes? Gaara gave a small, impatient growl. Naruto was aware that the redhead disliked being questioned, particularly repeatedly as it prepared for command. He could already see a continuous flow of sand being drawn from the big gourd and swirling around its user. He let a drop of sweat fall from his chin and splashed heavily on the floor. Ask your beast. I do not hold all the answers, Gaara replied icily, averting his gaze from the perspiring blonde and continuing on toward the area where the tree line had started to emerge in the distance. After muttering to himself that his beast was not responding to him, Naruto trailed behind the irritated redhead. Knowing that the sand might suddenly lash out at him, he took care not to go too close to his personal area. Naruto wished to put the terrible shivers and tremors behind him. He had already spent too much time thinking about them. He started to chatter. Because of that, he talked extensively about his past, his plans for the future, and his likes and dislikes. He talked endlessly about meaningless things and more serious subjects, not caring if every question he asked was met with complete silence. He didn't want to consider how Gaara would feel about all of his outbursts. He knew it was funny to Gaara. Naruto would have been killed the moment he opened his mouth. If he hadn't, though, he would never acknowledge it. Naruto was aware that Gaara was somewhat relieved by this meaningless and idle chatter. Naruto was aware of this since he had already experienced what it was like to be alone and without anyone to listen to or talk to. You could tell by observation that Gaara was a man of few words, speaking only in response to direct questions, and sometimes not even then. He would therefore prefer it if someone else spoke instead of him. Naruto continued talking for Gaara's benefit as well as his own. He was aware that his conversation helped the redhead feel less alone, which strengthened their bond as two Jinchuriki. He knew without having to ask Gaara, "Kid, be careful there. I'm going to assume that you've grown fond of the brat." Suddenly, Naruto's body froze as he closed himself off from the outside world. He shot a hand towards his forehead, hardly noticing the widening of his pale green eyes in surprise. "Kyuubi. You're there, Kyuubi." "I'm here, of course, brat. Where else am I?" "I got no response from you." "What was that word Gaara used?" "There appear to be foxes in the woods up ahead." "Crazy? Hysteric? Frenzic? They seem to be in a panic." There was a pause during which Naruto's hands gripped the sides of his head as his body froze in shock, utterly disregarding the inquisitive redhead. "I had fallen asleep," the fox finally answered. "Other than answering your questions, there isn't much to do. The Fox clan must sense my power within you, which is why they are starting to emerge. The foxes are the only ones attempting to make contact with you, so don't worry about the shudders." Naruto nodded, uncertain whether he actually accepted the Nine Tails explanation. By then, the fox's earlier statement had become clear. Naruto yelled, "I do not have feelings for him," and the redhead jumped in shock. If the blonde wasn't still trapped in his own mental landscape, he would have found that amusing. The Kyuubi laughed in response to his yell before retreating further into his thoughts, his voice fading away as he did so. "You never know," though Naruto was startled out of his reverie and looked around him bewilderedly, his gaze halting when it fell upon a red-haired, wide-eyed person. As he quickly turned around and marched toward the approaching tree line, a sudden flush appeared on the blonde's whiskered cheeks. Naruto yelled, let's go," and hurried off. His body couldn't handle the sudden change from heat to cold as the day turned into night, and he had forgotten why they had been walking in the first place. By the time he reached just past the tree line, he was on the verge of passing out. Glancing back, he saw that Gaara had already overtaken him, standing at his full height and unfazed. Gaara was still clinging to the enormous gourd strapped to Naruto's back, despite the fact that Naruto had long since removed his jacket, mask, and headband. As he gazed at his travel companion, Naruto took a deep breath and said, "How can you still be so dressed up and not even break a freaking sweat?" He yelled as he wildly gestured at the redhead's clothing. He then began tugging at the thin, sweat-stained t-shirt he was wearing. "I'm dying just from watching you." The redhead stayed calm, giving the ailing blonde a fleeting glance before moving on to survey the area they had found. "We have to settle for the night in order to travel tomorrow because it will soon be dark." Gaara shrugged off the gourd and placed it delicately on the ground, leaning it cautiously against a tree. "It's dangerous for you to continue now," he said. After inhaling deeply a few times, Naruto nodded. Even though Naruto liked to sleep outside and found comfort in the open air, he had the intelligence to pack in a tent for the colder nights. But when the two started to set up camp, he saw that Gaara had forgotten to bring anything, not even a sleeping bag. After securing his tent, Naruto turned to face his companion, who had just succeeded in igniting a fire inside a circle of stones. "Hi, Gaara, you didn't bring a sleeping bag or anything. I noticed. How will you sleep?" As he sagged onto the ground across from the fire and observed the pallid shinobi, Naruto questioned. Glancing up, Gaara's eyes met Naruto's, icy green and sky blue. His voice remained as icy as ever as he stated, "I do not sleep." Not exactly the most sensitive person in the world, Naruto tilted his head to the side and said, "Really? Is that the cause of the dark circles under your eyes?" Gaara gave a nod. There was a long pause, and both boys were deep in thought. However, Naruto got tired of merely gazing at the shadowy darkness and started digging through his bag in an attempt to find some food item to satisfy his raging hunger. He cheered with delight when he discovered a bag of chips concealed under an extra pair of underwear, and he immediately ripped the bag open to start eating the salty bits it held. The redhead's cry, "Uzumaki," instantly caught his companion's attention. At that moment, Naruto noticed Gaara's vulnerability. His pale green eyes stared into the flames as if attempting to absorb their warmth, and he had tucked his knees under his chin, holding his legs close to his body. He replied, swallowing the crunched chip in his mouth, "Yeah, Gaara?" The red paused for a second, as if he was unsure of himself, or perhaps because he was taken aback by his own surprise at calling out in the first place. "You're free around me, don't you?" As he set aside his partially consumed bag of chips to focus on the redhead, Naruto said slowly, "I mean, a lot of people call me stupid, but I am good at listening, when I want to be." Naruto is not one to pass judgment on others. Gaara boldly met the blonde's eyes, as if this had strengthened his resolve. The redhead seemed almost shy to continue, but Naruto nodded for him to do so, and no matter how much I screamed and struggled, you just held on, he began, his voice trailing slightly as he considered how to construct his next statement. You held on to me. You held me like a baby even though you were bruised and bleeding. Even after I hurt you, you helped me leave the village." Naruto had to admit that the redhead's voice was quite soothing, even though it was suddenly broken from lack of use. That was the most he had ever heard Gaara say in one sitting. He laughed at this and a smile came to his lips. "We both possess a creature that has driven people away from us, but the difference is that I had the luxury of not knowing why until a few years ago. You're like me, Gaara," Naruto stated, stating the obvious. "I take it you've known since birth." The redhead nodded, but there was still a childlike curiosity in his eyes. "Back in my village, I have some very special people. See, she even gave me this to remember that as well as her," he said, reaching into his pocket and taking out his headband, the metal plate glistening in the firelight. "One of them had told me that in order to feel love you must give your love in return." A tiny smile appeared on Naruto's face as he abruptly got up from where he was huddled by the fire, walked slowly around it, and sat down beside Gaara. He put an arm around the startled boy and smiled broadly as he spoke. "And now, Gaara, you're my dear friend. I was terrified of being by myself, but now that you're here, I'm not, even though you occasionally give me a cold look," Naruto said, laughing and nodding joyfully. "We're friends." Before rising, Naruto gave the startled boy a shoulder pat. "I'm going to turn in," before slipping into his sleeping bag and snoring loudly for several minutes, Naruto said, "If you get cold out here, you can sit in my tent or something, I don't mind." Hinata's chest heaved in a desperate attempt for air as heavy pants escaped her lips, her knees trembled before they gave out, and her small frame fell with a thump onto the ground. Sweat covered everything and seeped through her dark t-shirt, her fur-lined jacket that had long since been thrown away due to the heat and near suffocation. As she steadied herself on the palms of her hands, she muttered, "I may have pushed myself too far." She was able to sit up straight after her breathing eventually evened out, letting her pants drop a little as she did so, but she was no longer requiring gusts of air to stay alive. The area wasn't badly damaged, with only a few kunai and shurikens scattered around, a few embedded into trees, and others lying harmlessly on the ground or, in the worst-case scenario, a stray bird. She had been training hard to master the Byakugan, but thus far she was far off and nowhere near her cousins, Neji Hyuga. Level her eyes scanned the area, wincing slightly as they burned from overuse. With a sigh, she moved, wincing as she did so, crossing her legs and bringing her hands to meet her knuckles, then closing her eyes and flaming her chakra, focusing on how few resources she had and whether it was deadly in any way. She didn't have enough to embark on a mission, but she had enough to survive and take a quick break before heading home for a much-needed shower. She closed her eyes and let her mind wander, nodding to herself as she scooted backward until her back struck the trunk of a nearby tree. Recently, a question had been bothering her, and probably many others as well. It was a straightforward question, but it required answers. Answers that could make or break someone's life. And the worst part was that those answers would remain hidden. Why? Because it is based on a past decision in which you both take pride and want to know if anything could have gone wrong, or regret and wonder if anything could have gone right. For both pessimists and optimists, it's a loaded question. What if? What if I had been born stronger, more brave, and more self-assured like Ino or Sakura? What if I had begun training earlier, challenged my father, and overcome the odds? What if I had gathered the courage to approach Naruto? What if? What if? What would happen if I were a better kunoichi? With every thought, Hinata's eyes prickle, she murmurs to herself. Suddenly, something soft and fluffy subbed against her head, and she heard an innocent mule sound from her left side. She opened her eyes, clung to her lashes with tiny drops of clear liquid, and was about to activate the Byakugan when she noticed the white-furred fox kid caressing his fluffy head against her hand. Its fur was clean and soft to the touch, and she was startled for a moment as it kept rubbing against her, lifting her hand with his muzzle and setting it on top of his head while burying its tiny nose in her palm. She started scraping her fingers against his soft skin without realizing it. In a cunning move, the kit climbed up her thigh and snuggled into her stomach, cleverly nuzzling its head into her hand. As it did so, its tiny fang curled into a ball as it gleefully fit onto her lap. Astonished by the kit's bravery, Hinata looked down at it. Foxes were cunning and hid from anything dangerous or humane, especially when they were young. What was this kid thinking? Didn't he sense danger? Wasn't he afraid? She looked around cautiously. The shuriken and kunai were still dispersed, so all animals were avoiding her position, able to detect the sharp, human-scented items and scuttling away from the impending threat. As the kit kept meowing, she glanced down and said, "Little one, what are you doing here?" She asked it, not fully recovered and dizzy from the heavy explosion from earlier. "It's dangerous." The kit shifted and looked up, making Hinata's breath catch in her throat and her eyes well up with tears. The snow-white kit's eyes, which were darker around the pupil and lighter around the edges, glowed passionately within cool orbs of different shades of blue, just like his own. "Why you?" Hinata trailed off, panting, her hands encircling the tiny celebrity and embracing it firmly. The kit shivered against her before wriggling out of her lap and running towards the bushes. It tilted its head, then turned, its ears suddenly on alert, standing straight up while its nose started to sniff the air. "Wait!" Hinata called after, standing up, fumbling as her muscles gave way. Don't go." Hinata, a small dog, snarling and growling as he jumped out of the bushes on the other side, assumed a protective stance in front of Hinata, then reared his hind legs and dipped his head between his forelegs, preparing to attack, as a voice she recognized growled out. The bushes that the little white fox had vanished into were his target. "Akamaru? Hinata? You're there? We smelled something and thought you were in danger." Kiba yelled as he staggered into the clearing, his eyes darting around the scene. "Are you okay? We detected the scent of a fox." Hinata glanced up at her anxious teammate and blinked. "A fox? Why should you be concerned about that?" Her knees trembled as she leaned against the tree, still weak from training to the limit. Recently, the whole Inuzuka clan has been tense. More and more foxes have been showing up, leaving trails without hesitation. Our dogs have been going crazy over it, especially Akamaru. Kiba leaned down to pat Akamaru's head in an effort to calm the furious dog, saying, "He was attacked by a pack of them a few days ago." Looking at the dog owner consoling his companion, Hinata rubbed her arm and said, "Oh, I didn't know that foxes traveled in paw packs." Kiba froze, with his entire back going rigid and the fine hairs on the back of his neck standing up. "They don't," he replied, turning his head to face his female teammate, his animalistic, near-slit eyes narrowing as he processed what he was about to say. "Which is why everyone is freaking out over it. Although they are cunning animals, they typically pose no threat. We're still baffled as to why they would so openly attack Akamaru." After processing this new information, Hinata nodded, not quite understanding, and her gaze strayed to the bush that held the escaped kit. "Come on," Hinata. Kiba said, rising from his crouch and setting Akamaru on his head. "We had better get going because Kurenai and the Hokage have a mission for us." As she leapt into the trees and trailed behind her teammate as they headed towards the Hokage tower, Hinata absently replied, "Ha ha." Kiba and Akamaru exchanged joyful barks, and Kiba exclaimed, "We're going on a C-ranked mission. Awesome. Finally something other than those friggin' D ranks." Shino accepted the scroll from the Hokage and nodded, the only serious person in the room to be sure. Shino said, "We'll be taking some merchants to the village hidden in the rocks." He turned to face the Hokage, his sunglasses glaring at him. A little taken aback by the seriousness in the young boy's voice, the Hokage stammered out, "Why yes." Hinata was unable to hold him responsible. Although she was naturally quiet, Shino occasionally caused her to stutter more than usual. As she disappeared in waves to get ready for her own packing, Kurenai gave the order, "I want you all packed and ready and by the entrance gate in 30 minutes. As she rushed home, thrilled to be able to demonstrate her enhanced training on a higher rank mission, Hinata nodded to no one in particular.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.